akamaro ibyo gukorerwa muri byinshi bizatukorera ibyakamaro byinshi. Turashimira movement yacu iduhaye amahoro kandi kaba iduhaye no kubaka iduhaye n'uburinzi bukomeye, security nziza iyo tugomba gukoreramo twidagaduye turi mu mago gacu ku mahoro. Mwakoze, turabakiriye ntaho twavuga byinshi, twishimiye ibyo muzadukorera kandi natwe ubwacu twishimiye kuza kwanyu. Uyu ni umwanya mwiza, ni umwanya guboneye, hariho amazi hano hepfo ho mumva ngo nikibaya nkanka gurezi ngeri yiri hano, amazi gagaburira bufumbira yose gari hano hafi. Mbese iki ni ikibaya gifite umutungo mwiza kandi kirimo byinshi. None kubakira kwanje nuko turacaganira byinshi, kadutegereze abakuru bavuye hirya mwese. Nkuko umukoro ugiye gutangira, mwese turabakiriye, mwakoze cyane cyane. Amashi katubakiza amashi yagifumbira, mwese tumuhamashi, mwakoze cyane.
Sawana urakoze. He's thanked our movement, he insisted. We thank our movement for leading us very well, and he said we are happy to receive you here. And he spoke about the hope that our children that don't have jobs will get jobs. He spoke about this being a very beautiful place, and he says we've been waiting for you, those of you who are investing here, for a very long time. And the gladness in his heart is certainly something you can catch. I like to hear the language of my forefathers being spoken quite well. Now we do have the Chief Administrative Officer, the cow, not the animal. It's Chief Administrative Officer. So let me ask the cow to come and speak. I hope that makes sense for those of you watching on UBC and following on various audio platforms. When I say the cow will speak, I mean a human being. Chief Administrative Officer, not the ones that graze.
Ladies and gentlemen, State Minister for Investment, Minister of Finance, State Minister for Youth and Children Affairs, all members of Parliament here, the RDC, the chairperson of LC5, and members of the District Council, dignitaries from all corners of Uganda, our visitors from outside Uganda, ladies and gentlemen, all in your respective capacities. I'm called Rukundo Manase, and I'm standing in for the Chief Administrative Officer, Kisoro District Local Government. I first of all take this rare opportunity to welcome you to Kisoro in a very special way as we discuss issues related with this big investment. First of all, on behalf of Kisoro District Local Government, we are very happy to have this opportunity coming our side. As Kisoro District Local Government, we received this idea with both hands, and we request that as we try to push it ahead, we don't look backwards. Kisoro District Local Government has tried to cooperate in offering land where we are going to have this very huge investment, and where possible, we shall keep on working hand in hand with all stakeholders in this activity so that we see its positive fruits at the end of the day. And we are very optimistic that with all of us working as a team, at the end of the day, we shall see positive results coming. With those few remarks, I wish you a nice stay here, and I wish you good time as you try to put in place this investment activity of ours. Thank you so much.
His English teacher, masters, must have emphasized the lesson on summary. and the student also got that lesson very well. So he set the marker for the resident district commissioner, the RDC, who is going to come and speak as brief as he did. He's literally His Excellency in this area, and you can tell from the swagger. He might need to add a heart to that swagger.
Thank you, MC. The Honorable Minister of State for Finance in charge of investments, the Honorable Minister of State for Youth and Children Affairs, Honorable Dr. Mateke, Honorable Members of Parliament, the ED, Uganda Investment Authority, this chairperson, members of the council, the investors who have invited here, the business community, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Hachafik Sekandi Sengova, the RDC for Kisoro. I am here to also welcome you to Kisoro District. We want to thank the ministry for bringing this summit to our district. And as a security committee, we want to let you know that the area is peaceful. We are at the border itself with DRC, just a few meters from here. We want to thank the ministry for choosing Kisoro to host this industrial park. Allow me, before I go very far, to introduce two key people who make sure that this place is peaceful. I have Lieutenant Colonel Kafurika. He's the CO, 35 Battalion, at the back there. That is the guy who's guaranteeing that there is no mistake made here as far as the defense is concerned. Then I also have the man heading the law and order, and that is the DPC, SP MCC. And also we have Kano Kaita, OWC. He's a Kano. He's also with us here. Honorable Minister, we want to appreciate the decision that was taken by government to bring this industrial park to this place. There's a lot of business potential across here, but Congo has been disturbed. Honorable Minister, what you are seeing here is not what is across here in the neighbors. And we are praying hard that the East African Standby Force can also come in and pacify Congo. North Kivu.
Quality and affordable.
Once North Kivu is pacified and people go back home and they engage into production, this industrial park will get a lot of market. Because now, by 2nd of this month, this area had been occupied by 26,000 refugees by 2nd of this month. But as a security committee, we took a decision and took them to the refugee camp, but others also gone back home. There is a lot of cross-border trade here and cross-border interaction. Even when there is instability across, Honorable Minister, as I speak now, many people are there digging from here. Many from here, they are there now digging. They have gardens there. But also there are many daughters of Congolese who got married here, and they are with us here. So there's a lot of interaction, social, cultural, political, economical. You cannot separate Eastern Congo from Western Uganda. So this decision taken here is a decision in the right direction. As I conclude, Honorable Minister, I want also to report that Kisoro is a tourism district. We are at the point where 3 countries meet. Rwanda is just behind those mountains, and also Congo is just behind here. So many tourists want to come here and see the beauty of this country. You can even feel the climate, you can feel the fresh air. We are only disturbed by the roads, but we don't have traffic jam the way you have it in Kampala. So, Honorable Minister, DOT service is just here at Bunagana here. It is 3 kilometers to this place. And DOT services has been contracted to tarmac the road from Bunagana to Goma. And the Goma city is just near here. So, if Uganda Investment Authority can make the road from Bunagana where tarmac stops through DOT services and they come here, this area and the investors, they will not be inconvenienced. I want to report that in the last 2 months, we have received over 10,000 tourists just in this corridor, Kisoro, 10,000. And they come with the money. and they want to purchase, they want to enjoy. So I want to thank you, and I wish you a good stay here. God bless you all. Thank you.
Every community has a child that left, went to Kampala and got spoiled and forgot the language. Now Kisoro has me. I know what to say, but I can't put it properly. But such communities also have children that are not spoiled, who remained local and mastered the language. So our community has Imelda. Imelda, come and save my day before my ancestors shake in their graves. But because I know what should be said, if you use the wrong language, I will say, no, that's not the one.
Thank you very much, Samson. Mwakoze cyane, twongeye kubakira ubugira kabiri. Kawo wacu, nenda kusummarizinga ibyo Kawo yavuze n'ibyo RDC yavuze, kuko ibya chairman LC1 twabyumvishije.
Is kusummarizinga kifumbira?
Kuvunagura. So RDC atubwiye yuko umutekano umeze neza cyane hano, ariko atubwira yuko mu minsi ishize ahangaha hari hafite impunzi zigera ku mitwaro 2,300, ariko baherutse kubajana mu kambi hariya Nyakabande, kandi ashimiye abashinzwe iby'umutekano hano, CO na DPC bakoze cyane kurinda umutekano wa Kisoro na Uganda. Avuze yuko nibura hubatse umuhanda wagera hano, ibintu byaba byiza cyane, kubera hano henda gukorerwa ibikorwa byiza byazana iterambere mu district yacu. Avuze yuko mu mezi 2 ashize yonyine twabonye abakerarugendo barenga 1,000, kandi baba bazanye amashiringi mu gihugu cyacu cya Uganda. So ari gusaba minister n'abandi bo bireba bunyabuneka mutwubakire imihanda kugira ngo iterambere rikomeze kwiyongera. Kawo yari yavuze yuko iki gikorwa cyakiriwe n'amaboko yombi hano mu district ya Kisoro, kandi ko barakora ibishoboka byose kureba ngo bakomejemo gushigikira iterambere rirenda kubera hano mu kibaya. Mwakoze cyane. Iyo ni summary, Mr. Kasumba.
Very good. It's important that the persons who are with us from this place understand what we are saying. Now, I'd like to invite the LC5 chairperson, a very important person in this area, to come and give his remarks. He, unlike others, can use both languages. When the LC5 chair is walking to the podium, you'll see how people who win elections walk. It's very different from somebody like myself who has never been even on a ballot and fears to be. Morris is sanitizing because he has heard of Ebola. So remember to sanitize. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together to an election winner from the recent past.
Thank you, the MC. Our dear ministers present, and particularly Honorable Anite, and I want you to give you another name today and take it with good faith, and you are being given this name by the governor of the district. Aniti Mama Chibaya. This land is called Chibaya, so you take it. Then, my dear other guests, according to the protocol, which I want to observe briefly, Honorable Sarah Nyirabashitsi, Minister in charge of children and other people in that category. Dr. Philemon Mateke, the grandfather of the district. and Tracy Buchanayandi, if he's present, former Minister of Agriculture and our senior elder here, honorable members of Parliament present, the members from the ministries, departments, and agencies of government, the RDC, COW, and security in this place, the investors and potential investors in this house, the Kigezi fraternity who have come to share this important occasion with us, my friends, the business community of Kisoro. I can see Bwana Clement, I can see the deputy mayor and other people who we want to be the vanguards, the first members, the first beneficiaries of this industrial park, where this diffusion of the innovation shall be cultured. You're welcome to Kisoro Industrial and Business Park called Ikibaya. I serve this for Muchiza, Robert, a man who has demonstrated that Uganda has leaders. And when they lead, things happen. Bwana Muchiza, Robert, thank you very much for what you've done to us. And by the way, it is not nepotism or any sort. He is our blood. He is Mungura, and I belong to the Mungura clan also, so he's my brother. From Musasa, where his father, former head of special branch, Munyanganizi, originates, though he went down to Matinza and finally they found their way in Rwanda. But Brad is thicker, he's finding his roots, and I'm not surprised that he has made this happen, because we have had situations and opportunities, but it only needed Muchiza Robert to be in the government and in the investment authority, and the Chibaya comes. Of course, you couldn't do it better without Anite Mama Chibaya. Thank you very much. So, my speech could be as long as I don't know, but I'll try to tell you that Kisoro is the best place in the world. Only for those who have phobias of heights, who have challenges with greeneries, or those who fear to stay with wild animals like mountain gorillas. I was in China one day and I had a t-shirt which was written on, Abel Bizmana, a cousin of mountain gorillas. Then the Chinese, some of them came to see whether I'm a little gorilla or not, but I'm saying we have our cousins who have greater visitors than anybody else. Nobody has ever visited you in your home, but the visitors that have visited the family of mountain gorillas are too many. And in this fact, Kisoro has the largest families of the gorillas in the country and the region. So, Kisoro again, when you read the first schedule of the Constitution, is point number 1, where Uganda starts. And you will see all of these names of Chibaya in the Constitution, if you read it correctly. And then you move around the whole world and then come back here. So Uganda starts and ends in Kisoro. I'm proud to be a leader where Uganda begins and where Uganda ends. And there is an untold story. I don't know whether it's out of jealousy or some people don't like us. When Winston Churchill, the former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, accompanied by Andrew Cohen, the then governor, when they reached at Kanaba, near where that bamboo forest enters into the district, I think that time much of the place was like Chibaya, so virgin, few people, many wild animals, and so green and great. And he pronounced this, Uganda is a part of Africa. So we owe that name to Uganda, and please Uganda, recognize us that you were named that because Kisoro existed. Uganda is part of Africa and Kisoro is part of Uganda. Friends, when the world wars were being fought, the German East Africa, we were part of it under Rwanda, Urundi, and this was part of Rwanda Kingdom. and the king had so many places here. But that is not even important. The trenches in Murora Hill is fundamentally a turning point where some of these settlements of international wars were settled. And where? In Kigezi. Kigezi name is in Nyakawande. So when you talk of you coming to Kisoro with Kigezi Investment Summit, you have come home where the name Kigezi comes from. So you are not making any mistake. Friends, I want to invite you to again another fundamental historical grounds where the mummies were mummified, the then Great Bahinza. When you go to Lake Mutanda, you will find tombs of so many million years ago, and the mummies, those people who were embalmed and taken there are still, the remains are still as fresh as yesterday. So that means that we are a center of civilization where people could do great things. Friends, Kisoro has wonders. You can go to Kisoro and get any natural resource that you think about, be it a lake, be it a swamp, be it a river, be it a mountain, be it a valley, be it a cave. So God must have been here before materials got finished of creating this world. And that's why we have a variety of what to see. When I go to the world of Anitimana, my sister, the place is so flat that perhaps materials were few. But again, someone says, no, God was grading the whole world to be flat, and he was dropping all the scrap into Kisoro. So Kisoro is a scrapyard of all the materials that were not finished. And when it was the evening and he wanted to go home, it was already Saturday. So he stopped, and Kisoro had all those rough things. But those rough things define the beauty of Kisoro. Kisoro now is an opportunity for business, as I want to conclude. We are the heart of Great Lakes region. When you are in Kisoro, you can easily dart into Goma, Bukavu, Lubumbashi under the same plane. You can dash through Kigali, Burundi, and Tanganyika. And indeed, Kisoro is on Mombasa-Goma highway. So we are strategically positioned not only for business, but also industry. So this highway has been well prepared by God, that when one time we start industrial park, there will be no problem. Other industries, they will want first to circumnavigate, move around, but for us, raw materials coming outside the country will straight come from Mombasa directly here, because we have an established highway already for us. So those who have some feeling that we should have taken this somewhere, no, this is strategic. Muchiza is an educated, intelligent man. He couldn't do it better. This is going to be the best industrial park outside Kampala. This is going to be the best. And I wish that all investors who are here, hey, my road mayor, now this place is going to rival you in your small township called Kisoro municipality. We are going to have a bigger municipality here, because everything that's going to be done here is automatically changing this place into an urban center. It is now plain, but come after 2 years, human activity will be behave here, and I'm waiting to see that. So friends, when you come to Kisoro, come with a great heart of sacrifice, because again, we have stony environment. But these stones are not a curse. They are opportunities, because they are materials to construct, to mold, to make raw materials. And we are the highly mineralized district in Uganda. I want this one also to be recognized. But the investment in the mineral extraction is not yet done well. Kisoro has the best coffee in the country, has the best tea in the country, the best beans are from Kisoro. The katunda, the passion fruit that is most tasty, comes from Kisoro. So from the grass, from the soil, to the products of the soil, everything is best. We are incomparable. And I'm not bragging. I'm a scientist, a PhD student in public health. So I'm using facts, because UBOS is doing it well. And we have UBOS here already, and they are preparing us a census next year. Friends, I would have said more, but perhaps when the chief guest comes, I would wish to greet him and perhaps drop some few things in his ears when he comes, so that he tastes the passion and the feelings of the governor of the district. Thank you very much.
Just before you leave, the chief guest is watching live television on his way here. So you are definitely with him. A lot of investors are watching this international and within the region. And a rumor has been going around that some of the best coffee is from Kisoro. Is that a rumor, or is there any proof to that end?
Incidentally, the former Uganda Coffee Authority, who later became the Minister of Agriculture, Honorable Trace Wichanayande, may be in the house or is on his way. He will attest to this, because coffee testers use natural tests.
Yes.
They don't use these equipments. You use your tongue, and they have attested to that. And the tea produced here in Mombasa, it is only rivaled by Rwandan tea, briefly. Otherwise, we have the best tea and the best aroma of the tea, and it is not a fallacy, it is a fact.
Okay. So I also took interest when you spoke about Mutanda Hills and the mummies there. Is that you suggesting that somebody deliberately interested in investing in tourism has very good business to be here?
Wow. There are people who are close to nature. Everyone actually, including you and me, we were destined to be forest people. But now it happened that civilization made us cut trees and become semi-arid. But the first thing you have to look at is cultural tourism. We have a community called Batwa. The Pygmies, which that name is really derogatory, but the real name is Batwa, who have relationship with the Bambuti of Congo, the Mamende of western side of Congo. These people still hold the original civilization of Africa. They still have original cultures where we can trace ourselves. They are the real conservationists who never killed the forests. Number two, the people itself, people of Kisoro, so wonderful. When you interact with them, the stories they tell you. Imagine if you are with me and I'm telling you the story, you are taking a cup of coffee. I'm a good storyteller. Okay. You would not wish to go away. Now, from there, the panoramic view of Kisoro. It is only here, you are talking about industrial parks, but it's only in Kibaya where you can be now and view beautiful mountains the other side. And just as you get a small hillock, you see a fantastic lava dam lake of Mutanda. And the other side there is Murehe. When you go this side, there is Chahaf and Kayumbu. Very beautiful lakes. And actually, you need to fly and see how Kisoro is made. Tourism is the hub. And we can say, whoever is here, please start with tourism. It makes more sense. And we are here as local government to support you to settle.
I heard you speak about being an academic and involved in public health.
Yes.
Can you speak to those watching us who understand or are tired of consuming the fumes, polluted air of the city, and why it makes sense for somebody to build a holiday home in Kisoro, which they probably use once a year, and when they're not using it, they can go Airbnb and let it out to somebody involved in tourism?
The first wiser people and the strategic people have already grabbed the opportunity. You know, Honorable Katesh, he has a high-end hotel. You need to have $3,000 a night, and he has customers. Then others have invested in other tourism hospitality areas. Aniti Mama Kibaya is about also to start. I know
she's involved.
Chiza Robert, for him, if he doesn't, he's doing himself a disservice to himself. I cannot say who is here investing around this district because I'm not permitted to do so. But if I did,
yes,
you would wonder that even biggest people in this country are here.
Now, investors generally think market. So there are persons watching internationally and are thinking, okay, sounds good, sounds interesting. But if I came to Kisoro, where would be my market? Are we talking Uganda? Talk in terms of proximity between where we are, Rwanda and Congo. What does the market look like for somebody who decides to set up here? Because I know some are making that decision and they want you to speak to market.
Market. I love my president when he talks about market. When you have your bushera from your sorghum or from millet, when you have your Irish potatoes, we are a market ourselves, because 2 pieces of Irish potatoes can make a sacket of crisps. But the same amount of money, 3,000, that buys a packet of crisps, can buy a whole basket of Irish potatoes. So we have a lorry of 1 basket of Irish potatoes into crisps. So the value added to our crops, our products, can be, first of all, be consumed by us in our schools, in our markets. And again, we have Goma. Goma is a center of almost the eastern Congo. Bukavu, I have never heard about it, but it's not as popular as Goma. Then let's come to Kigali. By the way, Kigali is only 3 hours from here, 4. But actually, many people prefer flying to Kigali when they are coming for tourism. And that's why Kisoro district is the number 2 entry of foreigners coming to a district who fly. So after Entebbe, Kisoro is number 2. So that opportunity alone shows that we have the market. The market for the gorillas and the other wilds, we have a golden monkey. Have you had a golden monkey? When you look at it, really, you feel like you want to see it again. So we are a market of the world community, outside the community, because every day, if you go to Bwindi, you'll find that the communities there are more whites than blacks because of the population of tourists. We are a market. Then we go to Goma, we go to Bukavu, we go to Kigali, we go to Bujumbura, we go to Western Tanganyika, and all those places, and we are talking about more than 200 million people.
Okay. And many watching would want to know that if they invest here and they have to move either equipment or raw materials from the East African coast because it is Africa, they might be worried about the nature of the road. Do we have a paved road from Kampala to Kisoro? Is the road good? Speak to that. Is the road good?
That is what His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, Ruhembo Gwenjura, Sabarwanyi, Tibuhaburwa, because he is Kuhaburwa already by God, has done that. We have a road, and most of you have used it, that goes straight to the end points of our borders, to Bunagana, to Chanika, and now we have opened a new border post in Busanza, where URA is already taking the taxes from people who are trading.
Okay. Then you spoke about people flying to Kigali as opposed to flying here. Talk to us about the cost of flying here. What's the cost of a ticket if you landed in Entebbe and you decided you didn't want to do the road and you wanted to fly here? Is it that expensive? It might actually not be very expensive.
I don't fly as a businessman.
Yes.
I've ever offered a flight by my brother and my senior, His Excellency King Caesar Murenga. He has sponsored me flights a number of days going to Kampala, but I've never paid. But I will ask those who pay how much.
Yes.
But I have people who are doing. But what I want to say,
I know somebody who flies. I will ask Morris.
Okay. Oh, what I want to say is that we need to expand our airfield here in Kisoro, because there are administrative and overhead costs that we incur when people fly, stop Kigali, and then use the road. They would rather have flown directly to our airstrip and reduce the costs. So I encourage the first investment Mukiza should see, and others, is expanding our airstrip. Because when you talk of oil, there is an airstrip in the other side of Bunyoro. And here we are talking about tourism and industry. So, and I want to encourage you, tourism alone can turn this place into a money bag for Uganda. It's a hanging fruit. It is ready-made, tourism alone. Now we are adding industries. So to me, now we are double-edged to go.
Oh, okay. Morris has told me that it's just a paltry $300, not a lot of money.
Okay.
And if I'm going to invest here, I need to know, is there local labor? And are the locals here, people willing to work? Are they trainable? Is there a local labor force?
Yeah, Kisoro is one of the most fertile place. Our ladies are the most fertile women in the
When you said
country.
most fertile, I thought you meant the ground.
No, we are most fertile on the ground and in motherhood, because on average a mother will produce 8.5 children. The last time I did the study, meaning that we have a number of people here. The place is really having labor. That's why we export the labor to Mubende. You hear Mufumbira everywhere in Uganda, go even to Kenya, Kericho, Nakuru, you will find a Mufumbira there.
And I'll speak something to that wherever you find somebody who needs somebody strong doing work, yeah, they will say, hey, ito Mufumbira.
Yes. Yes, Mufumbira, and they are very faithful. So on the labor, don't worry. On hospitality of the people, don't worry. And again, people are already oriented in business. For us, we don't have other cash crops, big cash crops, because our land holding is very precarious. We have very small plots divided in very many families. So we only invest in knowledge.
Okay.
Speaking to the knowledge, we educate our children seriously as if we are investing in coffee and cotton. Number two, we make sure people are faithful. We have a strong culture. So we are educated. We have hospitable people. They will not steal your materials. And actually, they will guard your materials.
Okay.
And they are so religious. Kisoro is heavy Christian and therefore has high moral values.
So I'll give you a few, maybe 2 more minutes to make your final pitch in the camera to persons watching. But from the feedback I'm getting, they're saying the LC5 chair has pitched well for Kisoro. Thank you very much. Your final pitch.
My final pitch is, please, potential investors, come to Kisoro. And please, Mr. Muchiza, Toja Ngoko, be more serious. Your spirits are around and they're watching you. Your great-grandfathers, they will curse you if this industrial park does not work. We have had Viwani, Madam Aniti. People start and don't finish. I mean finishing in terms of, not the other thing of finishing.
We are in Kisoro, right?
We don't like people who start and don't finish. So we want Muchiza to start and do what? And finish. Now, appeal number 2. Those people on the other side, my brother Clementi, Mirembo Hardware, I can see other people on the other side whom I can't see. Those are the first beneficiaries. If you don't square upon the living God that those people are going to be the first owners of the first plots demarcated, then I may wish to withdraw my offer, because those are my voters. And indeed, the policy of investment says domestic investment promotion. So we are going by your word. Another thing is that the community, respect the community, respect our girls, our women, our men, no exploitation. I'll be there to see. Though I intend to go to Parliament, but I'm still here as a resident. We shall not allow people who exploit the people for the sake of getting profits. I'm not a Marxist, but again, also I'm not a functionalist. I believe in symbolic interactionism. So I would wish to speak in my language briefly, yes, because I don't need an interpreter in this, because I'm the one who has made this speech. Bavandimwe, mwaramutseho mwiriweho. Mwabonye ko mwatoye neza gavana mwiza. Urabona abandi bavuze bagenda ariko nje bantejeje aha kugira ngo ngire ibyo mvuga biruti by'abandi bashoboye kuvuga. Mwarakoze gutora neza. Icya kabiri, ndabashimira yuko Mr. Speaker of my parliament, the district council, where are you, Amos? He's donned with a t-shirt of MK. You know, we have a special project in Kisoro. For us, we know what to do. When it comes to yellow, we follow it to the roots. I want to congratulate the Council of Kisoro for not this time having bickerings, but unified with the members of parliament in one accord to make sure that we agree that we have an industrial and business park. Other people, when you talk about this, we have had modalities of projects, I have to confess, and I'm not saying them now. But this one succeeded, where all of us agreed. Bavandimwe nibagiwe mvuga uruzungu kandi navuze ngo nera kuvuga urufumbira. Ndabashimye bamutware mbareba hano bakansarazi abatware ba district mwese mwakoze kuza kandi ndabamenyesha ngo iki cyo twatangiye tugomba kukirangiza kandi mutwizere kuko ibyo ndimo ntibipfaga gupfa. Mesdames et messieurs, notre voisin qui vaut de Congo, je voudrais vous souhaiter je peux dire quoi? Vous êtes les bienvenus. Je voudrais vous dire que ici, en Kisoro, nous aimons les unes les autres. Nous voulons faire le commerce transfrontalier en paix. Et nous souhaitons la paix de l'Est du Congo va être fait par nos présidents, afin que nous soyons avec le commerce transfrontalier qui est à haut. Merci beaucoup.
Finish off with Swahili. Finish off with Swahili. Let's show off. Let's show off. Finish off with some Swahili.
Watu wanatoka Kongo. Nadhani wengine wanaweza kutoka Kigali, Rwanda. Tunashukuru kuwaona. Tunaanza kuambia hii kitu hapa tunafanya cha industrial park. Tunataka kikuwe tamtam kwa watu wa Kisoro na watu wote wa business people wanataka kufanya business hapa. Tunashukuru sana kukuwa na nyinyi yote.
Asante sana mheshimiwa. Piga makofi. Those of you watching us live both on UBC and on NBS, if you are coming to Kisoro, it is now breaking news that when you start here, you must finish. And because that's the case, I'm not going to start because I can't finish. Morris can start and finish. Morris, come and start so you finish.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for the LC5 chairman and Samson Kasumba. Thank you, Samson. You did a fantastic job. We can get you a bottle of water for now.
A couple of things. I had the pleasure, again, thanks to the Uganda Investment Authority, of flying all the way to Kisoro Airport. And I initially had my fears with the flight. And I can tell you I had the best flight ever. And so I won't mention the airline because they are not sponsors of the investment summit. But we had quite a great experience with the many other passengers on board the airline. And because we were paying a one-way ticket, you can actually pay a one-way ticket for $150. And it's only 1 hour from Entebbe to Kisoro Airport. The other advantage I had is that we had a stopover in Mbarara. So we went to Nyachara, I think that is how they call the airfield. Nyachara in Mbarara, the airport in Mbarara, and dropped off a couple of passengers and then set off for Kisoro Airport. Quite the experience, and I've been marketing now the domestic flights because it's a new way of getting around the country in just 1 hour. So you can fly from Entebbe to Kisoro in 1 hour for just $300. That is if you're going two-way. And it's one way, it's exactly $150. I'll think I'll let the chairman later explain the dollars in Kiswahili for our DRC friends who like to fly. But quite the experience. You get to see a lot of the terrain, especially in Kigezi. Beautiful, beautiful terrain. Now, as of course Samson and the LC5 chairman were talking, we received the Minister of State for General Duties in the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, the Honorable Henry Musasizi. Thank you so much. And also Member of Parliament, Rubanda East. So that's why you see we are calling it the Kigezi Investment Summit, and he's here with us. We want to thank you. Please note that this is also the Investment and Free Zone Summit, and also those of you watching at home and you're wondering where we are actually in the Industrial and Business Park in Chibaya. We had the LC1 chairman speaking here. He welcomed us to Chibaya. The location is literally prime. In our background is all the 9 mountains that make up the entire caldera here in the Kigezi region. It's really beautiful because we are getting to learn the history of this area. But I thought before we dig in and listen to some of the testimonies from our businessmen here in this room, I want to make a special appreciation for our partners and key stakeholders today who are our sponsors today. I want to welcome them, Tony and the team from Lagan Management. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Lagan Management. And I want to thank, of course, our media partners, UBC and NBS, who are broadcasting to the entire country this summit. Kisoro, mukome mashi dushime abadufashije kubera ko uyu munsi ibiri hano muri Kibaya biri live kuri televiziyo muri Uganda yose. Ntabwo ari hano honyine gusa muri Uganda yose. So abantu bose muri Uganda barimo kureba ibiri hano muri Kibaya. So none chairman wa LC1 uraza kudushima nawe kuko Kibaya tuyikoze popular. Tuyikoze popular abantu bose muri Uganda aho honorable Anita Arua barimo kutubaza iyo Kibaya iri hehe ko hasa neza cyane. Honorable, I was saying Kibaya is beautiful. I know you are wondering what I was saying. All right. May I request our team, our video team, we want to run a very short video on UIA, the services UIA offers, before I invite our testimonies. Let's turn to the screens.
Uganda Investment Authority is a government agency whose role is to promote, attract, and facilitate foreign and domestic investment in Uganda. The agency advises government on investment policy and advocates for a competitive business environment. Uganda Investment Authority operates a one-stop center, which is the first point of contact for potential investors. It was established to facilitate the setup of investment in Uganda. Through the One-Stop Center, investors have access to all services required to set up a business and acquire an investment license in less than 24 hours. With your investment license, you will have access to Uganda's attractive tax and non-tax incentives. Here are the available investment opportunities in Uganda.
Ladies and gentlemen, we can continue telling you about the investment opportunities. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Uganda Investment Authority that is putting this together. Please note, if you can, and if you don't have, before you leave, let us know. We have done the homework for all of you. And before I introduce some people. So these are the bankable projects in Kigezi. And some of the projects like the LC5 chairman was talking about, the honey, is already done here for you. What's the investment capital you may need, the period within which to get back your money, and of course, highlighting some of the areas where your market is. And so we've done the homework for you. And what the industrial and business park will do is offer you the platform, the space to be with the others as you develop these products. And so if you're one of those who was wondering where is the money, why are we here? In a few words and pictures and letters, we have done the homework for you. So the rest is the conversation and the testimonies we will be sharing about those who have already started making money, those who have smelt the money. As I say that, allow me to recognize we have Dr. Nicholas Kamara, Honorable Dr. Nicholas Kamara, I think Kabale Municipality. Is that the constituency? Honorable, thank you so much for joining us. It is nice to see you here. I've been told the Kanungu LC5 chairman is here. Kanungu LC5 chairman, please stand for recognition. Yes, there you go. I have seen our friend Professor Charles Kwesiga, Uganda Industrial Research Institute. Professor, please stand for recognition. There you go. Professor, I think later will be sharing with us some of these conversations. We will recognize most of our guests very shortly, and some of them will be recognized by the other people. Allow me quickly invite Mr. Ngabirano Dennis. A lot of us know Mr. Ngabirano Dennis from Sam's Food Industries. Round of applause, please come. He's going to tell us his story in very few minutes. Please clap for him. He's a local investor, and we want him to tell us his story, so take a seat. I also want to invite Mr. Roland Kanya, Mutware Roland Kanya. Vayo Mutware uzutu bugire byukora nawe, and where we need to put our money. We need to bring local people to also tell you that there is money in our region. Mr. Nicholas Biengoma, Nicontra Limited. Nicholas Biengoma, where are you? Another round of applause. Ah, there you go. The stairs are on this side, so that we don't have to jump. The stairs are on the other side. We also have Nsabimana area. Mutware Nsabimana, is he here? I know he hadn't registered on our part. We have Mr. Norman Batuma. Mutware Norman Batuma, Neweija Otugambire, how making money is very easy in Kigezi. And finally, our very own Mr. Mohan, Your Excellency. It is him? Perfect, please come. He'll speak on behalf of the Indian community that has of course invested in this country. And a free sitting, feel free. Okay, I was waiting for Kanya. Now that Kanya, it is going to be a full house. But Sams, by the way, I know the VIPs, Sams, I don't know why you didn't bring a container. Everyone wanted to test these things. I know that the VIPs are already testing some of your products. Yes, oh, this is mine. I also hadn't gotten mine. Now I have. Now I can start with you, since we have, I have been offered mine. So let's begin with you. Your story. We don't have a lot of time, as you can see. So if you want to tell us your story and inspire, there's a button somewhere there, and inspire the people in this room that it is actually possible to invest and be a local investor in the region and make money.
Thank you so much, Morris. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Mazina ganje ninye Dennis Ngabirano. I'm from Kabale, but I'm working from Kampala. I'm a teacher by profession, and I'm a manufacturer. I'm the CEO and the founder of Sam's Food Industries Limited. We are the manufacturers of your favorite family snacks. For those of you who have had an opportunity to taste our crisps, that is one of our products. And for those who have not had an opportunity, apologies from me, because I came by flight and I was limited on the number of kilograms to carry on the flight. So it wasn't intended, but it was by the way I traveled. But the next time I come, we'll have to make special arrangements. So we manufacture crisps, and we are the leading crisps manufacturers in Uganda. Having started with a very humble budget of 43,000 Ugandan shillings as a coursework fulfillment at the university, I have over the last 10 years, 12 years, grown the industry from an initial $11 investment capital up to over $1 million at present. We are apparently setting up the second largest crisps facility or factory in Nkowe, that is Hoima Road in Wakiso district. And I want to tell you that almost 80% of the potatoes that we are processing in our industry originate from Kisoro. We are using Rangumi and Chiniji. But we realize that the cost of transporting the potatoes from Kisoro to Kampala is very, very high. So the launch of this industrial park is a great opportunity to us, because we've been planning to expand our investment to tap into other products like frozen chips. We have market for that. We have tried to test the product on the market by doing dealership from another manufacturer, and we have found it viable. So if all goes well, we'd love to invest here to set up maybe a French fries facility, and that will increase on the revenues our farmers are getting, as well as most especially to those who have already been organized into unions and cooperatives. 2-3 months ago, we signed an MOU with the Kisoro District Potato Growers Cooperative Union under the leadership of Mr. Fidel Kamali, and we hope in the next 1 month they will start supplying. We have an opportunity, given them an opportunity to supply up to 40 metric tons of whey potatoes per month. But considering the fact that most of the farmers have been really doing, they are smallholder farmers, we have also tried to introduce a high yielding variety which is called Taurus. Taurus is high yielding. Taurus, the return on investment is quite high. When you look at even the cost of 1 kilogram of whey potatoes is much higher. But at the same time, we have found constraints in the trade. One of the challenges, save for the long distance that we have to transport the potatoes up to Kampala. The other challenge is that most of the farmers who have not invested in the smart farming initiatives, they cannot supply us year round. So at times we fetch all the potatoes from Kisoro, and then 2, 3, 4 months down the road, the fields dry up and we don't have consistency in the supply chain. So we are calling upon the district leadership to try to lobby, now that you have government in your midst, try to lobby for smart farming initiatives such as irrigation, so that we can have the supply of potatoes year in, year out. We have also tried to prove to the other markets where we are selling the potatoes that Kisoro has the most tasty whey potatoes in Africa. So when you look at the Chiniji, the taste of Chiniji which you have tasted, You cannot compare it with the imported brands such as Lay's and the other competitors of ours from Kenya. We have that natural taste that brings out the true taste of African potatoes. And we want to encourage you to continue growing potatoes, but you need to be very organized because we're not going to come and purchase from individual farmers. But now that there are government initiatives such as Emioga, we want to make sure that we purchase directly from farmers or from cooperatives, because we are not buying on a cash basis. And once the money has come in, we'll have to deposit it on the account. So the moment we get to have farmers that are organized, believe me, we are going to expand our purchases. And now that we are setting up a much bigger facility, we need a lot of potatoes. The coming on board of DRC into the East African integration is another opportunity for us to sell much more than we have been selling at present. So, ladies and gentlemen, those of you who are engaged in agribusiness,
yes,
try to make sure that you double your efforts. Work with us. We have also deployed 2 agronomists at our company costs. They are moving in the fields to make sure that the farming practices are improved.
Thank you.
We thank you so much, and we look forward to strengthening our partnerships.
Dennis, thank you so much. Dennis, I honestly really wanted to have more time. I have many questions for you. But also your testimony, because there is locals watching and also in this room. I thought Imelda would come. I have 1 minute, Imelda, for you to talk about Chiniji, and why farmers need to be organized, and why the quality of the potatoes is very critical, and how we can use the potato. You know, the Irish potato can become Uganda's, bread and butter for this area.
Right.
Imelda, 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mollis. Ansabye kuvuga ku by'uyu mutwara avuzeho na cyane ku bimondi. Baberetse hariya ko bari gukora ibimondi, bagakoramo chips bakabizipakinga. Avuze yuko batangiranye imitwaro 4,300 byonyine, ariko bafite za miliyoni z'amadolari. Avuze ko bakorera muri Kampala, ariko bashaka kubera ko uru ruganda rugiye gutangira hano, bagiye kuza muri Kisoro. None ari gusaba abafumbira n'afumbira kazi. Atubye yuko bakoze inyandiko n'igitongore ca Kisoro Irish Growers Association gikuriwe na Mutware Kamari. So ari gusaba abafumbira n'afumbira kazi ngo muhinga ibimondi mu bwinshi, kandi ibimondi bakoresha ziriya kuri zo batweretse bazigurira hano muri Kisoro, Rwangume na Kinigi. So ari kubasaba abafumbira n'afumbira kazi na cyane abo bahuriye hamwe, kuko umuntu umwe ashobora kutabahaza ibyo bakeneye. None ni cy'ingenzi kugira ngo mwifatanyirize hamwe kabafumbira n'abafumbira kazi, kuko batubye yuko muri kwisi hose ikimondi kiva hano muri bufumbira nico kimondi kiryoshe kuruta ibindi byose. So baradusabye ngo twebwe nk'abafumbira turebe ngo duhinze imondi kandi mu bwinshi.
Ko mudakomye mu mashi abafumbira. Wakoze Imelda, wakoze cyane. Thank you, Imelda. So let me turn to Mr. Batuma, Norman Batuma, who, among many other businesses, is going to testify about why investing in Kigezi would be the right thing. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, MC. All protocol observed. I'll first mention that today I've been very much humbled to see Honorable Mateke, who was a great friend of my late father, and still strong. I've seen the daughter, she has just stepped out. I want her to pass on the message of the humility I've got today to see him strong and still able to walk and serving the people of Kisoro. I remember in those days when, not in the recent past, but a little before, he used to drive his car every weekend, every other weekend, from Kampala to Kisoro, and he would stop at my father's hotel in Kawari Highland Hotel every other weekend. Remember those days the roads were not good at all, but you could not miss a single weekend without coming to Kisoro. And he was a great disciplinarian, I remember, and I need to mention it also, that at one time there was one government police officer who was dressed shabbily, and he slapped him publicly, that you can't be a government officer and dressed shabbily like this. So back to our point today for investing in Kisoro and in Kigezi in particular. I want to give the credit where it belongs to. I was brought up in a business family, and my father, the late Canon Batuma, taught us all about business. I'm currently a distributor with MTN, also have in the oil and gas industry, as well as Batuma Holding business. I give Ugandans livelihood to 400 people currently, that out of those businesses they are benefiting every month. We are two products of Mzee's effort here. Next to me is my dear uncle, who also was taught and raised by the late Canon Batuma. Opportunities for both young and old are always available. You all know the owner of KFC. He started his business when he was 65 years old. He was contemplating to commit suicide after everything else had failed. That was after he was given a check of $100 as his benefits after I had retired, and was contemplating to commit suicide. When he remembered that there is one thing that I know that I'm able to do, and that was preparing chicken from his being a chef, and that is why KFC is what it is today. So for young and old, the opportunities are always there, and this is the right time and the right place. Do not give up or feel that I'm already too old or I'm too young to take up this opportunity. Kigezi region, we are blessed, as other speakers have said, being near two great countries that have got a big market for all products that one can make. And in order to be able to benefit maximally, we must remember, as my colleague has just said, the one who makes crisps, there must be money exchange. You must produce a product. You do research on the marketability of that product. You work out the costs of making that product. You make it available. Then they'll buy it. You'll make some living. And I cannot say a particular product. All products are necessary. When you visit our current supermarkets and products available on the market, most of them are coming from our neighbors, Kenya, because their market matured, and those factories are giving employment, they are giving revenue to the government. So this is the right opportunity for us to use in taking this opportunity that has been presented to us by Uganda Investment Authority and Kisoro for this great noble cause of what we are here to do today.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Batuma. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
I want to turn to Mr. and I'm glad Mr. Batuma introduced you, sir. So I think we will quickly turn to you, Mr. Biengoma. You want to share with us your testimony in 3-4 minutes. It's on.
Is it on now?
Yes. Yes.
I didn't know you can be so mean. 4 minutes. To a man who is now 78 years old, you are not fair.
You got another extra 30 seconds. My apologies.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, because when I looked in the front row here, I think I was the oldest. Even I could do.
The Honorable Sababuturo seems to be in your league.
No, he's younger.
Oh, okay.
I think he's younger
because
because
the Honorable Mateche, I think. Was
yeah, honorable. Yeah, thank you, Philemon. Yeah. So my journey is quite a long one. As I said, I'm now 78 years old, and I've been in business or growing in a family which had were growing in a cash economy from all the way in the 40s. Because when I was born and raised, by the time I was 7 years old, I had 200 trees of coffee. And I was wearing a leather shoe because I was making money when I was in primary 4. So this will lead you when I tell you about my journey in business, how I was raised. I started when I was very small. I used to look after pigs. Some people in the Bufumbira here will laugh. I say, how can this man say that he was making money looking after pigs? And from there I graduated to look after my daddy's cows. And when he passed on, then that's when we moved to Nyachenyi, a place called Numba, and where we have been growing coffee, matoke. We had a very big orchard, and we were all over in the markets at that time, in the 50s, when I was in primary. And when I finished my college, I joined my brother-in-law, late Canon Batuma. And I remember when I was leaving the college, they could take us on the podium and ask you, what are you going to do? And I told them I was going to join a company called Kigezi African Wholesale. And they were all laughing in the hall. They say, how can you join an African enterprise? At that time, 1968. But I can assure you, the journey that Canon Batuma took us through is unbelievable. And it made a huge, huge change in my life and many lives in people in Kabale. Because it was the only wholesale company dealing with all sorts of merchandise, and it was huge. And Canon Batuma had, of course, married my late sister, the mother of this young man. And when he came to Nyachenyi, Numba, he added 400 coffee trees on my late daddy's coffee farm. And so we had now about 800 coffee trees. And this one will draw me to tell the chairman here, who says that it is the best, Kisoro has the best coffee. No, it is Numba in Nyachenyi. It has been tested in Canada and in Switzerland, and we still at the top. And when you come to Kabale Numba Coffee Cafe, opposite police, that's where you'll have the best coffee, which we are growing in Nyachenyi, Numba. We are roasting, we are grinding, and we are serving it on the table today. So we are picking more than $15 per kilo in a cup of coffee in Kabale. And that one also brings me to tell you that we have invested in lodges. One in Lake Mburu, 11 rooms, and another 25 in Lake Bunyonyi, where when you are lying on your bed or in a shower, you are overlooking 29 islands. You will never see it anywhere in the world. And recently, now we are moving to Kisoro in Mukos here. But we have had one unfortunate part, but interesting for Uganda. UNRWA has taken almost 3/4 of our land to take the road going to Nkuringo and Rushaga. But to continue about my journey, it's a painful story in that I find that most Ugandans don't have financial literacy. So all the things they do, they don't first look at the finances that are involved. So there is a need. I don't know, whether I should wait for the minister really to come in. I can see there is a bit of...
I'm buying you time because I noticed he may have to take a photo, and the Director General, I think, will have to take a photo with him on the other side.
Yeah, so I better cease fire. Thank you.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
I thank you. I will request that, gentlemen, we take our seats. We'll come back at some point. So please do.
Why don't you remain here?
There is another ceremony going to happen. That is why I wanted us
okay.
to. Yes, but we'll come back. Don't worry, Mr.
Thank
Bengoma. Please take your seats. Bavandimwe amashi yaba bavuze mukanya. We will definitely continue, and I want to hear from the other businessmen, including, of course, Mr. Kanya from the Kisoro Land Board, who will share with us more. Thank you very much. So, Dennis, also, yeah. Please. We are shortly going to receive our chief guest, the Minister of Finance. Please note that there will be some protocols to that, which include that we'll stand and have the anthems, and then we'll have another prayer. We will continue to dedicate this industrial and business park to God. I also want to remind you again that the homework for you for the viable investment opportunities in Uganda has been done. This book is available. Please, and I wanted the chairman, I'm hoping UIA leaves as many copies for the chairman so that he can distribute also to the district leadership. And we will ensure that everyone gets a copy of the bankable projects. So, ladies and gentlemen, over to Samson Kasumba to receive our chief guest.
The chief guest is walking in, and from as far as I can see, he looks in flamboyant mood and very jovial, very like of the Honorable Matia Kasaija. When he does speak, you will tell that he's a man committed to the cause. Honorable Matia Kasaija, you're very welcome. Very soon you'll get a hand clap that you deserve. That will come soon. I want to be walking like that in my 70s for sure. Ladies and gentlemen, let's stand up for the anthems.
May God uphold thee with a future in thy hands. United, free, only the team together will always stand. ya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
I'd like to call Reverend Father Safari Emmanuel, the parish priest of Gatete Parish and treasurer Uganda Cooperative Alliance, to come and speak to God in a very brief way.
My brother here is representing the Bishop of Anglican Church in Bufumbira, Mahabura Diocese, by the names
Reverend Stephen Luzaza.
Reverend Stephen Luzaza. So together we are going to pray, and so representative of the Islamic community may come here, and together we pray to God, to ask Him to shower His blessings upon us. So you will speak in local language,
speak in the local language. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm by names of Sheikh Shafi Bakore Kabuba, the County Sheikh, Kisoro Muslim Community, Uganda Muslim Supreme Council. Thank you.
Lord our Father, we want to bless your name. We thank you for our country, Uganda, and you loved and purposed that you give us such a beautiful country. We want to give you glory and honor for today, and we want to commit into your hands all that will take place today, that dear Lord, in each and everything shall experience your presence and your leading. We thank you, Lord, for the leadership of this country, our beloved president. We want to pray that, dear Lord, you continue to lead them, to be with them. We pray, dear Lord, that you continue to be with all the arms of the government, that, dear Lord, as they lead this country, we shall continue to develop and to grow and to experience the potentials that, dear Lord, as a country, you want us to experience. We want to commit once again, dear Lord, today in your hands. Through Jesus Christ, our Lord, we pray. Amen.
All praise and thanks are God's, the Lord of mankind and all that exists, the most gracious and the most merciful. You alone we worship, and you alone we ask for help for each and everything. Guide us to the straight way, the way of those on whom you have bestowed your grace, not the way of those who have earned your anger, nor of those who went astray. Almighty God, you are peace, and from you is all peace. We pray to you to bless our beloved country, Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. We dedicate this industrial park to your hands, God. God, we thank you for our guest of honor. We thank you for the members of parliament who are around. We thank you for the ministers and investors who are around. Lord, as we are here, we pray to you to give us your blessings. Almighty God, in your glorious and mighty name we pray.
Nyagasani Mana nyir'ubuzima, tugushimiye ibyiza uduha, tugushimiye uyu munsi. Uyu nguyu wo isi yose ireba aha ngaha, stakeholder nangwa twese isi yose ireba mu kibaya ngaha, kugira ngo kuko waturemye mu shusho ryawe tugire ubwenge kugira ngo duhindure isi waduhaye ibe nziza, tugushimiye Afrika yacu na Uganda kandi na Kisoro ari wo mutima wa Afrika n'isi yose. Mana turagusaba ngo abo bose wabahaye ubwenge kugira ngo baze muri uyu mwanya bawuhindure, kandi abantu tuve mu bukene tumye tutaba abantu kuko waturemye. Mana duhereze ubwenge, Mana duhereze ibitekerezo, dugushimira na president wacu wa Uganda na government ya movement yo turimo. Tugushimiye ibyiza ubuzima waduhaye n'ubwenge, tukagushimira amahoro dufite. Kandi Mana turagusaba ngo na Kongo iri bugufa ngaha ushiremo umutekano. Kandi turagusaba Mana abagiye kutwigisha uyu munsi ibyo batwigisha byose tubishire mu nkora, kandi ko waduhaye ubwenge ukaduhereza n'imbaraga byose tubone uko twava mu bukene, tubone uko twafatanya isi yose, abashoboye abakene n'abatishoboye bose bagira isente, kandi twese tubone kuba mu shusho rya nkuwa turemye kubwa Yesu Kristo umwami wacu. Kwizina ry'Imana Data na Mwana na Roho Mutagatifu.
Amen. Somewhere it has been said that Imana dukore bikomeye na turishime. Morris urihe?
Ladies and gentlemen, I thought we would put our hands together for Samson Kasumba. Great work with the anthems. Thank you so much, Samson. Our chief guest, the Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, the Honorable Matia Kaseja. The Honorable Minister of State for Investment, the Honorable Evelyn Anite. Our chief guest, since I'm recognizing the ministers, I wanted to let you know that the Honorable Evelyn Anite has been also named Honorable Evelyn Anite Mama Chibaya, because Chibaya is where we are right now. So she's Mama Chibaya. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Sarah Mateche and the Honorable Henry Musasizi, members of Parliament in this room, and Honorable Minister, we have several members of Parliament, including the area member of Parliament that will be recognized a little later. The district leadership that is represented here by the LC5 chair, Mutware, Governor Bizimana, and your team, the members of the other representatives of the MDAs, the Ministry of Trade is represented here, and several other ministries and agencies that are represented here. Honorable Minister, all the relevant MDAs, agencies are represented in this room, and some are part of the exhibition that is ongoing. Members of the private sector who are here in this room, the media, and the key partners for this particular summit. I want to begin by recognizing Lagan Management, our key sponsors for this summit, and we want to thank you for partnering with us. Honorable Minister, I also want to mention that the key partners for the summit and of Uganda Investment Authority are the media houses UBC and the NBS, and we are broadcasting this summit live to the whole country so everyone can participate in what we are doing here today, the official commissioning of this industrial and business park, but also be part of the Kigezi Investment Free Zone Summit. And in a very special way, Honorable Minister, I want to thank the team at Uganda Investment Authority, led by the Chair Morrison Rakakamba and his board, and the Director General, Mr. Robert Muchiza. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Uganda Investment Authority, who have brought us here and convened us in this room. Our chief guest, when we were broadcasting a lot of these images starting yesterday and today, everyone wondered whether we were in some hotel, some five-star hotel in Kisoro, and we said no, we are actually in the investment, industrial and business park here in Chibaya, Rukundo Town Council, Kisoro district, and everyone was amazed. But we also told them that one of the best highlights about being here is that the background of the industrial park is the 9 mountains that make up the entire caldera of this area. And of course, the significance of where we are in Kisoro with the Sabinyo, the mountain, that is literally the start point, at the beginning point of Uganda, the most southernest point of this country. And also the fact that
We share, for example, Gahinga, the mountain, with our brothers and sisters from Rwanda, with our Gahinga National Park, where the famous gorilla is. And the story, of course, has always been that some gorillas do stray to Rwanda and they are owned by the other side, but they actually stay home, which is Uganda, but they can go and feed on the other side sometimes. But that's a story for others to discuss. We have representation, Honorable Minister, from our neighboring countries, the DRC and Rwanda, in this room, and we also know they are keenly following this conversation because this park will be significant for the economic development, not just of Uganda, but of the East African region, since the three countries literally meet here in Kisoro. Our chief guest, and I continue to share this with the Honorable Sababuturo, who was telling me that there's several highlights about Kigezi and of course Kisoro, where we are. One being that this is one of the 4 areas in the country where you literally have a meeting point of 3 East African states. The other being, of course, West Nile, where the Honorable Evelyn Anite comes from, and Karamoja, and Lake Victoria. So you cannot host a summit on Lake Victoria. That one we are still working with our Indian brothers to see how we can do. But you can hold a summit in Arua, which we did with the opening of the West Nile Park, Industrial Park. And we are now in Kisoro. And I told the Honorable Anita that I think now the circuit must be completed. So we must go to Karamoja and have the launch of the investment park in Karamoja. So we do the entire circuit of the East African countries. And I thanked her, Mama Chibaya, for accepting to complete this circuit. So without taking more time, allow me to invite the LC5 chair, Governor Mutware. You have 1 minute to come and receive our chief guest. Then I will continue with my speeches. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for the governor, Mr. Aber Bizimana Burumunhana Rarizi. So I thought I would go with the Christian one.
Dear chief guest, Owaitu, my name is Abel Bizimana Apuri, webale kuija. Empako nyebele beitu aboki, akiki, webale kuija akiki. Semerirwe muno kurora, makama yebale kuisha hanu, mimanya rugire haramuno. Dear other friends, ministers present, I mean Mama Chibaya, officially launched today with the park. Minister Henry Musasizi, Minister Sarah Matiche. I don't know whether I have left any other minister, but allow me also to recognize the board lead person, Bwana Morris Wakakamba. I'm sorry, let me recognize you completely and fully. I'm speaking a Amin's language completely. Because I have not recognized you before, allow me to tell you that we are grateful to you, Bwana Morris Wakakamba, because you make things happen. Thank you very much. To the Director General, Muchiza, Robert, thank you for arranging. Friends, in your respective protocols, for the interest of time, ladies and gentlemen. I want to again echo Mr. Guest of Honor that we are graced to have you here because this is the first industrial park in Kisoro under the leadership of His Excellency Kaguta Museveni. We feel now we are coming closer to money than before. We have been voting 100%, and nothing so big as this has ever happened in the 35 years as this industrial park. Abafumbira mukome mumashichane. This is the first time we're going to have investors. We are going to turn this place like Namamve, which is only in Kampala, maybe and Kapeka, somewhere in Ruwero. As a leader, I've been traversing the country. I've flown out of the country so many times. This is the first time I feel I'm part of the money economy. I want to give you a brief history, Guest of Honor, that it started with a visionary leadership of me, President Bizimana Abe, the chairman of Kisoro District, where we found that the wave of industrial parks was catching up with everyone in the country, led by your arm of government called Investment Authority. I sold it to the council. And the council, led by Amos Hachizimana, our speaker, embraced it with the councillors. And we say this public land should be offered in its totality to do industrial park. Thanks to the council of Kisoro district. The next activity was exploration and offer of the land to Mama Chivaya Anite, who came with a very strong entourage, which we embraced together and signed so many signatures on a piece of paper. I wish it was part of the commemoration here, that almost everyone signed that this place becomes an industrial park. It was followed that later, we didn't even have a land board, but I want to report to you that my government has established a land board that is going to complete the acquisition, and that is no problem at all. And that land board is led by none other than the man who was going to present Mutware, forgetting his name, Lord Kanya. Lord Kanya is the chairperson land board of Kisoro District Local Government. We want from now going forward, our chief guest, that since you are in charge of the money in Uganda, just close your eyes. I know there are so many difficulties after COVID and other challenges. Just throw money here and we start infrastructure development. And then we pave way for our investors to start coming, because the spirits of the lords and gods of this place are observing, and we don't want to annoy them. Let us start this industrial park. I want to encourage you that we investors who are coming in here, we should act smart, and the smartest way is climate smart. We want to restore and maintain the greenery of this place. We want, at least, if we can cut these trees and these bushes, we should replace them somehow. So, Mr. Muchiza, I want your people to first count every tree and replace the equal amount of trees, number of trees that will have been cut, because I'm passionate, and together with my president, about the world we live in and the future we want to see, which is always green for us and our children. Our chief guest, we are blessed that we are going to have employment, which we have been yearning to see. Our school systems have produced so many graduates, but the graduation has not earned them money. They are sharing with us waraji somewhere. But with industry, people will earn money whether they went to school or not. Manyiga chifuba, abaria kumanyi, abasoma, all of us are going here, and we are going to have a second urban center after Kisoro district in this place. We want you kindly to help us in pacifying the region. We know His Excellency, I was listening and watching Brother Ruto from Kenya. He named our president the grandfather of the presidents and leadership of the region. We want to send you that we are a market, but this market needs peace and stability. We have had a good share with our brothers from Rwanda, which I want to report to you that it is improving, but the small and medium income earners are not yet well established in Rwanda, though for us we have done it. And again, the Congo crisis. Congo is the largest market you will ever see in this region, and it's coming to East African communities are bracing, but we cannot do it when we have guns around us. You have passed somewhere where you saw a very big group of people called refugees, asylum seekers. And those are the people who are supposed to be in the shops, in the communities, creating opportunities for the products we get from here as our market. So I encourage IGAD, COMESA, East African community to not sleep on job. Because in my community, when two men quarrel, another man, a third party, will not sleep until these two men agree to live together. So these organizations, if they cannot pacify the brothers and sisters in Congo, they are also part of the neocolonialism we have seen. They are not serving us anything, and we are very angry with them because they have not touched where we want them to touch to help us be in peace. I want to end our chief guest by telling you the beauty of Kisoro. We are on Mombasa-Goma highway. And therefore, doing business is 2 times. 1, taking finished goods, because the roads have been made by His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni to the end points of the borders. So we wanted the extension of the road from here to Goma, where we shall just be shooting into a very bigger market again. But the conflicts the other side really disturbing us. DOT services had started, and we had assigned them land on this very land to hold their machinery there for a while as they push inside the Congo. So Kisoro is ready for investment, and please help us this road going to Goma work. I heard some of your people in parliament who are making noise, see, why are they making roads in Congo? You know, my president is wise. You take a road where there is a market. So do you want us to say nothing to nothing, by nothing, through nothing? So we want these roads to Goma where the market is. And we shall support you, even if it means coming and camping in the parliament. We shall do it. This road must be done. If this industrial park must survive, and if a bigger market of Congo must come, leave alone other things, Goma Road is necessary. Lastly, I want to tell you we have history. The whole World War was fought and settled here. We were colonized by 3 countries. Initially, it was Germany, under Germany, East Africa. Then they gave us a mother called Belgium, who did nothing to us. And finally, we were co-opted by the British Protectorate. So this place has never had a permanent colonial master. That's why there is limited infrastructure, except one church called Mtorere, where they established where to pray as they dig down our minerals underground. The rest will depend on His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni to start serious development in Kisoro. Our colonialists never built us Mengo, never built us Msambia. For us, we depend on His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni to start from zero. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we can do better than that. Another round of applause for the LC5 chairman, Mr. Aber Bizimana. Our chief guest, Chairman Aber Bizimana, told us, the governor, that in Kisoro you don't start and will not finish. You know, he was referring to also to something else which I will not go into here. But when you start here, you must finish. And so he has delegated Mr. Robert Muchiza to ensure that this project is finished. And so the good thing and the most fortunate thing is that he comes from here. So they will deal with him at another level. Our chief guest, I want to recognize the different districts represented here. We have representation from Rukunjiri. The Rukunjiri team, if you can stand for recognition, one of the businessmen here, Ambrose Chibuka and Medad Sonko, are also here, the Rukunjiri team. We want to thank you for joining us. Our chief guest, we also have Kanungu. The Kanungu LC5 chairman is here. And the team from Kanungu is also here with us. Thank you very much. The team from Kabare, and I also know Honorable Nicholas Kamara, Honorable Dr. Nicholas Kamara, and the Kabare team, Mr. Batuma, he is here, and the team from Kabare, we want to thank you so much for coming. Of course, Kisoro's team is much bigger, and I wanted to request the team, the RDC, the CAO, the district speaker, please stand. The mayor, Kisoro municipality, please stand. The Kisoro team, let us stand and show that we are very excited to receive the chief guest today here in the Industrial and Business Park. Honorable Minister, we have several members of Parliament, as I had introduced some, but I want in a very special way to recognize the Honorable Dr. Sababuturo. Please stand for recognition, Honorable Sababuturo. We thank you very much for joining us. The Honorable Kamara Nizeimana, who is the area member of Parliament. We want to thank you so much for joining us. And of course, our very own, the Honorable Sarah Mateche, who is a member of Parliament here. Please stand for recognition so your people can receive the Honorable Minister. We also have, as I mentioned, the Honorable Dr. Nicholas Kamara from Kabale and the Honorable Henry Musasizi from Rubanda East. Please stand also for recognition as members of Parliament and your other various capacities. Thank you very much. We want to let you know, our invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, including those of you who are watching us, that we are sharing this conversation on social media. We are using the hashtag #InvestInKigezi, but you're also allowed to use Invest in Uganda as the other hashtag that Uganda Investment Authority is using. Now that said, I take the pleasure of inviting the Director General of Uganda Investment Authority to come and make his remarks. And after that, you can invite the chairman, and the chairman knows who they will invite next. So it is easier for me to move the snake. So I want to start with you, DG. You're welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for the Director General.
Thank you, Masters of Ceremonies, Kasumba, Morris, thank you very much. The Chief Guest, Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Honorable Matia Kasaija, Minister of State for Investment and Privatization, Honorable Evelyn Anite, Minister of State for Youth and Children, Honorable Sarah Mateche, and also a local MP, Honorable Minister of State for Finance, General Duties, Honorable Musasizi, also an MP from Kigezi, members of Parliament from the Kigezi region, our brothers and sisters. Absolutely, he's one of us. Our brothers and sisters from DRC and Rwanda, Chairman of the Board, Uganda Investment Authority, Mr. Morrison Rwakakamba, our board members here present, Honorable Beatrice Mpeire, you should stand up and really get recognized, Honorable Beatrice Mpeire, board member UIA, Honorable Joshua, Mr. Joshua Mutambi, also a board member, Uganda Investment Authority, our MDAs, heads represented here. I can see our UBOS chairman here and UBOS Deputy ED here, Yuri, Executive Director, Professor Kwesiga here, our LC5 chairpersons here present, RDCs, religious leaders, our local leaders, Speaker, Mayor, Deputy Chairperson in Kisoro, our esteemed investors here present from Kigezi, my UIA colleagues here. I think you should stand up. Wherever UIA is, please stand up. I can see a lot of you there. Please, UIA colleagues, thank you for coming. Give them a hand. Our sponsors, Lagan Management. Wouldn't have done this without you. You know there's a squeeze, and you came in very handy to support us here. NBS and UBC, Morris was very modest. They are doing this for free. Live, NBS, live, UBC, it's free here. We're only giving Morris some water and the food from Kisoro and our Irish potatoes. But thank you very much, Kalisa and your team and UBC for doing this for us. Good afternoon to all of you. Good afternoon, everyone. Fantastic. Our chief guest, let me start by thanking you for honoring our invitation for this first ever Kigezi Investment and Free Zone Summit 2022. We don't take it for granted, Honorable. You have many things to do. You have taken time and come here to be with us. So thank you very much, Honorable Kasaija. Thank you. UIA conceptualized this summit as a platform to promote investment potential in Kigezi and the Kigezi region, districts including Kabale, Rukunjiri, Kanungu, and Kisoro. We hope, in particular, that this summit will showcase the investment profiles in this region and showcase them to our domestic and foreign investors, particularly from the ones neighboring us. We also hope to launch this industrial park. Honorable Minister, we hope you will launch this park today. This is a magnificent location. I don't know when you are traveling, if you are looking through the hills, if you look beyond those, they are not hills, they are mountain ranges. That is Rwanda, bordering the park on one side. To your left, to my right, beyond the eucalyptus trees, that is DRC. This industrial park is bordered on both sides by two countries. What a magnificent location, Honorable. I'm very sure whoever sets up industries here is a fantastic place to work. The kind of scenery, the weather, I've seen what Kasumba has been posting. I'm sure he's going to request that NBS puts their headquarters here when we do this. Honorable Minister, our chief guest, in his book titled A History of Kigezi in Southwest Uganda, Donald Denon says, if Uganda is a pearl of Africa, then Kigezi is the pearl of Uganda. Kigezi is absolutely the pearl of Uganda. It describes our beautiful mountains, our lakes, our curved, rugged slopes. You have been driving. Honorable, you flew, but I'm sure from up there you saw them. Our fertile plains. The region is endowed with the expansive blue lakes, isolated peaks in Virunga Mountains. You can see that. Apart from the magnificent scenery in Kigezi, it's also the epicenter of tourism in Uganda, our chief guest. Attractions ranging from the gorilla trekking in Bwindi impenetrable forest, trekking, tree climbing, lions in Ishasha, across in the sector around Queen Elizabeth, the Ishasha sector, there are tree climbing lions there. Golden monkey trekking in Mugahinga Gorilla National Park, bird watching in Echua Forest, hiking in Virunga volcanoes, in Mugahinga Gorilla National Park, and canoeing on Lake Mutanda. Really, there is a lot of the tourism potential here. But Kigezi goes beyond tourism, Honorable Chief Guest. It does not end in the tourism hotspots. We are endowed with very fertile soils here to support commercial farming. Tea, coffee. I know the best coffee in Mombasa and tea is from Kisoro. They use it to blend all the other coffees all over, but the best, you see the mountains, you see the acidic soils from here, really gives Kisoro tea and coffee a very specific flavor. So it is in high demand. Irish potatoes, we have someone here who is a huge Honorable Minister. He was telling us he gets a lot of his potatoes from here. Bananas, peas, sweet potatoes, there is a lot. But also our mineral base. Kigezi has iron ore, wolfram, tin, gold. There is a lot here. So we need to fully exploit these endowments to create wealth, Chief Guest. As His Excellency, the President of Uganda recently mentioned, prosperity does not come from having natural resources, fertile soils alone. We need to create wealth here. Prosperity is a result of wealth creation. Indeed, we believe that viable wealth creation can only be done through attracting investments in the 5 core areas. One is commercial agriculture. How can we go up that value chain to ensure we add value to our agriculture? Tourism, manufacturing, ICT, and services. Indeed, Kigezi has this. Tourism, manufacturing, agriculture, we are very well endowed. UIA, Chief Guest, recognizes that Kigezi cannot thrive on its own. We need a market for our products and services. In this regard, it's best that Kigezi and the industrial park that we put here targets regional markets. Recently, DRC joined the East African community. By a stroke of a pen, 80 million people joined us, quota-free, tariff-free. By a stroke of a pen, we now have a market of 300 million people in the East African community. Very soon, Chief Guest, Somalia is going to join the East African community. So the market is going to grow further. We have the common market of East and Southern Africa. Quota-free, tariff-free, 600 million people. You know, Chief Guest, about the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, 1.3 billion people, 3.4 trillion GDP. Remember, the markets are there. The markets for our products that we are going to produce in this industrial park are there. So we want to encourage investors to invest in value addition for agriculture and raw materials. We no longer want to export jobs. We don't want to get the raw iron ore, export it to another country. They build this, they do the steel and send it to us. You are giving them jobs. Let's do that here and keep the jobs in Uganda. let's have the finished products done here and exploit these vast markets. I know His Excellency, Honorable Minister, are working to ensure that our market access is unquestioned. So what we shall do with your leadership, Chief Guest, is we build the infrastructure here. World-class infrastructure, world-class roads, world-class sewage treatment plant. You know, now this is a very scenic tourist place. If we bring industries here, we have to ensure that the waste treatment is world-class. We need to, Mr. Chairman, as you said, the environment has to be kept as scenic as it is. So we look for a very smart, green industrial park here. Internet cabling, we shall bring that here, Chief Guest. Electricity to add value to our products here. And land will be given free for investors in this industrial park. His Excellency ordered us, land for investors should be free. We bring the infrastructure. As long as you show us the potential to invest, you'll get the land free and all the services. So UIA, Honorable Minister, we take our mandate of coordinating, encouraging, promoting, and facilitating investment in Uganda very seriously. So we shall deliver for our domestic and foreign investors. I would like to call them international investors. They are not foreign. They are part of us, our domestic and international investors. A wide range of fiscal and non-fiscal incentives. We will give, for example, some of them 100% tax exemption on agro-processing. I don't know if our friend who is doing the chips here has accessed the 100% on agro-processing. Please, our team is here, One Stop Center is there, go and get a license and let's start talking. Secondly, access to our parks. We said with $50,000 US minimum for a domestic investor, you can access land in our industrial parks. But plant and machinery, I'm very sure one of our investors who made these chips here imported his plant and machinery and paid tax. But if you are registered with the Uganda Investment Authority, have our license, your plant and machinery for value addition is tax-free. So I encourage you really to look at this opportunity. All the investors who are coming here, ensure that you get our license, the one-stop center. We shall ensure that you get these benefits. And they are more actually for domestic investors than they are for the threshold is lower for our domestic partners. So really think about it, join us. But UIA will go ahead and prepare feasibility studies and bankable projects that will be accessed free for investors. There is that book Morris showed us around. One of our jobs really is let us go, use our government resources, prepare bankable projects, feasible projects with a clear return on investments. If you have $100,000, the return on investment is 5 years in honey processing, we do that for you and give it to you free. And we go across the board, even if you have 50, 100, $200,000, $1 million, 10 million. We shouldn't leave anyone behind. So instead of putting up all these very huge malls, come and we give you a bankable project and manufacture and access these markets in the region. Chief Guest, Honorable Minister, I would like to thank you again, really, not just for coming here, but for the leadership at Ministry of Finance, and Honorable Anite, Chief Guest, for the laser focus on industrialization in Uganda. I know I knock on your door every time, but your door is always open for us, and I can see the focus on ensuring jobs for this country and industrialization happen. So thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Can we have a very serious clap? I'm going to start, please. Honorable Minister, Ministers, thank you very much for that. But I'd also like to thank the government, His Excellency, the President, particularly for securing the person and property in Uganda. That is very critical. At the end of the day, investors are people. They will bring their families here, so the security of the person is very important. Uganda is the friendliest country in the region, but also the safest, in my view. So the security of person and property is very clear. You investors are people. You can come with your families, come here, you are safe. So thank you very much, His Excellency. But also, the investments you're going to put here, property, the security of property is guaranteed here. You invest without any issue. So for that, I want to thank specifically here, the RDC and your security team for what has gone behind this to ensure everything happens very well. Security team has done very well. RDC, stand up, RDC. Lieutenant Colonel Kafureka, you are there, sitting at the back, but I know you are coordinating. The DPC, Mr. Musi, where are you? Thank you very much, really, for ensuring security of person and property. And I'm sure when we leave, when our industrialists come here, that is going to continue to be the case. So as investors, don't worry about security, don't worry about anything, everything is sorted. Let me also thank the local leadership of Kisoro. Of course, our elders. Muzei Mateche has gone, and I've seen Muzei Buchanayandi here. Please, Muzei, I know you can't stand. The former Minister of Agriculture, Muzei Buchanayandi, those are our leaders. When we came to sell the idea of industrial park development, we went there first to these leaders, and really it was quite easy for them to buy that. Our MPs from Kisoro and the region, thank you very much. LC5 chairman, speaker, local council, local leaders, really for embracing industrialization. You see, when we came the last time, led by Honorable Anite, when Kisoro told us we have 620 acres. I'm also from here, it's like, but 620 acres in these hills. When you're driving from Kavale, coming down, going, where are these 620 acres going to be? And we drove into this place and looked at 620 acres in these hills. And the leadership has zoned it for industrialization. They can do a lot of things here, plant, agriculture, or whatever. They've said, let's do this for agriculture, for industrialization in this region. For me, that's an absolutely huge buy-in from the community. So I want to thank our local leaders. Please, can we have a big clap for them? Thank you for local leadership for this. And I know the industrial park will not be will be with you here. You're going to have a very big part to play. Our different investors are going to come globally from the region. Actually, we'll also encourage our partners in DRC, in Rwanda, come and put an industry here. Why not? So that and we know you will welcome them in our normal way in Kisoro. So really, let me thank the sponsors again. Lagan Management, thank you very much. NBS again. UBC, I thank you very much for your support. And of course, the Minister of Finance, led by Honorable Kasaija, and represented here Honorable Anite and Honorable Musasizi. Thank you very much for that. Our organizers, UIA, led by our Director of Investment, Promotion and Business Development, Martin Muhanji, you please stand. Thank you very much for your support. I know we have been pushing quite a lot, but I thank you. You can see the results. So, Honorable Minister, guests, allow me to wish you all very fruitful deliberations and a safe journey back home. But I pray that you spend another at least 2 days here. I'm going to ask the board chair to allow me to go. Honorable Minister, let me go back on Wednesday. I need really to go and see these hills. So I'll see you on Wednesday, Honorable Minister, in Kampala. And I encourage all of you, don't just go away from here. Visit Kisoro. See what this region has for you. So I thank you very much for God and my country. Thank you. Sorry. Let me take this singular role really to invite the chairman of the board of Uganda Investment Authority, Mr. Morrison Rwakakamba, to come and address us. Thank you.
Kisoro here delivered very tall people. I sometimes get very embarrassed to even take a photograph with this gentleman. And you could see, you can see that he's very much feeling at home, very nostalgic, and he wants to stay. Our chief guest, the Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Development, the Honorable Matia Kasaija Akiki, you're very welcome to Kigezi. The Honorable Ministers present on the front row, the members of Parliament from the Kigezi region, the Chairman LC5 and your Council, the RDC, and your team, security and others. My colleagues, the board members who have been fully introduced. The Director General of Uganda Investment Authority and your team of directors and other staff members who have made this happen. The business community, who are the most really important people that brought us here, because the actualization of this park is going to be driven by the business people, the people with money. You're very, very welcome to Kibaya and the community. Let me on the onset say that I believe that two things since the creation of this republic called Uganda have really happened. The first one is the national resistance movement revolution that delivered peace and security. And I know very well that our chief guest was very much part of coining of that revolution and executing it. The second thing that I also want to state that has happened to this country is the NRM-led industrial revolution. Because it is that revolution that is going to deliver prosperity for the people of Uganda, the people of region, and the people of Africa. So therefore, like many others, I believe that put precisely the two tenets of the national resistance movement ideology, it is security and prosperity. So I thank President General Yoweri Museveni for the thoughtful leadership, consistency that is delivering us to where we are moving. That's why we are in Kibaya. So my brother, Chairman LC5, Nduguzuru Pai, the revolution is here. I also want to thank the elders and the leaders and the community of Kisoro for preserving this land, 620 acres in this land-constrained region. Thank you so much. I want to believe that, and I strongly believe that this summit also signifies the commitment of the NRM government to private sector development and it indicates renewed focus to further increase the promotion of Uganda's abundant investment potential. It also enhances the partnership between the Uganda Investment Authority and Ugandan business community to ensure that we invest and export from here and make more money. The Uganda Investment Authority is therefore keen to promote Kigezi region to the regional investors and the business community to invest in our economy, specifically in agriculture and agro-value addition, education, infrastructure, ICT, tourism-related infrastructure, and other activities. And the region already is a very, very strong production area for coffee, tea, processed fruits, Irish, grains, fish, handcrafts, among others. And I know that this function is being broadcast on TV and on Zoom. So clearly, the chief guest, the whole world is watching Kisoro, is watching Kibaya. So that's why I wanted to kind of broaden it a bit, speak about Uganda. And say number one, Uganda has proven itself to be highly stable over the past 30 years under HE President Museveni, and Uganda continues to experience clear political stability, democratic progress, and economic growth. And these are not just my words. The source is from the US Department of Commerce, which also states that Uganda is fully peaceful and secure border to border. So for all the investors all over the world, wherever you are, this is the Uganda where you need to come and invest. Number two, and also according to the World Bank, Uganda has one of the lowest crime rates and most stable inflation in East Africa. that average is around 4 to 5%. 3, Uganda is also the most open economy to foreign direct investment within the East African community. There are no restrictions to ownership of investments, movement of capital, or foreign exchange. Foreign direct investment track record shows net FDI inflows of nearly over 1 billion a year on average. And the source for this is the World Bank. Number 4, Uganda also has excellent working and living environment. It is rated as the 3rd most welcoming country in the world and 4th best country in the whole world to visit. Uganda has excellent housing and international schools and lowest cost of living in the region. And this is the benchmark from Financial Times Limited. So if you are an investor, you can bring here your family, meaning that your kids will go to the best schools, we have good hospitals, so it is the place to be. Uganda also has the fastest growing workforce in the region and flexible labor regulations, a key advantage for companies investing in labor-intensive operations. The average annual growth is at 3.9, and the average labor cost for unskilled and skilled population, excluding social security costs, is 440, which is the lowest in the East African community region. And you see, also for Uganda, why investors like it so much is that Uganda's young people are not just skilled, they are also trainable. Even if they don't know about science, about machine work, because they speak English, they studied mathematics, our curriculum is very good and transformed. Once they are, they are trained quickly and they get the job done. And the property costs in Uganda are competitive with industrial shed monthly rents ranging 4 to 6 USD per square meter. And we have a large and growing domestic market of 40 million people. We are strategically located in the heart of Africa with a combined market population of over 700 million in East African community and commercial region. And recently, as you are aware, the East African community welcomed DRC into its growing family, giving investors in Uganda access to new markets, opportunities for growth, and the EAC now offers a combined market-driven economy of 226 million people and a GDP of 243 billion United States dollars. And Uganda has also ratified the African Continental Free Trade Area, removing barriers inter- and intra-Africa trade. The large continental market access is supported by access to external markets under special agreements with over 6,000 products eligible for US markets under the rubric of the African Growth and Opportunities Act, commonly known as AGOA, and quota-free and tax-free access to all products into the European Union under what we call the EBA. Everything else but arms. If you are not exporting, Kalashnikovs or guns to Europe, it means everything else quota-free as long as you meet the quality. I have seen my friend, Honorable Msekura here, who is the chairman of Uganda National Bureau of Standards. As long as you meet Msekura's standards, where are you? Stand up for recognition. That's the chairman of the board of Uganda National Bureau of Standards. So good to see you here. So to our valued investors, they begin their journey by applying for and being issued with an investment license. And through this license, investors gain access to incentives to assist them commence operations in the country. They include provision of land in the industrial parks, like the Director General mentioned, generous and competitive tax incentives, and coordinated institutional support from over 13 government agencies at Uganda Investment Authority's one-stop center, and most of them have been introduced. The Director General already talked about the tax rebates that we have that are very generous compared to the region. So therefore, I want to say that while investing in Uganda, we are guided by what we call a triple bottom line. And that triple bottom line, it is the people. We are focused on people, we are focused on profit, and we are focused on the planet. So whatever we do is environmentally, we pursue environmental integrity into our investments. So this is why all the investments you see around the country, that's why NEMA, they all have environmental impact assessments. Whether it is in the oil sector, whether it is in the mineral sector, everything we do has environmental integrity, because we have got credible, we believe in the protection of the planet for today and the future. Therefore, on behalf of the Investment Authority, allow me to once again thank all of you for honoring our invitation and be part of Kigezi Industrial Park and Free Zone Summit. Thank you so much. Morris, am I supposed to invite somebody? Oh, it is my profound pleasure, therefore, to invite the new Christian Mama Chivaya, the Minister of Investment and Privatization, the Honorable Evelyn Anite.
Thank you, the Chairman, Uganda Investment Authority, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, my Senior Minister, Honorable Matia Kasaija, my father, and the Chief Guest of the Kigezi Investment and Free Zones Summit, my colleague, Minister of State for Finance in charge general duties, and also the area representative minister, because of all the ministers in Kigezi, he's the only one who has been here, who is present. I want to ask my brother and friend, Honorable Henry Musasizi, to take that podium. Honorable Musasizi, let's clap for him. Thank you very, very much for honoring our invitation. My sister, the Minister of State for Gender, Labor and Social Development, but particularly for Youth and Children, Honorable Sarah Mateke, thank you very, very much for honoring our invitation. And please just go near your brother there, because you're going to speak before I speak, actually. The members of Parliament from Kigezi, Honorable Sarah, I would like you to take this chair near me here. The area host member of Parliament of Chibaya, Honorable Anitamana Kamaramana. Please come and take your seats. I want all the area members of Parliament, please just come up. All area members of Parliament, if you know that you're called Honorable MP, please come up. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Honorable Minister of Ethics and Integrity and former Minister of Ethics and Integrity. I call you Honorable Minister of Ethics and Integrity because through you I was able to realize and know what ethics and integrity is, with your very wonderful English, soft-spoken voice, very articulate man. Please come and take your seat, Honorable, and thank the people of Kisoro for returning him to Parliament. The former Minister of Agriculture, please come up. Thank you very, very much. You have microphones next to you. I just want to recognize you and ask you to stand. Thank you very, very much. The Mayor of Kisoro, please stand up. I want to thank you in a very, very special way. Actually, he calls himself the governor. What is the governor again? The chairman, LC5, the governor. Thank you very, very much for hosting us. Ladies and gentlemen, I also want in a very special way recognize the chairman of Uganda Investment Authority, the Director General of Uganda Investment Authority, the board members of Uganda Investment Authority. If you're a board member of Uganda Investment Authority, please stand up. Thank you very, very much for supporting Uganda Investment Authority and industrializing Uganda. I want to recognize all the staff of Uganda Investment Authority. You are the reason that I shine. Please stand up. With your Director General, the DG, all the staff of Uganda Investment Authority, I recognize you in your capacity. Our esteemed investors, just for the chief guest, because it is an accountability program for me, because he is my immediate supervisor, Honorable Matia Kasaija. I want to tell him that the investors are in the room. Please just stand up for recognition. And the world sees that you're here. All our investors, please do stand up. Very, very good. Thank you very much. Honorable Matia, I do know that you have to leave before we will have all the other presentations. So allow me to recognize all the MDAs, because we have Yuri here. Yuri, please, would you like to stand up just for recognition? We have UNBS. UNBS, please stand up. We have URA. URA is there, Honorable Minister. They will make presentation. Here we mean business. We have Uganda Electricity Transformation, UETCL. UETCL, please stand up. Very good. We do have ERA, the regulator. Honorable Minister, they're there. Very good. Thank you very much. Engineer Ziria has sent a representative. Honorable Minister, why I want you to see these agencies and MDAs is because you are not going to attend the presentation. However, we will have a detailed government strategy of how we intend to develop this industrial park. And I will be speaking shortly to that, but as I make Honorable Minister to speak, before I make my speech and eventually invite you, I want to ask Lagan Management, please do stand up for recognition, because I want Honorable Matia to see you. Senior, why I want to introduce them is that Lagan Management is going to come and immediately from tomorrow on Monday, start the feasibility study of this industrial park. And Lagan Management will not only do feasibility study of the industrial park, but also the road that stretches from the main up to this park. They will do that and develop that infrastructure, thanks to His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Please do sit again through UK Finance, and we will come to you because you're the one in charge of the budget and the loan and borrowing. We would come to Ministry of Finance. I sit in finance with you, but this time asking you that you should approve the loan from UK Export Finance to be able to finance the infrastructure development of this industrial park. So everything is in the pipeline. Before I deliver my speech, allow me ask my colleague minister to say something, and then I will ask the honorables that I've asked in front here to say 1 or 2 words before I invite Honorable Matia.
Thank you, my sister Honorable Anite, our senior minister, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Just a few words. Number one is to welcome my boss to the region where I come from. I am happy to see him here. I'm sure this is my first time to host him ever since I started working with him at the ministry. Honorable Matia Kasaija, you are most welcome to Kigezi region. I come from just near here, the next district, Rubanda district. And I work as a state minister for general duties since June 2011. No, since June 2021. 2011 is when I became an MP. That's why it's stuck into my mind. One point to make. I am responsible, together with the team under his leadership, we are responsible for building a strong economic base. And a strong economic base is that economy which is able to respond to the key challenges affecting our population, particularly job creation. To achieve this, we must create an enabling business environment. We must create an operating environment which is favorable for our investors. And this is the reason why we are here. Anita will tell you more. We took a decision to establish industrial parks in the 18 sub-regions we have in the country, with a view of taking services nearer to the people and also nearer to the markets. I am glad that today we are here to commission the Kigezi Kisoro Industrial Park. What will this industrial park bring? That is what you should clap for. The industrial park here will bring investors. Once the investors come here, they will eat our food, they will employ our children, we shall put the necessary infrastructure in terms of roads, in terms of electricity, in terms of water, and the security of the area will also be enhanced. I'm sure once all this comes, our people will be able to produce goods to sell here and also in other markets like Congo and others. You have heard we have a component of free zones. The free zones component focuses largely on production for export. Whereas the industrial park will produce for our domestic market and foreign, but the component of free zones will enable production of our goods for export to other countries. The people who will be producing here will have incentives. I am a specialist in taxation. I always focus on tax incentives. The people who will be producing in this industrial park will have enormous tax incentives as clearly stipulated in our tax laws and as we continue to improve them from time to time. Lastly, 3 points I'd like to make. Last week when I addressed the MPs on finance, budget, and National Economy Committee in Entebbe Free Zones Park, which we're establishing, I told them 3 things. Number 1 is that if we are to achieve the investment environment we want, we must work towards reducing the cost of money. The cost of money for investment should have a favorable interest rate. And we want to believe we have UDB in this room. Yeah. By the time we end this engagement, they should be able to tell you the opportunities we offer through UDB. We should have an environment where we have the free, not free, but cheap cost of electricity. The President has already directed us, we are working with him, to see that this place has a 132 kV power line, which will bring the cheapest electricity that these investors will want. Not only strong, but also we shall, as much as possible, make it cheap to be affordable for the investors. Number 3 is the cost of transport. The transport cost, as much as possible, must be cheap. We are looking at various options. Yes, we have already done a lot for this area, but we think the cheapest transport should be railway and water transport. Once we produce goods here, these goods will be able to move. We are already in advanced stages of establishing the iron ore factory in Moko. All these will need transport facilitation, which is cheaper to enable the investors do business and be able to leverage on the costs I have talked about. With these few, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you once again for coming in big numbers. I want to thank my senior minister for sacrificing time out of his busy schedule. And I want to thank my sister, Honorable Anite, for passionately working on the portfolio of investment.
Thank you.
Actually, it is her brand at the ministry. We know when we talk about the portfolio of investment, Anita is our brand. And I really want to thank her for passionately building this brand and also bringing these investors. When I look at the kind of people who are here, you can't imagine they can come to this bush, Honorable Minister. It is really amazing. Thank you, Honorable Anita.
Thank you.
There is a group this side. When you are introducing categories, this group does not stand. I feel we should know which group is this. But when I look into them, as a leader in this place, there are many familiar faces. We want to recognize the business community from this region, Honorable Minister. Can they stand for recognition? The business community from Kigezi sub-region. And in the
Honorable Minister, you may want to do a translation. The only time they stand up is when we speak in that wonderful language. So that young lady there usually does that so that we can see them. Please, can you translate what the minister said so that we see all of them stand? They know money more than, they know money. Not all of them stood, Honorable Minister. That's why I want all of them to stand. They know money language more than the English.
And in a special way, before she otakaga mbiro ruchiga rufumbira, harimu Cyril Mujenyi is our chairman for the Entrepreneurs League, NRM Entrepreneurs League for Rwanda District. So chogambamu.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. God bless you.
Wakoze Minister. Thank you very much. Yarari kuvuga ngo abashoramari, abacuruzi bo muri Kigezi na cyane ba hano muri Kisoro, kuko nitwebwe tugiye gutangirana kubaka hano no kuhateza imbere mu by'ubucuruzi. Yarababwiye ngo muhaguruke mwese babarebe yuko turi capable nanga se yuko dushoboye ko tugiye kuzana hano iterambere. Abacuruzi ba Kisoro na Kigezi yose
babirese,
abacuruzi mwese, abacuruzi, Prime Minister wa Kingdom nababonye mwese, Mutware Moses, aba ni abacuruzi ba hano muri Kisoro, kandi nareba naba Honorable Odo nabo nibakorera byo bushobozi kuri Kabare na Ruchiga na Rubanda, nimwe mwe bari kwija muri Kisoro.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Then just Honorable Minister, I'd like to ask you to sit next to your sister there. But as I asked the Honorable Minister Sarah, the Minister of State for Youth and Children, to take the podium and say something. I know, my senior minister, you only gave me 1 hour before you can take off. I'm going to make the rest of our colleagues to say not just 1 minute, and then I'll invite you to speak. Is that okay, sir? Thank you. Honorable Sarah.
Thank you, my colleague, Honorable Anita Evelyn. Our chief guest, Honorable Matia Kasaija, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, welcome to Kisoro. My colleagues, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Members of Parliament, heads of different MDAs, the leaders from Kigezi, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The name is Nyirabashiti Sarah Mateke. Most of them fear pronouncing that long name and normally shorten to the 2 names. And I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to Kisoro District, the most beautiful district in the world that God created with all the time and He designed it. My chairman said that he dumped. He did not dump. God decided to design it so that you can see the art in Kisoro. And I want to welcome you to breathe the fresh air in Kisoro. I want to thank my colleague, Honorable Anite. When she came here, the last time we were here, I couldn't imagine that what she was speaking could really come to be true. I want to thank you.
Thank you.
For really now making the dream come true in Kisoro district. And I would request abantu ba Kisoro munyambe tumukomera mashi. I was telling her that Kisoro, we are proud of being NRM and supporters of NRM. When we are here in Kisoro, we sleep while our colleagues are running. So for us, we really know the meaning of security. Imagine you are just here, others are running. For us, we are sleeping. So if we don't really appreciate NRM, we shall be very wrong. What are we looking at as Kisoro district and what we think we are going to benefit from the industrial park? One, we believe that our raw materials are going to be used. Secondly, the jobs, and when it comes to the Ministry of Youth, Honorable Anite was in that ministry before I went to that ministry. She knows what it means when every youth is coming to your door and they want jobs. I believe that this is going to create enough jobs both for the skilled and unskilled. And of course, we shall improve the standard of living for our people in Kisoro. We shall not all be in the industrial park. I believe that others are going to benefit indirectly. Abachuruzi bari hano, you forgive me and I short wave. Twese ntago ariko twashobora gukora za factory. Nabonye hano abacuruzi babunagana, nabonye hano abacuruzi bo mu town. Twese ntago ariko twabona isente zo gutangira factory, ariko twashobora kubaka. Abari kuza hano twubaka amazu yacu bayaryamemo. Ubwo ndi kubibiraho mwege mucenge. Honorable Chief Guest, we want to thank you for loving Kisoro. Of course, that road coming to Kisoro was another gateway for us to reach where we have reached, and we want to appreciate and thank the government of Uganda and especially our President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. I want to tell the investors that investing in Kisoro, you will not be wrong and you will not go wrong. I was telling the neighbors I was seated with, starting from the word salt, you need to just do a feasibility study and you go to the border of DRC, just here, a few meters. Just sit and watch and see the trade that is taking, everything, starting from salt to other things. Everything is coming from Uganda going to DRC. I believe when you invest here, you will not go wrong. And I believe when the industries are created here, the proximity of one industry benefits the next. The unfinished product of a specific sector can be a raw material for the other. And hence these industries will help us to reduce on transportation that my colleague has been talking about, and of course, implementation costs. I want to appreciate the gentleman who was here, Chief Guest, before you came, when he said that Kisoro produces the best Irish potatoes. That is the whole truth. If you have not tested, Honorable Minister, just tell me and I carry a sack for you in the morning and then you test. We have the best Irish potatoes. Maybe the biggest challenge that we are having, I don't know whether the Narrow people are here. Is there anybody from Narrow? We are requesting for seed, foundation seed, so that we can produce better. The Chiniji he was talking about, my former Minister of Agriculture knows very well that of late the Chiniji we are producing is not the best. We need the foundation seed so that we can produce the best. Of late there is another one I even saw which is even sweeter than Chiniji called Point. I don't know where they get those names from. But I believe if we work with Narrow, will be able to get the best seed. Honorable Chief Guest and the investors, I want to inform you that people in Kisoro are very hardworking. There is enough labor. We will not need to go and look for labor elsewhere. My colleague was telling me that you people, you work, even work in the stones. I said here, we were gifted by God. You plant a bean in the stone, and tomorrow you will eat. Am I lying? Those who come from Kisoro know. And before I wind up, I would want to take this opportunity to recognize the civil servants. The civil servants from different districts. I saw the cow of Rwanda, Alex Kwizera. I don't know whether others are also here. We also have civil servants from Kisoro district. If they are here, please you stand up. The technical people. I saw the cow of Kisoro who presented. I saw the district engineer, the commercial officer, the town clerk. We appreciate you for coming here. I cannot leave here without also introducing the politicians from Kisoro. I saw the district councillors here, councillors from Bunagana Town Council. Please stand up for recognition. I saw here the district councillors. The speaker of the district is there. There is one who has refused to stand up, Agaba and Machari. I think they are not district councillors. Nangemfuge murufumbira niho barachenga. Ba councillors ba Kisoro. Muhaguruke nabone ba Jerome ba Agaba. Mwese ndabazi. So don't hide. I know you all. Thank you for coming. Stop being shy. When you're a councillor, you're a councillor. You will move to another level with time. I'll just leave this for you. By the way, I saw here even the commissioner from prisons. Mutkware Hilary Bisanga, you're welcome. And I know that you're a very serious investor. You're going to invest here. Thank you so much for coming. I can only leave this word for you. I think the power to do something of value, whether the result is good, is a good thing or a bad thing, depends on how it is used. But the power is to value it. Thank you so much, and may God bless you. For investors, I want to assure you that Kisoro is the most safe, the most beautiful. We have the labor. Please come and invest. You will not get it wrong. Thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much. Honorable Sarah Mateke, the Minister of State for Children and Youth. Please clap for her. Give her a bigger hand clap. So, Honorable Minister, the Chief Guest, I'm going to give our senior leaders in this region just 1 minute to say hello and tell us how prepared they are, and I give my speech and invite you. We'll start with the most senior, and that is the Minister Emeritus for Agriculture. No, you can speak on, just press that microphone, sir.
The Chief Guest, Honorable Anite, other ministers present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I will introduce myself, Buchanan is my name, as a career civil servant who retired, then joined parastatals, retired, and became a cabinet minister, retired. So I'm double retired. Now, I want to share with you the little experience I have, that I'm a small investor in Kisoro here. I have 60 acres of tea, but I'm not making money out of that tea in a real sense, because I would have wished to add value to that tea. And there are numerous crops grown here, starting from coffee, iced potatoes, beans, onions, you name it. All of them have commercial value if only you know what to do. And at the moment, they're not paying the owners. The only people benefiting by that are the middlemen buying and selling those commodities. So when I heard about the investment in agriculture, I was extremely delighted, because this is the way to go if we are to develop this area and the country at large. The vast majority of Ugandans are in agriculture, and therefore adding value to the produce would be an advantage. And so this meeting should put emphasis on adding value to agriculture. We'll have another investment made in education, And education, of course, is something that is basic, required for all of us, for our children, grandchildren, and therefore that's who I am. But I want to emphasize the fact that the starting point would be adding value in agriculture. And when I was a minister, I was able to get some industry here, and I think some of them are moving. Tea is being processed, but we need more of those plants. Milk is being processed here. Irish potato factory exists, but it's not functioning properly. But that's a simple matter, it's an administrative matter which can be sorted out. All and all, since I'm expected not to take much time, I thank all of you who have organized this meeting, and I encourage all people here to invest in whatever they can, particularly agriculture and other industries. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Buchanayandi, the Minister of Agriculture Emeritus. Thank you for looking very stunning, even in retirement. That means that my retirement equally will look as yours. I'm hopeful. We want to now ask the former Minister of Ethics and Integrity, and now the Member of Parliament, to say something.
Thank you very much, MC, Honorable Minister, the Chief Guest, and all of you in your respective titles, and ladies and gentlemen. I really want to say two things. The first one is to say God has remembered this part of this country, and the potential to revolutionarily see a new district is incredible. And so we want to thank God for that. But also, Madam Chair, MC, let me say this, that Africa is the only region in the world with the kind of resources no other part of the world has. But Africa is the poorest. Those who don't have what we have, we depend on them. They take our resources, use them, and give us a little bit of what they have made out of our resources. I am hoping that this development will begin to change that shameful situation where we who are in this part of the world are dependent on others. That must stop, and I want to appeal to you to do all we can to make sure we get out of this state of dependence that we continue to see. I want to thank the Uganda Investment Authority for this amazing gift, the President indeed, the ministers, and all of you who are going to invest in this part of the world to ensure that our people do live more decently than they have been so far.
Thank you. We would ask the Member of Parliament from Kigezi to also say hello. Honorable, I am ashamed that I have not, Brian is his name?
Nicholas.
Nicholas. Honorable, I am
you.
ashamed that I have not crammed your name because I am busy industrializing the country.
Oh, thank you so much, Honorable Minister. The chief guest, Honorable Matia Kasaija in absentia. I know he's coming back. Honorable Ministers, colleagues, MPs, the UAIF fraternity, political leaders, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very excited to be here today on behalf of Kabale municipality, which is the gateway to the whole of Kigezi region. My name is Dr. Nicholas Kamara. I'm a member of parliament for Kabale municipality. My background is medicine and medical industry, and therefore medical investment. And I own a small clinic in Kabale and Mbarara. And I think one of the things that has not been mentioned here is the medical industry. Imagine a modern hospital here attracting all the Congolese and all the Rwandese and all the Kisoro people, how much it would make a difference here and how a good investment would be. Secondly, I want to say that as the members of parliament from Kigezi, definitely we shall support this venture in any way humanly possible. but we shall, in my view, let us make sure that we get as much as possible genuine investors, not investors who will come here promising heaven on earth, and finally they are asking government now to give them money. That one we should now be very careful and fight it. The second thing as parliamentarians and Ugandans that we should fight is that we should have a brand of our genuine crops. Because I've not traveled so much like the Minister of Investment, but I've traveled somehow, and I've not found anywhere where you have tasted pineapples, tasted Irish potatoes, tasted sweet potatoes like those of Uganda. We must fight genetically modified crops, and we maintain our crops. I have also seen a very good potential here in stones. There is a lot of stone. There are a lot of stones here, and I think we can actually use them for so many things. One of them, we can crush them. Secondly, we can use them for houses. Thirdly, I think somehow like cement can come out. And lastly, I have seen the bankable projects that have been forwarded by the Uganda Investment Authority. I hope we can also remember the cottage industries. I don't want to say much. I want to say Uganda is the best country for those who don't know, but Kigezi is the best area and the best region. Please come and invest in Kigezi. For God and my country, I want to thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nicholas. I've known your name, and one thing we have in common is that you're in the gateway of Kigezi sub-region. I'm at the gate of West Nile.
Thank you.
Now I want to give the opportunity for Honorable Kamara, who is also a local investor.
He's also Kamara, right?
Yes, please, Honorable. I know that you only like to speak while standing because you'll dance a little bit. So we are allowed to make you to speak.
Our chief guest, Honorable Muzei Matia Kasaija, Honorable Ministers, my colleagues, members of Parliament, my brothers and sisters who are here, everybody in his or her respective dignity. I want to thank you, our guest of honor, to come here in Kisoro, and I'm glad to tell you that I am the happiest person today to host you here and hosting all of these investors and all of you. Let me request everybody we clap for our people and really we thank them for coming. Honorable Minister, I want to thank in a special way my sister Anitemana. When she came here, we gave her a very nice name, and she went very happy with the name Anitemana. Today she has received another name, and now she has promised that she's also going to be most of her time to remain here, industrializing Kisoro and industrializing Kigezi. I want to thank everybody, my brother Mukiza and others, but important to say here today, I'm not speaking here too much as a politician and as an MP of this constituency, but also as a local investor here. One, I want to give the apologies of my colleague, Honorable Seruganda. He's in Arusha on government duty. Then secondly, Honorable Minister, you clearly know that you have been paying us people of Kisoro money for tea. I'm glad to tell you that now we have myself and other farmers over 3,000 acres of tea that would need to be processed. And I'm starting the process as I was discussing it with you, Honorable Minister. And I invite any partner who may come in because already raw materials are there. And I have started, we are in the process of putting a very big factory for tea. If any person interested, he can come and partner with us. I'm an investor registered with the Uganda Investment Authority. They licensed Bgindi Mugahinga Rural Agricultural Industrial Park that happened where I'm the director. Honorable Minister and our guest, at one time, I saw some factories here in Kisoro, between Bwindi and Mugahinga. I said, where are these factories? Immediately I bought some equipment, lorries, bus, and I would put there Bwindi Mugahinga Rural Agricultural Industrial Park. People said I was not serious. I was trying to say, is it in Bwindi, is it in Mugahinga, until I registered even in the company. But fortunately enough, I want to thank this younger daughter of yours, Honorable Minister, plus my brother Mukiza and the others. When they came here and were handing over this land, we said, now this is going to be a serious matter. Special thanks goes to Kisoro District leadership, our district chairman, and other leaders here. This is a project that we should nurse. We should carry on our back like a baby. And I want to warn anybody, and this is a serious warning. These people from Kisoro, in any case, someone brings a controversial matter on industrialization of Kigezi and industrial park here in Kisoro, we shall all gang against you. We can find you even in your home to answer such a questions. Yes, this is not a joke. There's no joke. Then, Honorable Minister, I want to thank the Speaker of Kisoro District and his council. Speaker, stand up and your councillors will clap for you. He's my witness, my brother Mukiza. During one night, Honorable Minister, I was taking my kasoda called Black Rebel. There is a man, my brother from here in Kisoro, that annoyed me. It's called Kwizera. Yes, you've reminded me. Kwizera is an investor. That is a small boy, not big. He entered at fairway, everybody was clapping. Investor, investor, investor. I said I will not take any more drink, and I'm driving to Kisoro. I was with my brother Speaker. We organized it immediately. The people of Kisoro, the leadership, they moved the motion, seconded by the chairman, LC5. We gave out to this land, and we are the first ones in Uganda to give this biggest land, and this is why I'm very happy that we are considering Kisoro as the #1 industrial park in Uganda. I'm very much happy, my sister Niteman. Before COVID, you remember those ones who were there in Bunagana. I remember telling my brother, General Katumba Wamara, about this road of ours, and I want to thank a government going to Congo, this of Bunagana. I told him also of another alternative road, because when anything happens with this road, we don't have any alternative. Before COVID, I called my colleagues, my brothers and sisters in Congo. We had a meeting at Busanza. We agreed to work on a road between Busanza border in Kisoro district to meet this one of Congo. Only 17 kilometers, Honorable Minister. 17 kilometers in Congo and 17 kilometers here in Uganda. As we are about to start, I called my brother, Raphael Magezi. He agreed to give us tractors to work on that road. I was providing fuel with my brothers in Congo. As we are about to start, COVID came in. I want to request you, this road must also be incorporated within these contracts of dot services, so that now here Bunagana is closed, at least we are now using Busanza. This should be taken as a serious matter. In short, as I conclude, investors in the whole world, investors who are here, Kisoro is a potential, Kigezi is a potential. We have serious iron ore here in Kisoro and in Rwanda. We have and Kanungu. We have here near us, Wolfram. Here we have lava ash. This is stones. Something called pozorana, and we add in some lime, which is behind here in Busanza. We start producing cement here instead of getting it somewhere very far. We have here a lot of mineral deposits in Rubuguri. Now I'm talking about tea factory, because now I can manage to feed at least 2 lines. With the others, we can feed three lines. We are talking about coffee here, and we are talking about tourism. Honorable Minister, we have here a lot of potential. We request that the funders, the banks, and also other investors should come here immediately. And I want to thank you that you've introduced these ones who are going, these investors who are going to modernize here. We are going to get these good roads and also all sorts of facilities. I want to thank my colleagues, members of parliament. When we are at the floor of parliament, this should be really pushed, and we make sure we achieve it as early as possible. I want to thank you very much. Actually, let me thank the leadership of Nyarubuye and the leadership of Muramba that managed to safeguard this land. Nyarubuye sub-county and Muramba sub-county. I want to thank the cow, the custodian of all land in Kisoro, and district leadership. Those ones who have been leading Kisoro and the ones that are there today. I want to thank you. I want to thank Abunagana Town Council and Rukundo Town Council. Let us cooperate. Abanyarubuye, Abanyabunagana, tayandi majambere tuzigera tubona angana gutya. Nta n'umunsi nagumwe hari hazapfa haje imodoka zingana gutya ngo muzibone hano n'aba batware bose ahangaha. Ubu nibwo bukire dufite, so let us take this one and handle it like a glass so that we don't break it. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Let us put our hands together for all our leaders as they take their seats. Thank you, honorable ministers and honorable members of parliament, serving and former. Honorable Senior Minister Matia Kasaija, I call him senior all times. Okay. Thank you, honorable ministers. Senior Minister, I just wanted, because I started introduction, and before I go deep into my speech, allow me introduce to you UTB. Please, anyone from UTB, please do stand up. UTB is represented here. Honorable Minister, we have all the councillors and LC3 chairpersons from Kigezi sub-region. I want to ask them to stand up so that you can see them. Honorable Minister, we have State House being represented here. His Excellency the President is represented by his personal assistant, private secretary, my sister Irene. Please stand up. Your husband has been doing an excellent job. That very handsome man there is already taken. Please don't look at him. That's the lady responsible. Irene, thank you. Please clap because she's an in-law in this territory. Is this how you treat your in-laws? Clap properly, that's your in-law. And she works in State House. Thank you for coming and representing State House. We have Yuri. I already introduced Yuri. UNBS, I did introduce. UCAA. Can we see them stand up? Thank you very much for coming. Honorable Minister, that will mark it for the introduction. But if you look behind, I know when you just stepped up briefly, you saw the magnitude of people seated out there. All those people you see there are very eager for industrialization of this Kisoro Industrial Park. And that's why they've come in big numbers. The chairman has not told me how they say thank you in the language, but I will just say, webale, webale munonga. Murakoze, murakoze. Abantu bafe murakoze. Thank you. Honorable Minister, I will take a very short time to just give my speech. First, special thanks to His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni for, first of all, pacifying Uganda. It is for the peace and stability that we're enjoying in our country that we can talk about industrialization, that we can talk about job creation, that we can talk about investment, that we can talk about construction of roads, infrastructure development. Uganda was very unstable and saw several leaders, up to 8 leaders before President Yoweri Museveni took over in 1986. And indeed, our economy collapsed. And among the past leaders was one of my own blood, General Idi Amin. With all the other good things that he did, but one turn, which was a wrong turn, was to expel the Asians, which was a phobia against foreigners. And that led to the collapse of our country. Our economy collapsed. The foreigners left us. We inherited assets. Actually, we didn't inherit. We seized the assets. We did not know how they started building those assets. And because we did not know the technical know-how, we ran them down. I want to thank His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni that in 1986, when he took over power, the first thing he put in the 10-point program, point number 5, that we should build an integrated and self-sustaining national economy. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for President Museveni. It is indeed miraculous that he appoints the grandchild of Idi Amin to be the one to attract investment and promote, and ask foreigners to come back and invest, and ask domestic investors to invest. I'm telling you, it's an uphill task for me to speak to the Asians. Like Morgan Rao, the chairman of the Asian Association, by the way, Honorable Minister, we're celebrating 100 years of the Asian existence and association here. Chairman, thank you very, very much. That he still listens to me and does not segregate against me and say, no, your grandfather chased us and therefore I cannot listen to you and invest in Uganda. Morgan invests in Kigezi sub-region, and he is one of our investors who has decided to invest in Kisoro Industrial Park. Thank you very much. Mohan, Honorable Minister, on this journey of developing and industrializing our economy, our President directed us, and of course the directive came to you first, being my senior minister, that we must establish 25 industrial parks, and my colleague Honorable Musasizi did echo that point, that we should put them in the 18 zones of our country. I want to thank the people of Kigezi. Just like the people of West Nile, they were among the first people to give 680 acres of land. Please let us clap for the people of Kigezi, and the people particularly of Kisoro. Honorable Minister, they came in big numbers. I am in doubt if they only listened to the voice of their son. But I also believe that because their son was the Director General of Uganda Investment Authority, it was very easy. That very tall man came here and told me, Honorable Anite, we have 680 acres, and I'm like, you're lying. It put me on panic. I said, how can the Director General have and I don't have? And I went to West Nile and got 500 acres. That's why you came and graced the occasion, and we did the groundbreaking in Nebi Industrial Park. That sent panic to the chairman of Uganda Investment Authority, Morrison Rakakamba. He said, no, I have land. I said, where is it? He said, 108. I said, you don't know what you're saying. That is no land. He went back and got for us 600 acres, 630 acres. Let us clap. And the pioneer investor is right here, Honorable Minister. Why I'm giving all this history is because we are industrializing Uganda. It is not just Kisoro. Honorable Minister, when I did present, and thank you, you gave me the permission to make that presentation in cabinet. When I made the presentation that we got land in different parts of Uganda, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni says, how can the people of Ankole only give 50 acres? What is that? And he went ahead and allocated more land in the Ankole sub-region. He went ahead and allocated land in Busoga sub-region. He went ahead and said, let's get all government and public land in all those areas. Gave us land in Teso sub-region. Went ahead and said, go to Karamoja. He gave us government land. As I speak, I just as a report to the country that we have already gazetted all the 25 industrial parks, and we're just waiting for industrialization to happen. You can clap for us, very little. Honorable Minister, what am I trying to say? We're on point on delivering what we used as our campaign tool. I was as one of those whom the President appointed to write his manifesto. And I want to tell you the NRM manifesto we wrote very, very clearly, and His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni gave one word that this Kisanja is to secure your future. And it is to secure your future. And how are we going to secure your future if we don't create jobs? That's why we are talking about industrialization, because my senior minister will give these statistics that if we get all the jobs and we fire all the public servants that we have today and employ all the new graduates, we will still not have enough jobs. Because the public service only employs just about 700. But we have 7,000 young people graduating from the universities every year. And that means that the public service jobs, and when I say public service, I'm talking about police, army, Ministry of Finance, Uganda Investment Authority, mention any MDA, I'm counting all the jobs in government. We will not absorb our capacity, our unemployed youth. We're talking about 43 million Ugandans who need these jobs. The Minister of Youth will tell you that the young people do not have jobs. That's why the president came with this strategy that let us industrialize Uganda and build industrial parks so as to absorb the unemployed young people. I know, Honorable Minister, the biggest challenge and the question that I face in social media is that, but the problem is, Honorable Anite, that the industries are there, but the quality of the salary that you pay to the young people is not sufficient. Honorable Minister, I get so many young people coming to my office. Their first worry is not how much I should be paid. Their first worry is I need a job. So as we address the issue of the jobs, we will go a step further to address the issue of how much should our people be paid. You hear everyone talking about the wage bill, wage bill. How do you talk about wage when you don't have the jobs? You don't have them. So what comes first? The amount of money to be paid or the jobs? The jobs come first. Create the jobs. Then when you're there, you're performing very well, they increase your salary. Indeed, the industries and the factories that are doing very well have started creating and increasing the pay. And we're talking to them. But we're in the period of wooing. We need to woo. And Honorable Minister, I want to just inform the country through you, and of course, my president, our president, that something very excellent is happening in our country. Ugandans have gone into industrialization. From Chikubo, we are getting an exodus of people who are importing Chinese products, Indian products, now going into manufacturing. Please let us clap for our country. Honorable Minister, before you came, we had aligned investors here, and I want to just ask them to stand up because you're going to be watching them when you're airborne, because we are broadcasted live. I just want to ask these investors, you will see Ugandans. If you see the crisps just next to you, it's made by Ugandan. Please start by leading, stand up, let us, the minister, see you. All the investors who stood here, Honorable Minister, on your side there, when we had meeting of investors, the proprietor of Arcadia, the most beautiful hotel in Kisoro, I will not say Uganda because I'm also an entrepreneur. I will say confidential beats you, but I think because I'm in your area, I want to say that the most beautiful hotel in Uganda and in this beautiful part of Uganda, the owner and proprietor of Arcadia is right there. Please stand up. Let us clap. Is he Chinese? When you look at that gentleman, does he look Chinese? He is Ugandan. So Ugandans have listened. All our incentives we give them regardless of race. We are deliberately promoting domestic investment in our country. And we're promoting for FDI. Honorable Minister, I want to use this opportunity as I wind up to let Ugandans understand why we invite foreign direct investment in our country. There are only two major reasons. One reason is capital. As our president is working hard to recapitalize and capitalize UDB and Post-Bank, housing finance, we don't have enough capital. to ensure that our investors, you Ugandans, are able to go into manufacturing. That's why we want the people like Mohan, we want the people like Lagan to bring for us the money. It's not like we love them so much. Yes, indeed, there's a little bit of love, but the real issue is the cash. Because they have the cheap money. Their governments are more revolved or evolved than ours, because I told you before the president took over power, our country was not stable. We've just been stable for about 30 years or so. But even in that stability, 20 years of the 30 years that President Museveni was in power was ravaged by the Konyi War in northern Uganda, where I come from. As we try to pacify Uganda, you'll hear that we need to pacify our neighbors, DRC. You'll hear that we have to go to Somalia. So we are struggling. We're using our small resources to make sure that we have the markets around us peaceful. Honorable Minister, that is why we go for foreign direct investment. Another reason is that we want the advanced technology. We have very few people like Professor Mwesigwa. Professor, you can stand up, of Yuri. Professor, thank you very much that you went abroad and got the knowledge, and you've come back and you have built for us a state-of-art institute that you're training the young people in Namanthe. Please let us clap for him. But the young people that we get with the technology of working in industries, they're not enough. The one he has are not enough. The technology that he has is not enough. As our president is telling us to charter the way of the pathogenic economy, that's where we're looking for the pharmaceuticals, that we're looking for science, but we still have to depend on FDI for that advanced technology. But I'm very happy that Ugandans have woken up to the occasion, and we're embracing industrialization, and we're now in manufacturing as opposed to importing dead people's hair. Not a good example, because my hair, they will say it is also for a dead person. Mine is half dead. Honorable Minister, I just wanted to give you the good news that this is not completely a greenfield, because we are a step ahead. Today we are sitting here, and it has been possible by Lagan management. Lagan management has decided, Honorable Minister, to take the stress from our coffers of making sure that the feasibility study of this industrial park is done on pro bono. Please, Lagan management, stand up. And Andrew is not here again. I want to ask you to stand up. That they are going to only take 2 months to do the feasibility studies. 2 months. After that, we're transiting. After they've told us the feasibility study, we are now going into knowing how much money do we need for the road, how much money do we need for water. Actually, National Water should be here. Anyone from National Water? Thank you very, very much for coming, because our president directed, Honorable Minister, that National Water should make industrial water available at an affordable price. As I do recall, it is 2,500, 4,500 or 2,500? Please, National Water? 2,500. I got my statistics right. Thank you. It is 2,500 for domestic industrial water. And we want National Water. Why we invited them here, and Honorable Minister, while you'll be traveling, we shall continue with this conference or this summit, for them to tell us how soon they will be working with Lagan management to ensure that we do that. Honorable Minister, we want to bring ICT. We want smart technology to happen here. We have gone ahead, and I want to thank Uganda Investment Authority under the leadership of my chairman, Morrison, my DG, Robert Mukiza. They put out the bankable projects. Before you came, there were lists of a film here. We have bankable projects for all the projects. So the feasibility study that Lagan, why we shortened the time for them, is because it has already been done. And so we know what we want to do in this place. Honorable Minister, just yesterday, and I saw you in State House when you're having the first meeting, and I went into the second meeting, when President Museveni gathered all the steel manufacturers and was asking them to come and invest in Kigezi. You people of Kigezi, you're so lucky. Why on earth do you get a president seated in State House and he calls all manufacturers and says, please, I know you're doing value addition on iron ore, I know you're using scrap, but I want you to come to Kigezi and go to Moko and do value addition on the iron ore in Moko. I thought you'd clap for the president more. And he's willing to invest more money because we know that when we do iron ore production in our country, we will be able to build decent houses for our citizens, given that the population is growing and we need more young people. Honourable Minister, cognizant of the fact that a helicopter crashed, and I know that you're going back with that's another helicopter. I don't want to risk your life. I am going to stop here and ask you to come and speak, and only pray that God takes you safely because you've been an excellent boss. Thank you. Let us clap for Honorable Matia Kasaija as he comes to address the country and you, the people who are here. Please, you can stand up and do a hand clap for my senior minister. And I thank His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni for appointing both Honorable Matia Kasaija and myself, and we will continue industrializing our country for job creation. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Colleagues, the ministers here, colleagues, members of parliament, the leadership of Kisoro district, the business community, ladies and gentlemen, muramuseyo, murahoneza, mahoro chane chane. Very good. I will begin by telling you two secrets. One, you the Bafumbira, you miss me by a third, I would be your son-in-law. You know, I've been coming to Kisoro since 1969. So there is nothing I don't know here. And I told you I had something happened, then I missed. But I want Buchanayandi, because Buchanayandi, he gave me a daughter in my village there. So where is Buchanayandi? Where are you? But more seriously, the other secret is when the president appointed me as the Minister of Finance, I went to him and I said, you know, we are colleagues. Mr. President, what do you want me to do in this? Because earlier on we had discussed about agriculture. He said, no. He said, aren't you an economist? I said, yes. He said, I want you to concentrate on industrialization. So when my coming here, I'm trying to fulfill the mission my president gave me. So I want to thank, first of all, the leadership of this district for having given us this piece of land. Since the people are listening to us, let me say this. Kisoro has got not much land. You know, I am having a lot of your citizens, my fellow citizens from this area, in Kibale, Mubende, and all that. But for someone in that circumstance to give you 600 acres, oh,
That is a full commitment, and we shall honor that commitment. We shall not disappoint you as a government. They have given me a text here. Let me see whether I will summarize it. They are talking about Kigezi being a region abundant resource area with a good climate. I have known that very much. Food and wealth of human resource. I have told you that already. At this point, I would like to thank and recognize the presence of fellow ministers, members of parliament, this leadership, and I'm not forgetting the academicians who contribute in terms of research, development, and the training of the people of Kigezi and the country at large. I will leave this written text. Let me speak from my going by the mission the president gave me. And looking at the trend, I think either Honorable Nonite or someone else said it. Creation of jobs is now one of the most matter that we all must address if we have to have a stable country. You know, a hungry man is an angry man. Is that what they say? Therefore, I salute our investors, both here and elsewhere, and more that will come when this industrial park has been beautified. Jobs, jobs, jobs. Honorable Anita, I will tell you the way I think you did not know that statistics. In the government, there are only 400,000 jobs, including the army, the police, the whatnot, only 400,000. So therefore, industry plus agriculture is where the extra jobs that our youth we are churning out of universities and the school and the other schools, they will have to go to work. Therefore, my appeal that to my industries, yes, I know new technologies are coming, but bear in mind that we are having an army of youth, both girls and boys, who need to get a job to work, and a meaningful job. As a government, we will do the necessary training, the skilling, but also it does not prevent you to do the same. Because we may not be, I was reading yesterday in some newspaper that we are training, but we are training off target. So I will be expecting you, the investors, to train, to have a training program for these youth. If you think when they come to your enterprise, they are not fully trained to assist you to do the job. To the youth and employees, in Uganda, we have a little disease. I don't think I shouldn't call it little. It's a big disease of wanting things for free. You have had the government to yambe, government to yambe, government to yambe. What are you doing yourself? In my language in Bunyoro there we say, akoya ko munyindo ke hayo wenka, that the hair which is in your nostrils, you are the one to pull it, not you, not even your children, not even your wife. So those people who are looking for jobs, and when you get a job, please be a faithful servant of that job. Not doing a manyanga. You come late for work. You create excuses. And you'll excuse me, my girls. At the time the girls will tell lies. Oh, he has gone with a boyfriend. And she absents herself. Stick to the routine, stick to the timetable, stick to the targets your employer has given you. There is also a problem these days with the youth. People wanting to become rich quickly. I'm warning you, that's a dangerous trend. You work, they will recognize you, they will promote you, and slowly you will begin to acquire wealth. These days, I normally don't attend weddings. You know the reason why? Somebody has just come from university, he has worked for 2 years. He throws a party where he needs 500 million shillings. What are we doing? That's what makes some people be tempted to touch money which is not theirs. I have seen it even in the government itself. Move slowly. Now maybe let me finish that point of marriage. Marriage is not, it does not come of, I'm now talking to the youth, please, who are here. Marriage does not come from how big your party is. There is something different, and I don't think I should say that one here. Work diligently. I've been working since 1969. Kwesiga there can tell you he's much younger than me. We were together at Intare, but I think you were in senior 1 when I was senior 6. I left in 1966. What class were you in? 66. Eh? You were in junior, my senior what? 63. Stand with the issue, my OB at Intare Secondary School. Up to today, I am working. I'm not trying to blow my own trumpet. Even today, this morning, I woke up at 4 o'clock to work. I own a farm. Literally every weekend I dash there. We start work at 5 o'clock, at 4 o'clock in the night, and we sleep maybe at midnight. Work does not kill. In fact, if anything, it helps your body. I can tell you my age. I'm hitting 79 years. But if we decide to run together here, I can tell you I may leave you behind. I saw it when we were trekking with the President Museveni. I saw many younger people, they were, for us, were choo, 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 choo. So working does not make you sick. It only helps you to sharpen your brain and even your body. To my investors, feel free. Anytime there is a challenge, come to us. Me and the Honorable Anita there. We shall try to address the problems. If we think there is a law that is squeezing you and we should change it, we shall look at that and study the case. And if you have a good case, we shall change the law. We want you to make money. There's nobody who invests without wanting to make money. We want you to prosper. We want you to expand. We want you to make to employ more Ugandans. But of course also, I want my taxes. I need the taxes. So we are there for you. At any time, at any moment. The people of Kisoro. First of all, let me thank you because I had the LC5 chairman? Thank you for having NRM. We shall not disappoint you, I can tell you that. The roads you are talking about, we are going to work on them. You just continue, and you, Afumbira, I know you are very hard-working people. Work hard. Things will improve. I know COVID did us a bit of damage to the economy. We were moving. You remember when I did make a thing like this? Yeah. But in life, there is always a progression and regression. Me, I'm not worried. No. As long as we remain peaceful, the economy is now beginning to pick up. With all these challenges, now we are getting Ebola. The floods are bothering us. The drought, the recent drought has really hit, particularly the farming sector. But we are moving forward. Lastly, we want every Ugandan to be rich. Mwampulira? Abakso? Mumpulire? Umurufumbira kuhulira mukieta, how do you say? Urumva is, have you understood? Urumva, have you understood, but have you heard? Tuchigamba tuto mu mulimi rwaitu hano. Ndovishi. Oravishi. Niku, oravishi. Niku. We want everybody to be rich. I'm glad one of the speakers here has mentioned something that I've been singing all around. You can ask Anita there and the Honorable Sassis. I have traveled around the world. I have not seen a country as endowed as Uganda. I have not seen a country which is as beautiful from north to south, east to west. So God gave us a favor. This favor, we must translate it into happiness, living a good life, being good citizens, and being good to God. Religious people tell us that when we die, we go there. God will ask you, I gave you talents and you did not use them well, when he will be judging us Ugandans. And I don't want to be part of being judged that he gave us good climate, good soils, rainfall. I don't want to be part of that, to answer that question. Let me tell you one point, just to emphasize what I'm saying. I went to South Africa in capacity as a small farmer. As you know, I'm a small farmer somewhere. I found a guy harvesting maize. Then I said, this maize, how long has it been in the field? He said, 8 months. I said, what? 8 months. I said 8 months. He said yes. I said for us in Uganda, it is we have 2 seasons. 3 months, 4 months, the maize is out. He looked at me. He said, Mr. Kasaija, are there poor people now in Uganda? Have you heard this? That Muzungu man I went to visit in South Africa, are there still poor people in Uganda? I shrank, I could not, I said yes, they are still there. But trying to speak with my tongue in the cheek. Let's take opportunities. Let us take this peace that we have got. And by the one peace, please. And I'm warning the young ones, don't joke. I have seen some younger people not about that tunalia dembe. The old men for you know, and women. What we went through during our minister's time, you have heard. When we passed through, even at the beginning of our revolution. So everybody, I'm appealing, since we are being heard from different angles, peace, peace, peace. If there is an issue of contention, there is your parliament. Parliament can go and sort it out. Or the courts. Or call a village meeting if the matter is local. Then picking up spears, arms to fight. Let me use this opportunity to tell the people who are in Congo here, there is no need why you should be fighting. I'm talking about the Ugandans. If you can surrender, UPDF will stop hunting you. And anybody who has a relative over there, send him that message and say, you come back home. We have an amnesty law. We will not prosecute you. It is peace that will make us great country, that will make us live longer, because once we have got peace, we are earning money from the various sectors. Here we are talking now of industry, but there are other sectors Minerals, I heard the Honorable Anita also, I think Honorable Musasi talking about it. This country has got many minerals all over the country. What we have just found out is a very small percentage. Finally, you the people of Kisoro, particularly this area, when this place is getting industrialized, first of all, I appeal to you, feed these people, the workers here, because some workers may not necessarily be from here, not all of them for sure, but I want the majority to be our children from this area. Look after them. Regard the factories as your factories. If you saw somebody doing something wrong, report him or her. Because if that factory collapses, it will be your children who will lose jobs. Am I clear? Have you understood me? My Rwanda at times is broken. I would have wanted to say it in our language. Let me see if you will understand my Kinyoro. Ebintu ebikuja kolebwa hanu byanyu. Abaraba babiresire tebakwija kugenda nabyo. It is going to be here forever and ever. So it is in your great interest and all of us interest. You never know, my grandchild may come to work here. That will benefit, and as I've said, we want you to live a healthy life. We want to live you longer. Aim to dying at 100 years. Have I made sense? Have you understood me? Now with those words, first of all, you will excuse me. I would have loved to be here until the end, but I have come with the means of transport, which has said by 3 o'clock we must be going back. Otherwise, we don't want you to hear accidents happening. So I wish you a very prosperous meeting, and I will be ready to receive the report of any issues that you think government should be able to help and address. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, before you leave, you have to do the grand honor of officially launching this industrial and business park. So you must formally announce that you have launched it, and then we'll have a group photo here with all the stakeholders.
Okay, I take pleasure to announce that this area is now declared an industrial park.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. You will now come to the center, and I request the Honorable Ministers to join you, the Chairman, the Director General, and the Board, and the Members of Parliament, to officially mark the commissioning and launching of this industrial business and free zone park. But also mention, as the ministers are coming, that this park and all the industrial parks are actually not in wetlands, and it's been the directive of the ministers and under the guidance of the Minister of State for Investment that all the parks are not in wetlands, and this park, the West Nile Park, all are not in a wetland, and that is the emphasis of the government of Uganda and the directive of the president that the parks are not in a wetland. And this industrial and business park is actually not in the wetland. And we want to thank the honorable ministers for stating this fact. So I want, in a very special way, to request that we put our hands together for the honorable minister for officially commissioning and launching this Kigezi Industrial and Business Park. Some of the other representatives can come and stand. Cameraman, let us know where the boundary is so that we ensure everybody is in the picture. Please all smile. Honorable Minister, there's mask for just 1 second. You can remove the mask for just 2 seconds. Because it will be on a calendar for the whole year and you're the only one in a mask. Yes, I know, Honorable Minister. All right, so no breathing. And no talking in this picture. There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for the official launch and commissioning of this Kigezi Industrial and Business Park. We want to thank you, Honorable Minister. The team is also going to organize another form of officially commissioning where we have some halls. I think the Honorable Minister will lead the team and the UIA team to make their way for that. And as they do that, allow me to request our team to come back. Mr. Biengoma, Mr. Kanya, Mr. Dennis Ngabirano, and of course, the representative of the Indian Business Forum to please come. Please come. No, we are here. We are not going anywhere. It's only the ministers who are moving. So, Mr. Biengoma, please come. Kanya, Dennis, and the team. And please note that we are still broadcasting live for the larger audience, not the people in the room. And also stay with us because we will have lunch at the end of the summit. And I wanted to request that you stay with us. So our panelists, if you can come, so we can actually conclude our conversation very quickly and then move to the financial institutions. The financial institutions will be speaking to accessing capital, and they will be coming just immediately after this panel. So Dennis, Mr. Kanya, and Mr. Biengoma, if you could come. I want, in a very special way, to recognize all the other stakeholders who are here in this room. We did receive representation from the National Council of Sports, and the chairperson, Mr. Ambrose Tashobia, is here. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us for this conversation. In the past, Kisoro, Ambrose used to produce marathoners. And I think we are working on, building that again, because a lot of the great marathon teams were coming from here in the past, a very long time ago, and so some of the history. Whoever is with Mr. Kanya, and also my colleague from the India Business Forum. And may I also request that the other panelists, I think we had, I don't know if now Mr. Sabimana has come. It would be nice to have you here with us. Mr. Batuma had already made his contribution. That's okay. Mr. Biengoma, let's begin from where we were the last time. And you were sharing your experience in doing business in the region. And we have a lot of people watching online and watching TV that were very interested in your story, especially the fact that the Kigezi cooperative group in 1960 was very strong and laid the foundation for what is happening in the region.
Thank you very much. Where I was still telling you my story, my journey, but my journey, I would have loved if Honorable Kasaija would be here to listen to me, and more especially, he sent a message to me last week that I had not been able to reach him up for many, many months, and I forgave him because I know he's always busy. But to bring up, I don't know.
We can hear you, don't worry.
You can hear me?
We can hear you.
To bring up the audience to the speed, my journey in business has been quite challenging, but also I have found, when challenges come, sometimes you get how to go over them. All the speakers here who were talking about the industrialization in Kisoro or in the whole country are not talking about the household incomes. That's why I was talking about financial literacy. Because if this had been captured in our curricula in education, it would have helped. Because most people, they get money, but they don't know how to use it. They get opportunities, but they don't know how to expand and see what they can do with the money they have got or their knowledge that they have. For example, in 1969, we started, we became an agent of Kigezi Vegetable Cooperative Union. And we were very big competitors to a friend of ours in a business called Jawara Singh in Kampala, and Kagwa, who was a senior lawyer but young. And when my directors and shareholders asked me to see how I can improve our business, I bought Uganda Agas and applied to supply the whole of Makerere University, Military General Headquarters, Chambogo, Nakawa, prisons, lower and upper, and women of the prisons department, and Uganda hotels. And you will not believe this, that I knocked off a few cents and I defeated my colleague called Jawara Singh and Kawalia Kagwa, and we had now to buy 12 lorries to carry vegetables from Kigezi, Kabare sub-region, to the market in Kampala. Young as I was, we reached a stage in 1971 where I was assigned to go and buy a plane to carry vegetables from Kabale to Entebbe. But immediately there was a coup in 1971. And one of my good friend whom I was at college together, called Hussein Marijani, he had joined the army, and he told me that, Nicholas, you are going to buy a plane, but I'm told it's a military plane. If you buy it, you are hiding, sell vegetables, but you want to fight the government. So please abandon this idea and don't buy this plane. So why am I bringing this story? And since that time, the vegetable scheme in Kigezi and Kisoro died. Was completely smashed off because we couldn't now carry vegetables in trucks, because the Amin government thought that if we carry the vegetables, we would be carrying guns under the truck. And we abandoned that idea of continuing with that. But I have heard the chairman or some speaker here talk about production by our peasants here, or the farmers. But we are not talking about post-harvest. So if we don't post-harvest for vegetables to keep them alive for to be edible in another 1 month, they will still not have money.
Yes.
So in my view, the Honorable Minister, it's a pity has gone,
He's represented. Don't worry. Our minister is here.
Yes, but Kamara is engaging him so much.
Kamara, the minister needs to listen, Honorable Kamara.
I'm sending a message through her. My cry and my humble prayer is that Kigezi sub-region must have post-harvest projects where we can keep our food for market later. But if we continue saying you produce and produce, then we cannot keep for market for a longer time. So my humble prayer is that please do all it takes in your budget. Tell your senior minister that Kigezi sub-region, with the endowment it has, especially in food production, we have silos and we have cooling stores for vegetables so that they can be sent to a bigger market outside, either in Goma or in Kampala.
All right.
Then finally,
yes,
I want the conversation to start today. Mr. Chairman of Kisoro, I don't know why, Kamara, you are engaging everybody when we are talking serious issues.
He is picking ideas.
Yes, no, but it's not good manners. I want the conversation to start from today, Honorable Anite, that these here places, Kigezi, Bugisu, Kasese, we must have a program to help what we missed in the colonial times for the infrastructure. The conversation must start now, so that we have now roads up the hills, the silos I'm talking about, and even to make it better for Hire people. There wouldn't be anything wrong to have a helicopter in Kisoro to pick mothers from up the hills to bring them to the hospitals here. It wouldn't be wrong to have a helicopter in Kasese or in Mbale, because we missed out on the roads that are in your sub-region, where you can look at about 50 kilometers where a road can be bent easily. So the conversation must start. Honorable Saba, please go to Parliament, say there is an old man who would want to leave this earth, but having left a conversation started that what we missed in the colonial times for the infrastructure should be now put in our budgets for these disadvantaged areas where we are born. I want to rest my case.
Thank you, Mr. Biengoma.
And I'm happy to be part of this today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Biengoma. It was indeed an honor to have you with us today. And a lot of us will be probably engaging you over lunch or future conversations. I needed to say that half of the people on the plane when we came yesterday were above 70 years old. So it has become an alternative means of transport to go home for those who are elderly. And I think Mr. Biengoma is one of the clients of this airport, I'm sure, when he's coming home. I'll come to you, Mr. Kanya. You represent the Kisoro Land Board, the District Land Board, and speaking to issues of investment, land is a very critical component of that. What are the incentives you're providing as a district to the investors who are coming here?
Thank you very much, Morris. And thank you for surprising me today, because I didn't think I was going to speak today. My submission will be twofold. Before I speak as chairperson of the District Land Board, I just want to make an observation. I saw the entire leadership of the Ministry of Finance in Kisoro today. I think that is unprecedented. And therefore, that speaks to how serious the Ministry of Finance, together with the Investment Authority, how serious they take this project. And so I want to appreciate them. Let me also say this, Honorable Minister, if you're listening. We have a very competitive political space down here in Kisoro. And usually that divides us along the different shades. But when it comes to business, the entire leadership rallies around the business person and how we can make it better for people to do business in Kisoro, regardless of our political differences. And so that also shows how serious we are about doing business in Kisoro. Honorable Minister, the Kisoro airstrip is the busiest airstrip in Uganda. We have a minimum of 3 planes landing here every day. Minimum of 3. Today, together with him, I saw about 4 planes, 2 of Bar Aviation and 2 of Aerolink. That goes to show the traffic that comes down to Kisoro. Perhaps largely because of tourism, but it also goes to show that if we tap into the tourists that are coming here, we can also exploit that to do serious business down here. Honorable Minister, the biggest challenge for this generation, the Swahili say changamoto kubwa, the biggest challenge is jobs. This facility speaks to answering that challenge. I would like to thank Ministry of Finance and Uganda Investment Authority for thinking about that, because the biggest problem of the youth is jobs, jobs, jobs. And by attracting these investors here, you are answering the biggest challenge. Let me give a personal story, if you'll allow me, Maurice. 3 years ago, we tried to lobby investors to take on Kilembe mines. And when I went to Minister Kasaija's office, I was extremely surprised because I was an ordinary guy, no appointment, but he embraced me, took me into his office, gave me a ride in his car all the way to Entebbe where he was going. As he was taking notes, he was very curious about attracting investment here. A month ago, I went to Honorable Anita's office. She didn't know me. No appointment. Took me into her office, listened to the investment opportunities that we're trying to bring to Uganda. I think the President couldn't have picked a better team of ministers for Ministry of Finance than Anita and her team. And so I'd like to thank you. As Kisoro District Land Board, we are on board. We are taking matching orders. Anything regarding investment, we will do, whether it requires us to give any sort of service. We are on board, Honorable Minister, and we will play ball to ensure that investors come here and give job opportunities to our young people. Honorable Minister, my final remarks are these. Kisoro is open for business, and by extension, Kigezi is open for business. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kanya. And I'll quickly turn to our brother from India. There's a couple of areas I want you to speak to. And I'm sure you're aware the Indian community and the Ministry of Investment are working on you're calling it the Indo-Africa meeting that will be happening next month. But I want you to speak to the partnerships that are critical for investment in this region. The joint venture partners with our locals, the deepening the markets, access to these markets, especially the DRC and Rwanda, but also tapping into the Asian market, where we are able to produce goods that can go into the Asian market, and your experience as you share with us.
Thank you. My name is Mohan Reddy. I have a business called Tirumala Enterprises. I'm a managing director there. But today I'm representing Indian Business Forum as the Secretary General of Indian Business Forum. Very brief about Indian Business Forum is it's a part of Indian Association looking after the business interests of Indian community and the Indian origin people. We are around 450 members in the Indian Business Forum. I know Indian community in Uganda is about 27,000 Indians are now residing in Uganda. Out of 45.7 million of total Ugandan population, they are like 0.6%, the total population. Whereas the contribution from the Indian-owned businesses to the URA collections, it is about 60 to 65%. This is the contribution of Indians to the economy. I just want to say a few words about the Indian Association. The first Indians entered into Uganda in early 1950s for the construction of the railway line from Tanzania, from Kenya to Uganda. After the construction of the railway line, majority of them went back. But few of them seen the greener opportunities in Uganda, they stayed back, very few of them. The first business was started in Uganda by an Indian is 1904. That is the first business was started in Uganda. You know, we are all colonial, under colonial rule. And even India, even East Africa, it was one together at that time. East Africa was one. That time, the people were expecting the representation in the House of Commons for the particular communities. So that is how the concept and the idea of Indian Association have come up. 1922, Indian Association was established. 3rd December 1922, officially Indian Association was registered in Uganda. This is 2022. We are celebrating 100 years of our coexistence with the community here in Uganda. So we are celebrating it. With the help of Honorable Minister, who is very proactive, very helpful, always behind us supporting. UAA team, Chairman, DG, we are so thankful, sir, for supporting. So we are having this Afro-Indian Investment Summit, which is going to happen on 17th and 18th of November in Munyonyo, Speak Resort. We are expecting around 1,000 delegates all over world. We are particularly inviting all 55 African countries. We know Director General was saying we have a bigger market now. We don't need to depend on Asia, we don't need to depend on America, Europe or anywhere. We have a bigger market. We are 470 people, 470 million East Africans after joining Congo. And we take whole Africa, we are 1.3 billion. So we have a very big market. If we produce here, we can market our products within Africa. We don't need to depend on them. This is the market which is quite virgin, still not yet been completely occupied. And we need to do ourselves. We need to promote ourselves. Then only, we can promote our resources. We have a lot of mining facilities. We have a lot of agriculture, very fertile land. We need to utilize our facilities. Uganda is a very favorable country to invest, and particularly we are talking about Kigezi National Park, Kigezi Industrial Park, very near vicinity to Congo, Rwanda. There's a lot of products were imported through Uganda going to Congo and Rwanda. We can have manufacturing facilities here itself and very near, and being a Mombasa port is direct connection to Kisoro. It is very easy to bring the raw materials and put a manufacturing plant here and service the markets of Congo and Rwanda. So, we are expecting this out of 1,000 delegates who are coming from all over the world. A majority of them are serious investors. Why we are inviting so many of them? What is the importance of Uganda? Why do we invite them to Uganda? Uganda, we have 45.7 million people. If you see the statistics of 45.7 million, 22.5 million are the young people, less than 30 years. So you have a lot of people available, and our minister, Madam Sara, was saying there's a lot of potential in our younger generation. Yes, we do have a lot of potential in younger generation. Our people are well educated, hardworking, and we are very enthusiastic, willing to learn whatever the investor wants them to do. So there's no other country, there's no other people like this. So I started my career as an accountant in Tanzania, 22 years now. I came here around 15 years back to Uganda. As I've been in Kenya, I tell you, I promise you, this is the country which is the best country among the East Africans. I decided to stay here. My kids are born here. My kids are studying in Uganda, and we are completely settled in Uganda. So such a lovely country. And someone was saying about the peace. We have no issue of security. I really tell all the international investors, whoever is watching this, I am assuring you, absolutely security is 100% there. There is no one to worry about the security. Whatever is shown in other TV channels, international TV channels, they are not true, not 100% true. There is no security problem. People are very humble, willing to work with us. And, moreover, there is no language barrier. You go any corner of Uganda, they understand English.
All right.
So this is the best available labor force for us. And we have, there is one important thing which international investors should understand.
Yes.
We are inviting investors to come here and invest. Many of them are worried how our investments, we bring it here if it gets blocked. There are countries where there is a permission required to draw even $100 out of the country. But this country, you bring your investment, invest here, do the business, get the profits, pay all your taxes genuinely, and there is no hurdle on repatriation of profits. This is such a beautiful opportunity we have here. So during this summit, we have UAE has identified 10 sectors as priority sectors. We are taking, it's a 2-day seminar, 17 and 18 of November. We are identified 8 sectors among the 10 to be discussed. We'll have a breakaway rooms where we are expecting, ministers and PS and everyone and UAE and private sector, everyone will be part of it, of the breakaway rooms. They'll be giving us the full details of the particular projects, and each and every sector will have a presentation, we'll have a question and answer session. The few sectors I identify is agriculture, ICT, power, oil and gas, mining, tourism, real estate, etc. So I request our local population as well as international investors, please come to the Uganda. Okay, you have not made up your mind to invest here, no worries. Please visit Uganda. See the hospitality of Uganda. See the total Uganda of the opportunities are available here. I challenge, you will not go back without investing here. Thank you. Thank you for God and my country.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Mohan. And honestly, I think what we are going to do as TV stations, especially myself, is we'll just cut out that last bit and we'll send it to UTV and we will charge them for you saying all the nice things about Uganda in just 1 minute. And it's excellent. So we want to thank you for being an ambassador of Uganda and investing and choosing to invest in Uganda. A little later, I hope Mr. Rao, before our minister closes, will say something and then we will wrap this up. But that's later. Don't worry. So may I, ladies and gentlemen, request that we put our hands together for the team. I have run out of time. And request they take their seats. Please, thank you so much, Mr. Biengoma, Mr. Mohan, Mr. Dennis, and Mr. Kanya. Thank you so much for your conversation. We want to quickly move into accessing finance because it's a very critical conversation on how you, the locals here, and also investors who are watching us online and anyone who wants to do business here in the Industry and Business Park here in Chibaya, Kisoro, will access the capital, the necessary capital to invest in this country. So I want to invite my colleague Samson to come and invite the banks who have exactly 15 minutes to pitch to us. Thank you very much.
Would like to bring in the banks. That is Post Bank, DFCU Bank, Centenary Bank, Stanbic Bank, and the Bank of Uganda. But as that, are the banks, is it the banks or the banks? Are the banks here? Yeah. Centenary is here, certainly. Absolutely. I literally, Maurice, I got goosebumps when he said, for God and my country, implying Uganda. And then there are Ugandans being negative. That's what I don't get. Somebody is very, very positive about us, and all we can do is being negative. So the banks are here. I'm told banks are very nice when you're coming in. It's another matter when they're picking it. So we'll get the banks speaking, and this is going to be the order. You'll speak beginning with those that have the headquarter that is the shortest, finishing with those that have the headquarters that is the highest. So which bank is that at the end?
Thank you.
Which bank are you representing?
DFCU Bank.
DFCU, Yes. Then next.
I'm representing Post Bank.
Post Bank. Post Bank is short, so you speak fast. Then DFCU, then Centenary, the tallest, will speak last. You have 2 minutes of pitching each, and we're talking about accessing of financing. So, sir, your name, and then now we know that it's Post Bank.
Thank you, Moderator Samson. My name is Mwez Mathias. I'm the Regional SME Manager for Western Region with Post Bank Uganda Limited.
So by SME, I want to take it you mean small and medium enterprises. Small and medium enterprises, right?
Yes, please.
Fantastic.
Thank you, Samson. I think this is the right area. As Post Bank, our mission is to provide affordable and sustainable services that drive economic development and financial inclusion. To bring it to your point, Post Bank, we have recently partnered with the Federation of Small and Medium Enterprises. We have a partnership that we are looking at empowering over 500 SMEs in the whole country. And in this, we are doing training. We are doing training for entrepreneurial and value addition skills. We are doing financial literacy. We are also having them ready for investment. We also do training to support them in access to appropriate technology. Then we are also going ahead and we are providing knowledge, especially on product certification, branding, and market linkages. We have gone ahead as Post Bank. We partner AMAP, our mother ministries here, the Ministry of Finance, and through our communication, Honorable Aniti, she expressed well as Post Bank we are getting more financing in terms of capital investment, which we hope is very critical for such investments. On top of that, we also partner with Bank of Uganda in giving out commercial loans, especially in the agricultural sector, which is it's called the Agricultural Credit Facility, which we offer to the communities. And we also partner with Uganda Development Bank. Having that Post Bank, we are widely distributed across the country with over 50 branches. Where you don't find UDB, you find Post Bank. I thank you.
Okay. I want to take it that when you said where you don't find UDB, you find Post Bank, you meant it as a compliment.
Yes, please.
Okay, fantastic. Let's hear the gentleman from my former bankers, DFCU.
Okay, thank you, Simon. Samson.
We will go with Samson for now.
Samson.
Yes.
Yes, my name is Charles Mugume. I'm the branch manager at DFCU Bank Kisoro branch. And as DFCU, we are very excited for this opportunity to see the industrial park coming up. DFCU Bank has been at the forefront of transforming businesses in Uganda. And this is no exception. And DFCU is ready to partner with all investors, the local investors, the international investors, to make sure that businesses really grow in Kisoro. So, for example, DFCU Bank listens to its customers. And actually, I'm a bit touched that you're saying former bankers, but hopefully we can bring you back. But as DFCU, we listen to our customers. And for example, we've brought something new for the businesses called the DFCU Sukuma account, which will enable individuals and small medium enterprises to have cheap and flexible accounts to operate. So in terms of financing, DFCU definitely has been financing businesses. We do agriculture finance, we do asset financing, we do project financing, and with this opportunity coming to Kisoro, we pledge that we will be able to help all the investors come through, do their transactions and do their businesses in a flexible way and in a cheap way. So for example, Samson, in Kisoro right now, we are the only bank that has an instant ATM depositing machine. For example, if you come and banks have closed maybe at 5 or 6 or 7, you have an opportunity to keep on transacting and deposit your money overnight, instantly. So as DFCU, we are ready, and we are ready to support this project, and we are very excited about it.
Okay.
Thank you, Samson.
Okay. Can I know if you have a very good reason why you wouldn't have a branch in this park? And why you didn't mention that you're going to talk to the decision makers in that direction?
Samson, as we've done all over the country, already in Namave, DFCU has the presence there. There's no reason why we shouldn't come here.
Okay.
But still, we've had some initiatives to do with agency banking. As I speak right now, we have agents in Kisoro, over 15 agents. We have our mobile banking platforms which can easily support business. But definitely, if the park comes and it starts working here, there's no reason why we shouldn't have some facilities here to help in supporting the businesses around.
What you've just said is that it's a good idea, but because of reasons within DFCU, we won't do it. That's what I heard you say.
No, not really. Not really, Samson.
Thank you.
But definitely, as I've said, we have to make sure that there is presence in the park or near the park to help facilitate the businesses around.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's hear from Centenary Bank. Now, Centenary Bank, you have this habit of building things in Kampala where you are competing with nothing. Do you want to build a tower to compete with the mountains here?
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Charles Kavanda.
Get a little closer to that mic. Just pull it close.
My name is Charles Kavanda, and I represent my managing director, Fabian Kasi. I come from Kampala. I head retail and microfinance. So we are glad to be here, represented at this level. I have my colleague, the branch manager of this branch in Kisoro is here. Even the regional manager for Southwest, Mr. Bwambale, is here as well. So we took this very seriously at that level. I actually stayed here overnight for this. It was on the invitation of Honorable Minister, actually, and we were excited about it. First, we have to mention here that all of us know the roots of Centenary Bank, but I'm glad to mention here that it was an initiative of the lay apostolate in 1983, and it has its roots here in Kisoro. Maybe many of you didn't know that. Centenary Bank had its roots here in Kisoro, and in 1985 it started operating, having had the initiative in 1983. And the rest is history. All of us know where we are. Centenary Bank has been growing to the level that right now we have 80 branches all over the country, 300 agents within here. We have 6 branches within Kisoro, rather Kigezi area. So we are ready to work with you. We have already worked with you to the level that we've given out at the moment outstanding to around 125 billion in agriculture and trade, not counting the rest. And we do believe that this is an indication that we are with you, financing agriculture value chains right from production through to marketing and beyond to exports and trade. And we do believe that this is an area that is ripe for industrialization. So we can also finance, and we financed trade, we finance exporters, we are financing through the leasing and asset financing machinery, both movable and immovable, that can be placed in our factories or industries, trucks, in terms of leasing and marketing and transporting our products. So as Centenary Bank, we do believe that this is an opportunity that we shall use to also take our people to the level that they really want to be, because we've grown with them, and I'm glad that this is an opportunity. Agriculture, many people don't go into it, but Centenary Bank is there, and it is the one that can take you to where you want to be, because it stays with the common man. So that is Centenary Bank for you.
Thank you very much. Now, a little while ago, I prayed to God so that the rains will come, keep us here until we finish, and God answered that prayer. So those of you who want to leave, you may. So thank you very much. Give them a big hand clap. I want to bring in my last panel, or should I give that responsibility to myself, which I have done. But I also want to mention that we have a team from Kasese Tourism Investors Forum, and they are here. There's a big team. Where are they? Kasese Tourism, yes. Thank you very much for being around. So I'd like to speak to, you may take your seats. I'd like to speak to investment opportunities in tourism.
Minister there wanted to say something.
Sorry? The minister is very proactive. Yes, the minister is asking that whereas it is, you see, when we're talking banks, we are talking interest rates. Now, the minister is asking on behalf of her people that what is so sinful, so sacrilegious, and so difficult to make a certain interest rate for the manufacturers, not of every place, but at least for those of West Nile and Kisoro. Can't you be creative?
In terms of interest rates, I would say that in Centenary Bank, I'll talk for Centenary Bank, we have tailored solutions that look at your business, and we wouldn't come here and say this is the interest rate. We have structured financing that is structured to the level of how you are going to start production, to the level of how you are going to market. And we negotiate, we talk with you, it is structured to your conditions. So we don't have any clear say like this is the interest rate for this, because it may scare you away. We want to be with you, we sit down as partners, and we see the kind of interest rate that will go into the facility that you want, and we come out both as winners.
Okay.
Both in manufacturing, in tourism. We finance tourism here in terms of hotel accommodation. Many of us are here. We are financing cottage industry. We are financing trucks.
The rate.
Our prime right now is 18 to 19. Yeah.
Okay.
The payment schedule depends on the profile of your business.
Now
you can go even up to 10 years.
Now you can tell the minister is in investment, given the sort of questions she's asking.
Yes, I know. I've stayed in your hotel, Minister, in Koboko.
Yeah.
I know it quite well. I know the interest you have in that.
Did you say you stayed in her hotel or her beautiful hotel? Those two are not the same.
Her most beautiful hotel. For me to stay in it must have been the best in that area.
Given how you dress, I understand standards mean a bunch to you. So, Matthias, from Postbank, commit your bosses here if you want to keep a job. Centenary has spoken, now commit your bosses.
Yes.
Interest rate.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, thank you for that question. As Postbank, you know, we are also government, and we do a lot of partnership with government projects.
You said you know, some don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Postbank is a government bank, fully owned by the bank, with the supervision of the Ministry of Finance. So Postbank does a lot of partnership with government, and we have like an agricultural credit facility where when you're doing production and value addition, the interest rate is at 12%.
Okay.
And then when you're in agriculture, in grain trade, the interest is at 15%. But also, we have also other bank products where we structure your finance according to the need, and the interest range from 18% to 20%.
Okay, thank you very much. DFCU, are you in competition?
Yes, Samson. Like my colleagues have mentioned, DFC is also flexible when it comes to rates.
Oh, it started to be.
It is, and we have also been partnering with government. Actually, one thing that has really, I feel bad about, I can't say I feel bad, is that this region, most especially like Kisoro, has not benefited from the ACF product at 12%.
Where ACF is?
So you realize there's potential that there's a chance for people here to access financing in case they organize themselves in, SACCOs, all investment clubs. They can easily access cheaper, interest rates.
Okay.
For example, the ACF right now in Kisoro, they are not really benefiting, and there's opportunity that people can be, the local people around can be mobilized. They form groups, and they will be able to access some of this cheap financing. So the interest rates, definitely as a bank, according to what you're doing, also DFC is flexible. We can revise the rates down.
Murabyumva? Diego? Oya? Okay. So you may say, gentlemen, I'd like to invite someone from Uganda Tourism Board, the Uganda National Bureau of Standards, the Uganda National Road Authority, Uganda National Bureau of Statistics, Uganda Electricity Transmission Company, National Water and Storage Corporation, Uganda Industrial Research Institute, the Revenue Authority, Civil Aviation, to take seats up here so that we conclude our fantastic afternoon. I can tell there's somebody from URA. They're excited to come and do the Zacchaeus bit. Somebody from URA is already coming in. Oh. They are the most excited, URA. Yes.
Worcester?
URA. I saw Professor Kwesiga around.
Do we go?
Yeah. No, there's a bit of space. You can stay. Yes. If for no other reason, you look very smart seated up there. Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited. And we'll also invite somebody from UBC. That's from UEGCL. You are the MD? I thought you were the MD. I said, oh, this is interesting. So the reason we have this panel is to speak about opportunities within the tourism sector. It is nonsensical to debate whether Kisoro is ripe for investment in tourism. That's a nonsensical debate. It's a given. The potential of tourism in Kigezi, and specifically in Kisoro, is so ripe a blind man can see it. So we want the persons here, the gentleman here, and the lady. We'll begin with you. We'll give you 2 minutes. Is that enough? More than enough to speak to how we can enhance the tourism sector within this particular region. So what do you want to tell us, those of you who give power and are in the business of generating it?
Thank you.
Because investors want to hear, is there power generated enough? Because back then they used to talk about load shedding and those things investors fear. So is there power, and will there be power here?
Thank you very much.
I've been able to generate your power as well.
Thank you very much, Samson. All protocol observed. My name is Pisingavire, and I'm very happy to, first of all, mention that I'm a child of this land. So I'm very happy to be here on this day, and which I believe is a really important milestone for this district. Today I represent Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited, and to be precise and spend the 2 minutes that have been given very carefully, I'll begin by mentioning that as a country, we have over 1,400 megawatts of electricity installed on the grid, which is way above the peak demand, and that's to say that the country is not short of electricity from a generation perspective. As Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited, we produce over 50% of that electricity, and more specifically in this region, we have a 1 megawatt hydropower station, Maziba, located in Kabale. It's been out of service for a while, but I would like to assure the investors and potential investors that this project is on the radar for UEGCL, and rehabilitating it is a priority. We're at the stage where we are mobilizing resources, and we believe that it should be able to enhance the reliability and availability of electricity as, of course, a lifeline and very important input into industrialization. Thank you.
You had an opportunity around Isimba. Are you managing that opportunity? I don't like to speak negatively. Do you pick what I'm saying? A few weeks ago, you had an opportunity around Isimba. Has that opportunity been dealt with?
Thank you, Samson. I would like to assure you that today all the 4 units in Isimba are available, and my sister company, Off-Taker Transmission, should be able to affirm that.
Okay.
Isimba is fully available, and the country is not running on a load shedding regime.
Okay.
Thank you.
I never talk in terms of challenges. I talk in terms of opportunities. So the transmitter, is there power going to be transmitted here? And is it the right kilowatts in terms of getting to the investors who are coming here?
Thank you very much. My name is Engineer Daniel Kisra. I work as the acting manager, projects implementation, and I would like to thank the Minister of Finance under the good stewardship of Honorable Anite. We are your partners. We have worked with her across the country, ensuring that all her promises come to pass. I would like to assure the people of Kigezi that we are going to work closely with the government to ensure that the electricity you need to start and continue and achieve success on this industrial park is achieved.
Okay. And how do you feel when you are speaking on a microphone powered by a generator?
Of course, a generator is also...
Are you saying this is the last time that is happening?
Correct. It's a form of energy, alternative form of energy, but the sustainable form is grid electricity.
Yes. We are on the generator because you have not yet brought.
Yes. While I was moving, I saw that there's a medium voltage line, just 3 kilometers nearby. So we shall mobilize it to help to kickstart the construction works as we continue to work to extend the transmission grid.
Okay.
Yes.
And what you just said, are we talking weeks, are we talking months, or just before the next election?
And we are going to work with UIA to look at their schedule. At no time should they be ready or in need of the electricity and they don't have it.
Okay. So are you saying that it's a bad thing for you to bring the line and it stays here until they start? That you don't work that way?
No, it's a proactive move.
You can bring your line?
We are going to start.
And put it here?
Yes.
Then they decide when to use it?
Yes.
Is that what we agreed?
That's what you're going to do.
Those in favor say? Aye.
What?
If you are in favor, what we agreed, say aye. Say, I am committing that the line will come and sit here until UIA starts to use it. Do you agree to that?
Yes, I agree.
Fantastic. You're a good man.
That the people of Kigezi, please be firm. We are going to bring the power here.
Okay, fantastic. Give him a big hand clap. I like brave men. A question has come here from a concerned citizen saying, why are you not developing a dam in Busanza, in Kisoro, as it was planned? There was a plan. Yes. Do you have an answer that will keep you on your job?
Thank you for the question. I would like to first of all make a mention that the generation sector has been opened up. There is participation from both the public sector and the private sector. UAGCL, where I work, we are a public player, and that particular dam that you're questioning, the Nyamabuye Dam, is with a private developer. So, yeah.
Okay. Is it true that yourself and your boss come from here?
That's correct.
That's correct. That's why you're working on these things fast. Huh?
We are serving the nation.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I do know that civil aviation is here. And they said, one of the gentlemen spoke about the fact that there are at least 3 or 4 flights here. And there is an interest in having more. And I saw the facility there. It's world class, at least in terms of where we think. From what you've seen and what you've heard today, what can you tell us about what civil aviation not has been planning, but is now going to do?
Thank you very much, Samson. First of all, I'm called Samuel Oneha. I'm here representing the Director General of the Uganda Civil Aviation Authority, Mr. Fred Bamwesije, who traveled to Canada for an ICAO meeting. I'm a general manager for regional airports. And so the airports we are talking about are under my jurisdiction.
Yes.
We have had the comments from the brothers from this area, the chairman LC5, the district land board, and others about the infrastructure. Kisoro Airport is one of our key airports that actually is supposed to be upgraded. It is among the airports that the President, His Excellency the President, has directed to be upgraded.
Therefore,
I wanted to confirm to the people of Kisoro and the country at large that we are moving closely towards that. The project is now under feasibility study.
Okay.
We have packaged this, and the Ministry of Finance, the Development Committee, has already approved, and now we are undertaking the feasibility study for financing. But in the interim, we note that the runway now requires resurfacing for those of you who used it. We are working towards that. We are actually calling in bids for resurfacing the runway.
How much?
And like it has already been alluded to, Kisoro is among the busiest airports we have in the country. Actually, it's not number 2 to Entebbe, but it's number 3. Arua is ahead of it in terms of traffic. And it is one of the airports that has already been clustered among the airports within the East African community as those we have branded as airports within the tourism circuit. As I speak now, we have an arrangement that tourists from within the partner states within the East African community fly directly to Kisoro. They don't need to go via Entebbe. We only do the clearance. Once they apply for us to come, the airlines that are flying them, we give them the clearance and we coordinate with the immigration as well as URA to have positioned their people at the airport and clear them. So we handle everything at Kisoro. We have been having a number of tourists that fly from Tanzania directly deep into their Masai Mara and the Serengeti areas and Arusha. They fly directly to Kisoro. I only wanted to make a few requests that we need to work closely with the district leadership,
who are very here and very eager
to secure the areas around the aerodrome. When you are flying in right now, we have our farmers who have put up forests, trees. Now those trees are now penetrating the transitional surfaces. So when the aircrafts are coming, there is some safety considerations. So we need to work closely together to ensure that the farmers harvest the trees that are now penetrating the transitional surfaces so that flying in and out of Kisoro is safe.
So does that suggest that you will work with the district leaders to show them where that transitional something is, so that trees around there can be harvested?
We already engaged and we are still working towards that.
Okay.
And we are working so closely well. The second one is, as we plan to upgrade the airport, we now need a longer runway than it is now. One of the panelists here spoke earlier that they flew to Kasese, Mbarara, Nyaksharara, offloaded some people and then flew to Kisoro. It would have been true that there were people who were to be, deplaned from there, but also sometimes it is not so safe to fly into Kisoro on full board. And so because of the runway being a little shorter, it is 1.2 kilometers, and we need to have a minimum of 2.3 length so that we can have our bombardiers be able to fly directly into Kisoro.
So you are asking for land?
So I need to work again with the district.
What I know about the people here, they pass their things overnight once they know there is a need. So I'm asking the people in the district here, is that such a big problem? Is that such a big problem? If they found 620 acres overnight, you are presenting a problem of 3 kilometers in Kisoro.
I'm glad that will be handled, and we are glad to be.
Is that a problem, sir? You want to come on the mic and speak about that? Come. We solve problems here.
Thank you. The dream of having a very active aerodrome or airport for both day and night for local and international flights has been my dream as a district chairperson. And therefore, we would like to work in the modalities established by the law to have the extension of the airfield to the maximum. The challenge we have is that the available land for extension is on private land. Why this one became so easy is because it was public. But again, government has acquisition law. The way you acquired that land, it was not available as such. Indeed, it was private. So I don't want CAA to have excuses. There are modalities that are available for acquiring land in Uganda from private owners upon compensation or otherwise. But if you want to start the dialogue, start now, and we are ready to support you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I should be winding.
They say in Japanese, ciao.
Thank you very much. We will pick it from there and try to work closely.
In 30 seconds.
Now that this development of the Kisoro business and industrial park is on, that means that our efforts in developing aviation within this region is a now issue. It means that we need to provide this infrastructure for our investors to be able to fly directly into Kisoro without going either through Kigali or Entebbe. And this means that we have to work so closely to have this happen as quickly as possible. So the message I am bringing to us here is that we have to closely work together on issues of control, particularly to the physical planners, that now apparently we will need a longer runway, and that means that we have to regulate. We have to regulate the type of buildings that comes or are approved around the airport. Okay. And I wanted now to request, therefore, that the physical planning department should not approve any building within close proximity to that airport without Civil Aviation Authority sending its...
Close proximity, you're talking a radius of how big?
A radius of about 5 kilometers.
Don't approve until they give you...
Yes. So you need to get to us those plans, and we give no objection, or we tell you to limit the heights of the kind of developments that you need to put in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The Uganda Bureau of Statistics is here, and we want to hear some numbers. It is coming to 5 p.m. and in Africa, without lunch at 5 p.m., numbers can be an issue. So don't send us to sleep, please.
Okay. Thank you very much, moderator. I am Stephen Ibariyahirwa from the Bureau of Statistics. I am representing my executive director, Dr. Mukiza. Uganda Bureau of Statistics, collects information on different indicators, both social, economic, and whatever. So the information I'm going to share, I'm not going to give numbers. I have numbers, but because of what I have said, I'm not going to give those numbers. I will just summarize what the numbers mean. The information I'm going to give is very important to the investors who are coming here to know what has been happening to the borders that are within Kigezi sub-region. What the statistics show that the volume of trade within Kigezi sub-region has been going up over the years from 2017 up to 2020 when there was COVID. But when the economy was reopened, it has gone up again. Now, when we look at the different border posts that are within Kigezi sub-region, currently in 2021, it was Bunagana border post which had the biggest volume of exports that were leaving Uganda going out, which was almost double of what was sent out through all the border posts in the Kigezi sub-region. And this was followed by Katuna and the Mirama Hills. Now, the other issue is that the export figures, yes, I can say that overall in the Kigezi sub-region, we were able to export goods worth $232 million US, and of those goods that we exported through the Kigezi sub-region borders, Bunagana contributed $123 million US. So if we have industries here and what, there is a market for exporting goods through this border more than the other posts as of the year 2021. Now, indeed, the other border posts also are exporting goods, but even when we go to imports, it is still Bunagana that received, much as the imports were very few, because we imported goods worth $12.9 million US through the border posts of Kigezi sub-region, and of those, $5 million was through Bunagana, whereas another $5 million was through Katuna Customs. Well, there are several other figures on the different types of commodities that pass through different borders, but I thought because we have little time, I would share on the importance of this Bunagana border in as far as this park is concerned. If it is started and then we do a lot of production, really, much as people have been talking about markets, we can do that with concrete evidence, not of just guessing that, you know, we have a market in Congo, because we have many other figures in terms of the products that pass here, whether it is iron and steel, whether the major products was, the main one was iron and steel. I think I even saw cereals. I have the summary I have here is for those ones, but I have the other summary which I can share with the people. Yeah. Yeah, even cement is there. Yeah. I have all the commodities that passed through every border post.
So you can be approached to provide that information?
Yes, yes.
Fantastic. Because I want Honorable Anita to be
I have
here
it even now in the soft copy. Whoever is, you know, I can share. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. My burden is to get the Honorable Anita here by 5 p.m. and I want that to be done. National Water and Sewerage Corporation. I had a rumor that you plan to bring water here in 2029. Is that true?
No, that isn't true. Thank you, Samson. My name is Peter Ariho, the Area Manager, National Water and Sewage Corporation, Kisoro. National Water and Sewage Corporation is a public utility that is 100% owned by the government of Uganda and is mandated to provide water and sewage services in a commercial and financially viable manner. We are operating now in 262 towns in Uganda, and one thing that stands out is that our operations are being directed or guided by a strategic direction, the Corporate Plan 2021-2024, whose strategic priority area number 1 is industrialization. It's been set up that way because the plan was set up and well aligned to the NDP3, Vision 2040, the NRM Manifesto, and the performance contract that National Water has with the government of Uganda. And so, with this, we move as fast as we can. And we actually move ahead of time, Samson. So, your assumption that we'll have water here in 2029 is not right. Because as we speak, water is just about 200 meters away from here.
Okay.
That's a small line serving the UPDF barracks, but we have a DN100 main that is about 2 kilometers from this location. We have already implemented DN150 main up to Bunagana border. So the industrial park here can access water both from this direction that we entered to this place and also the direction at the border.
Okay. Now, when you start speaking DN1, DN2, DN5, DN15, my mind is like akubuza. Which one of those is for water for industry here, and how long would it take to come?
Thank you. The pipeline that we have currently is dedicated for domestic and commercial and institutional consumption. But we are already implementing an upgrade of our plant. We have a water treatment plant a few kilometers from here, Nkanka, that was commissioned by His Excellency the President of Uganda. And we are already upgrading it. By end of next month, we shall upgrade it from the current 2.1 million liters per day to 5.1 million liters.
Okay.
And the storage capacity that we have currently is 260,000 liters at Ruko Hill. But we anticipate that in the next 6 months, we shall upgrade this to 700,000 liters.
Okay.
And that is the immediate. But in the short term, we already have plans to extend water to this location.
Okay. But your National Water and Sewerage Corporation, you've spoken about the water side. I didn't hear the other version.
Yeah.
Or you don't like to talk about that version
No.
because we are going to eat?
It's
The
national
more
water-
reason for you to talk about
Indeed, you said it rightly. It's
Yes.
National Water and Sewage Corporation.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Um,
Sewer lines?
No, we do not have the sewer line here.
Will
But
we
what-
have? Will we have?
Definitely
A
we
plan?
shall have. We shall
Okay.
have in the future.
Okay, fantastic. You look very nice when you're on the spot, back on the wall. We do have two gentlemen enjoying their conversation. One, Mr. Asadu Kigezi Kisitu, who is here to find out from whom he will collect taxes. And then the other gentleman is from the Standards Bureau, and he will be speaking fast. So speak to us about standards and how excited you are to make sure that the standards are standards, not Ugandan standards, but world class. And then after that, we'll close with Zakayo Omuoza. For our international guests, Zakayo Omuoza means Zacchaeus the tax collector.
Thank you, Simon. This one. This one.
Due to public demand, it
Yes.
will be Samson.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Peter Mayanja. I work with the Uganda National Bureau of Standards. I am here to represent my executive director, who is not in the country, but also my council chair. I've seen him around, but when Simon, you invited National Bureau of Standards to come in front, I actually waited for some time because I thought he's around, and I only realized he has also left. So I had to come in. Yes, the Bureau of Standards is in direct partnership with the investors in the country. We have developed both services and product standards that I'm very sure will be required in this industrial park. We have over 1,000 product standards, where I believe that any investment that might come up into this park, we should be able to provide standards to guide them in the manufacturing. As the Bureau of Standards, we work directly with the investors, and I want to bring it to their attention that we have a product that a requirement that requires the investors to bring in their machineries into the country, and they are exempted from paying what is required by UNBS. There is a fee that is required by UNBS for the investors to pay in order to test for their products before they come into the country. But if you present to the National Bureau of Standards a certificate of investment, we need a certificate that you are partner with the Uganda Manufacturers Association. Then we give you an exemption to bring into the country your machineries that are intended for production in your industry or in your factory, not for sale. If you are bringing in machinery for sale, that is different. We only exempt machines that are intended for production by the company that is fully registered for production. That is
Now on that,
UEFA.
because I want this to be clear, is that true if the investor is Tom Green and the investor is Kasumba Samson? Does that work for both, or it is for only Tom Green and not Samson Kasumba? When you mean investors, you mean any kind of investor?
When you talk about investors, it could be you, Samson, for as long as you present to us a certificate of investment
in
the country. But also we need a certificate that you are part of the Uganda Manufacturers Association.
Thank you.
Yes.
Do you want me to give you another 40 seconds?
I just want to talk about our presence in the region because this is a new park. I'm happy to inform investors that I intend to set up their businesses here, that we have a closer office of Uganda National Bureau of Standards in the region. We are located in Imbarara. We have a team that is stationed in Imbarara, but we also work online. And myself, my responsibility is to work directly with the investors. I receive issues from investors regarding quality of their products or any other services that is related to what we render to investors.
Okay.
So we are happy, we are on ground, and we shall be waiting to receive you for any issues that regard quality of products.
Did I quote you right when you said you receive issues from investors?
True.
One of them is saying that in Mbarara, thank you so much for being in Mbarara, but you are too far. That's the first issue, so you can receive it.
Yes.
How many kilometers is it from Mbarara here? I think it's a short distance.
I agree we could be a little far from here.
Yes.
But not as comparable to the times we have only been located in Kampala.
Okay. So there's a plan to come here.
We are working to getting closer and closer to our clients.
Very good man. Very good man. Finally, but by no means least, Mr. Asadu Kigezi Chisitu, you have a minute and 20 seconds.
Thank you very much, Samson.
We want to hear holidays. What are the tax holidays and those kinds of things? That's the language we want to hear.
Thank you very much, and I'm happy you are saying that I'm here to look out for those to tax.
Yes.
But I'm happy to say that in this investment forum, just like any other in the country, we are mainly facilitating them to invest.
So that you tax later.
That we tax later.
Okay.
And I'm happy to tell the investors that Uganda has a tax incentive for all investors, both foreign and local, in Uganda, where you are exempted from the different taxes: income tax, VAT, value-added tax, stamp duty, excise duty, depending on where your focus is. And this kind of exemption is to both the local and foreign. And it has some few requirements so that you are able to benefit. And the requirements fall within the amount of investments you are making, because if you are a foreigner and you are bringing in direct investment, you are exempt from income tax if you invest $50 million and above. And for the local, and here local means East African community, if you are from Sudan, South Sudan, DRC, you are treated like a Ugandan. You only need $10 million investment for you to benefit from the income tax exemption for a period of 10 years when you are investing in Uganda. Secondly, when you are an exporter and you have brought in investment to produce for export, you are also exempt from the taxes, income tax, and for the foreigner, you are at $10 million, whereas a local is as little as $300,000 if you are producing for export, and your income for 10 years will not be taxed. But also we have been talking about financing, which is a challenge for manufacturing and processing in agriculture. We have what we call collective investment schemes, where different people come together and they invest. And when these people invest, that money is exempt from income tax indefinitely until government comes up. Otherwise, as for now, as for the current law, if you come together collectively to invest for manufacturing, for this kind of venture, why we are here, that money, the earnings from that is not taxed income tax indefinitely. And also we are talking about the airfield transport is being a challenge. If you invest in the aviation industry, all the supplies to that industry in terms of aircrafts, leasing, the technical people who come and service these industries, the income from there is not taxed.
Wanji.
Because we want to make transportation cheaper so that our people can be able to invest and get the employment. So the aviation industry is heavily exempt from income tax, VAT, even import taxes, even the spares, everything. So the people in the aviation industry will have no reason why the Kisoro airfield cannot be upgraded to a fully-fledged international airport with that kind of incentive from government. And likewise, this investment cannot go without hospitality. Hospitality industries also have exemptions where the VAT is exempt from the people who are registered to develop the hospitality industry that can service the industrial park, the business and industrial park. So even in the VAT Act, the exemptions do exist depending on the amounts that you are investing and how long you intend to be developing. So during the period of developing the industrial park, the machinery, everything you bring in here, we don't tax it VAT, value added tax, which is 18%. The stamp duty, you know, government has a tax which we call stamp duty, but for industrial zones, free zones, industrial parks, when the services that are for the development of industrial parks, we don't charge the services stamp duty. So for our investors, URA is a partner to facilitate the import substitution and export promotion. That is a strategy we focus on, and we partner with all government agencies to make sure that we provide an environment that can lead to industrialization, and then eventually the money will come in. Sometimes when I'm talking with people, I say that just a person making sure that you have food on the plate, even if government didn't get money, indirectly government would be feeding that person. Already you are providing a lot to government by employing our people, and all these incentives are meant to make sure that you are able to produce and the government gets money. On the side of excise duty, we have excise duty on some of the goods that are produced in the country, but for the goods that are produced in the industrial parks, in the free zones, there is no excise duty on them. So basically, when you are producing for export, there is no tax. So we call upon all our investors to come in and also be able to benefit. On the side, briefly on the international market, given the time I have, there is what we call duty remission. When you are bringing in your goods to manufacture, some of these goods have already attracted tax because you are picking them from the market when they are already taxed. But when you bring them to produce, to develop an industrial park, to develop a free zone, and that commodity already had import duty on it, once we have evidence that you have used it on the industrial park, we give you back the import duty that was paid earlier. So that is the duty remission that we talk about in international trade. But also, I want to add that broadly, machinery, capital goods that come into an industrial park, or even elsewhere, government has already put an incentive. There is no import duty on machinery, which means that you can bring in at a friendly rate so that you can be able to reduce the cost of doing business. And so I can assure all investors, all Ugandans, that the government is well intentioned on making sure that the import substitution and export promotion through the development of industrial parks, and especially processing our raw materials here. Because when you use our raw materials, one of the conditions is that the raw material you use are 70% local. You are employing our people 70%, and not only 70% of our people being employed, but also 70% of the wage bill goes to Ugandans. You can have 100 Ugandans, but when a wage bill of 2 of your employees takes 70%. So the government has made it sure that we want to focus on creating employment for our people, and we all benefit. And I can't say more, because all the borders where these goods pass when they come in, the machinery, and going out, URA is facilitating by giving the service which we are mandated to do. Briefly, that's how I can summarize.
Thank you very much. URA is very, very proactive for those of you who want to invest here. And I think you've done a fantastic job. When you started speaking holidays on machinery, on everything, I saw people nodding, saying, that's our tax body. So you've done yourself a very good job. I'm seeing figures here. Morris, I think, any 3 questions? We want to open the floor to 3 questions. And I'll be told these are the questions.
It could go to the banks even?
Yeah, yes.
So the banks are still here? Okay.
Yes. That one, the question must not feel like a sermon or a sermonette, and not have the ability to feel like a sermonette. So keep it brief and on to the point.
Just before we do the questions, I see Honorable Kamara wants to be the first. We had also, and I noticed the space wasn't enough, the electricity, you know, the R's and L's in our place are difficult. So the Electricity Regulatory Authority, there are too many L's and R's in there, and anyone from Western Uganda will struggle.
Yes. Even those from the central.
ERA. Is there someone from ERA? I just need to make sure. Engineer, please come closer.
I was hoping they wouldn't make an error.
Cameras are here. You know, ERA is very smart. They sit on the edge because they are difficult. They are the ones who determine the rate of the power. Our challenge with that is that how then do we incentivize investment, even in this park, at 6 cents per kilowatt, 5? Can we go lower? We are requesting. Is it possible to hit 3? What are we doing about that?
Commit your bosses.
Thank you so much, Samson. The aspiration is to go towards 5 cents, and as a demonstration, there's already 2 industrial parks that have gone to 5 cents, and we hope that the opportunities that we're having right now for, number 1, growing the demand for the electricity will go a long way in reducing the price of electricity across, first, the manufacturers who are the drivers of the economy, and then second, all of us who are consuming electricity across the board. Thank you.
Morris, do you have another question for him?
He's very smart.
He's very smart.
He answered all my questions in his reply.
People in red are usually smart.
I will not comment on that. I wanted Export Promotions Board. Mr. Kecho is here. And what I shared with you the numbers, I know I shared with you the products that I exported through Bunagana, Chanika, Mirama Hills, and Katuna. That is the list. And I noticed iron ore is number 1. But
Chairman here would say, par example. Yes.
But I noticed before you go to that list, that our numbers for 2018, which is the peak, was $344 million out of those 4 borders, export into those markets.
Yes.
And that came down to 106 because of COVID in 2020.
Yes.
And 1 border that was closed. I want to go there. But
we all don't want to go there.
We've gone to 232 from the 106. We've gone back to $232 million in 2021. Now we've opened that border. Or borders, because remember...
I like that you say we, including yourself.
I think I'm speaking for Export Promotions Board.
Okay.
He needs to speak
Oh,
to this.
they have.
Yes, they have.
Yes,
all right.
they have.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Kecho, what is the Export Promotions Board doing to, first of all, facilitate the export trade in this region?
Thank you very much, Morris. And I want to speak through our beloved minister, because he's the mother of this place. And some mothers are mothers, you must be humble, otherwise you don't eat food. Even if they are old, If you misbehave, they will wait for you at the plate and they will get you there. Having said that, allow me first of all to thank the organizers of this symposium and to thank the Kigezi region for this very great achievement. And probably if they are not happy, me, I'm extremely happy. Even if there was a drum here, I would have drummed. They clapped as well. The core activity that His Excellency the President is driving is number one, the issue of employment. Number two, the issue of household income improvement and well-being of our people. And lastly, the aspect of industrial development. Now, all this, including the parish development model, is taking us into production, increasing production. Once this establishment kicks off, it straight away it means that the country's production capacity has been increased. Now, as that increases, it means we need the pull-through. What is produced here, this place is not going to be a tourist center where you come and look at what has been produced. What is to be produced here must get out of this place. Now, as Export Promotion Board, what is our role here? Or what are we going to do for the community and the park here? First and foremost, we need to know how ready are the people who are here. How export ready are they? And in doing this, we have, if you check on our website, we have an export ready self-checker, where you go there and you tick a few things, then we see how ready you are. Now, from that assessment, we shall see the gaps that you have. Now, once we have seen those gaps, we shall work with the other ministries, departments, and agencies to come and polish you up. Now, once you are polished up, then we know you are ready to go and you can actually export. Now, the essence of that is, as an individual company, what you do as an individual, at that stage when you cross the border, at that stage when you cross the border, it is no longer you, the company, it is the country. And if you cross the border with the wrong products, they will say Ugandan products are bad. Okay. And that's why we strictly adhere to the aspect of ensuring that we do thorough export readiness assessment and training, so that by the time you cross over, people are happy. Because the core thing here is we need you to export on a sustainable basis.
Thank you.
Secondly, we also create awareness to draw people. For example, now this facility has been set up, and you are going to be here. We want to motivate people. Why should you come here? What are the opportunities that, how are you there, how are you going to benefit? How do you position yourself to benefit from this facility? And to do this, we obviously look at the export angle of it, because that's where the extra volume must go. But also what is important for us is to know, once you set up here, what is the capacity you are bringing in here? What of that capacity, what will be utilized, what is being utilized, and what is idle? Now, once we know what is idle, then at that point, that is now when we come in and say, this idle capacity must be used. And to utilize this idle capacity, we take the export angle of it.
Okay.
A very good example that I need to give here, Honorable Minister.
In 40 seconds, yes.
Through the foreign missions, you know, we train also foreign service officers, because they are our marketing representatives in the various countries. We did that with the foreign service officers. We trained them, and the foreign service office in Kenya organized a trade mission to Kenya. When they took Ugandans to Kenya, they took them to a salt factory, they took them to a food processing factory, they took them to a shoemaking company. And the outcome of that was very interesting. Number one, and actually one of the things there was a gentleman who talked about the plane and the trucks and the vegetable in the Kigezi region. I need to engage with you. When we were there, the company that we took there actually got business to supply pineapples to the factory, 20 metric tons per week. But as we speak now, it has gone to 50 metric tons per week of pineapples alone. But also there are hotels, 3 hotels that are taking 4 metric tons, that is 12. So the outcome of that is 62 metric tons of pineapples are getting out of Uganda as a result of that. Now, this region, in terms of the vegetables, fruits and vegetables, that is a very key area that we need to engage on and see how to. Then the other thing was we had the shoe company, a German company that set up, the first setup in Africa was in Mombasa, Kwale region, and they have operated for 136 years. So according to their study, they said in Uganda there's a lot of leather. There is also, we also eat a lot of pigs, and they're interested in the skin of the pigs.
Mm.
The outcome of that is the fellas came to Uganda, they engaged the tanners, and a very good outcome has come up. We took them to Kaumu Tannery in Nakasek, and by, I think yesterday, the sample for the leather was taken to Mombasa, and I'm very sure that we're going to strike a very big deal.
Okay.
Because they're taking the premium leather, which is also quite expensive. Leather tanneries in Jinja has also benefited. They're also taking their sample there. So to sum it up all, we are available. We need to engage, both at the industrial park level, but also at the farmer level.
Okay.
And I need this gentleman, we need to talk. Thank you very much.
Okay. Maurice.
That's Mr. Kecho.
There's a lady there. Yes. I had to look several times to be sure that she's not in any way related to the Prime Minister. She does look like the Prime Minister, the lady in a green blouse.
Oh,
yes.
She has a question?
No.
Oh,
I just noted. Yeah,
sure.
It's not the Prime Minister. The semblance is very strong.
You know, in African culture, they say the only person who knows your father is the mother.
Yes.
So
and African men do move around quite a bit.
I will not go there. Honorable Kamara has the first question.
Yeah, but there's also a question here.
Yes.
To
I'm coming.
Mr. Kigezi.
I am definitely coming to get your mind.
As we get.
We'll keep the questions short, right?
Yeah, Mr. Kigezi, question here. URA should make it clear to better do on issue of taxes on imports of aviation, fire trucks, fees lighting schedules, navigation aids. I think this is runway lights, control tower, spare parts, etc. Until 1st July 2022, URA was taxing VAT 18% on airport service charges. Is what he is saying for foreign investors or generally for aviation?
Right.
That you will answer that. You will answer that.
Let's pack the questions together. Honorable Kamara has a question. DG, let me know who I can give this question. There was a question online on, do I have to go to Kampala to register, and yet you've now set up an investment hub here, an industrial hub. Where do I go to register? Do I really have to go to Kampala? Someone was asking. And so you let me know who will answer that. Honorable Kamara.
Okay, thank you, my brother. My question, first of all, the first one, is to my sister of generation. You did not answer my question very well about the Busanza Dam. This is a project that was at its actually a peak. There is an investor, they came there, everything was done, and people even were halted to continue using their land. What happened? Because we knew by now this electricity would be just on the grid, and this is the electricity near here that could even come here, because getting it even from far, you know, trees can fall. What happened? Why is it not taking off? Then, to my brother, in 2014, 13-14 there, myself happened to go to China. We were mobilizing this money for Entebbe Airport and Kisoro Airport, Arua and others. I want to tell you that money, you remember it came some time back, we are losing money as Uganda here in Kisoro, because first consider the costs
of flying from Entebbe up to Kisoro. $450. Now, people just come directly and they fly just to our neighbors here in Rwanda. When they reach there, they are constrained to come here because we are almost selling the same products. What are you missing? What are you lacking? So that as Parliament, as the minister is here, so that as government we help you. But this airport must have been done I think by 2016, 2015. Why can't you do it at a very good speed? Because we are losing a lot of money. Many visitors are just being halted behind here. What is missing? Why can't you finish this thing very quick?
All right, I like that you're the one asking the questions, because usually we ask the MPs the questions. DG, you let me know, but we had a couple of questions. I also know there's a question for Naro, but Naro was in the room. I don't know if Naro is still here. Naro, Uganda. It might be related to OWC, and General might answer, Funde might answer. I'll come here. Do you want to start before the elders? Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you, Maurice. My name is Engineer Andrew Mason Bishagama, and Manager National Water Kawali. Allow me, Minister, to thank the management of National Water for the immense investment, especially in ensuring that industrial parks have sufficient water. My question is about reliability of power. Power is a very huge factor in these industrial parks. And what makes one single factor that makes power reliable is getting the stations. I think for us in Kabale, we depend on the Mbarara station. Okay? So you find that when you have a fault, someone has to close the entire line. Okay? So I've seen the Member of Parliament saying, how can we help? So my question is, which stations are we still using as Kisoro and Kabale? Are we still going to use Mbarara? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I'll come that side. Please note, wait, Samson, I have an answer to the lady you are asking. If you can make to the podium, I will give you one. So, first of all, the lady you are asking about, who has a good resemblance with the Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Did you also notice the same?
Let's not go there. He is the mother of Uganda's finest, professional player for Vipers SC, Mr. Biarohanga Bobosa.
See?
So you see, we have very powerful people here. I told you, and National Sports, Uganda National Council of Sports is here. I told him all the athletes those days used to come from here, the long marathon athletes. Yes. I don't know what happened. We will need to develop that.
And I also know on good record that good wrestlers internationally have roots here.
I will not go into the question on why you think they come from here.
Thank you, Maurice. Protocol preserved, ladies and gentlemen. I am Hashaka Stephen, born from Nyarusiza, where we do grow a very, very good Irish potatoes. But the challenges, my question goes to Nalo. Here in Kisoro, we do get the seed that is really rotten, as I can say. When they get at a flowering stage, they get dry. And is it because our cultivation or because of the seed? So why can't Naro you be checking the seed that we are buying with these farmers from the market? Secondly, we don't know the pesticides, how to apply these pesticides when we grow these Irish potatoes, because there is this color, there is a grow rapid, there is do what when we don't know you. So how are you going to help us to get a good harvest so that this thing goes well? I thank you so much.
All right. I think the sharpest people are sitting on this side. Samson. Keep it short, just like him. 30 seconds.
Makoze abanyakubahwa mwese, mazina ni Bishop Louis, chairman wa tourism committee ha district kandi representative wa Kirundo sub county district. Twebwe icyo dushaka, tashaka gukoresha colonial language, tashaka gukoresha ururimi rw'abafumbira. Ugumbushinga ni mwiza cyane mwavuze amagambo meza n'aba minister mwese, ariko ibyanjye ni bitatu nka commenting nanjye ngumuyobozi. Icyambere tourism muvuga iyi industrial park amutushaka industrial park isaguti. Is it eco tourism industrial park? Eco industrial park one. Number 2, abaturage batuye ahangaha bo icyambere cyo muzabafashisha ni iki? Icya gatatu, abashoramari bari muri Kisoro hano ko ndi kura batari included on board muri kuvuga ko national level, kuko twe nta twakwizera nk'abafumbira ngo twizere ba MPs bashobora kutukora nk'ibyo batukoze kuri hehe ku rwivobo kuri project yarapfuye ko bageze riya batareka kubesha Museveni, kandi mu n'uyu munsi mwe kubesha Museveni ndenda ngo bugira ngaho ubabwire bukirikare. Ikindi imisoro rahanga abimisoro namwe muducenderezo nk'abafumbira, kandi ikindi cyo nshaka kwemphasize amashanyarazi mwe kutubesha ntuza yarakinze birunga daire yarakinze habwo amasharazi garabuze mutuyambe mutubwire bukirikare natwe turabajya Uganda kandi turavotingaga kandi turashaka amajambe. Ikindi mukimenye tourism, Kisoro is the heart of Africa. The Kisoro is the mouth of Uganda. We need special attention. Muri kuvuga ku mirimo ejo bundi barukagizetinga national park mu Gahinga na Bwindi batuvuze government ngo bazatuha imirimo. UT board tufiteho bangahe, minister of board tufiteho bangahe ya tourism. Abafumbira tukubona na tourism officer wa mbere muri Uganda wa Kisoro atambuzaga ibirenge. So mu emphasizing mutuyambe natwe twe kupfirwa mutwe kutukoresha, kandi niba hari uri inyuma ashaka kutujanira nkitaka nk'abafumbira Imana y'u Rwanda irahari tuzahanura. Mwakoze cyane.
I think you see the passion.
Yes, especially when he spoke about the closing of the dairy farm because of electricity.
And transmission is here. They should tell us, because they're saying the dairy closed because the power was low, the voltage was low.
Yes.
For production of milk here. And it could only, not that they don't have the power is there, but they don't have the voltage that is able to power the dairy, right? I'm getting that.
Where I come from,
yes.
Anything to do with Inha is a big issue.
Now you know, it touches the heart.
Yes.
So there was the question on the investment park. The Vice Chairman NRM is about to ask a question. There was the question on the investment park. DG, his question, not the other one. There's another question from him on the investment park, where he says, how will the locals in this community benefit from the industrial and business park? That was a specific question about the locals in Chibaya and Rukundo. There was a question on, I'm trying to remember the third question. Yes, on the incentives, I think. No, representation on the tourism, because they're saying if Kisoro is the heart of tourism in Uganda, where is that representation on the UTB board and management? I think that was a question.
Yes.
We don't have UTB unfortunately here. I'm hoping Evelyn can take it to cabinet.
Or if we know anyone close to the appointing authority.
Honorable Evelyn Anita, you know why I think she's the most close person in this meeting.
I also agree with you. She's the
There's
closest.
no other question on that side. I need to close one question there? Okay, I'll come, sir. Yes.
Thank you, thank you. Amazina ni Ramazani Kigezi, Vice Chairperson in Kisoro District. Industry park turukuyakira kandi turayishimiye. Ariko industry park ibi birimo bifite kwa biri ku TV twegeranya na Kongo na Rwanda. So ntidufite UBC, ntidufite NBS, ibyo tuzaba turi gukora byose bizamenyekana bite? Nta TV iri muri Kisoro. Kuko ducumuga no mu Kinyarwanda ntabwo mu gifumbira ngo umukobwa wabuze umuranga yaheze mwanyena. Ibyo turi gukora bizamenyekana bite ku gaciro k'isi yose kandi tudafite TV muri Kisoro. Ikindi, iyi misozi yose y'ukura muri Kisoro ifitemo ibyiza. Even Kisoro dufite RNO, ariko kubwo kubiteje ku TV bavuga Kabare bakavuga Rukungiri kandi Kisoro ariyo number 1 kuri RNO. So ikigiye kumanza niki? Hagiye kumanza TV nangwa hagiye kumanza Industry Park Gashumba.
Kasumba, he's asked you the question, and that was my question. But we will answer
Morrison.
that. Yes.
Mfash.
Morrison or Morris? Which one do you want? You know Morrison is here.
Mfash.
Oh, okay. That's a Kumfash. Do you want to answer my other question? So let's take this question as the last question, Samson.
Yes.
We answer and have lunch. I'm told lunch is ready.
For purposes of this meeting, we will agree that it will be dinner.
Thank you. My name's Saif Biargava, and I'm an investor in tourism with 2 lodges in Bwindi National Park, Gorilla Cross Approach, and Bwindi Backpackers. I would like to thank the people of USDR.
You said your name was?
Saif Biargava.
Okay. I'd like the ladies here to know that when we speak of lodges, we are speaking of something very nice. Yeah, because they sort of think of lodges very differently.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
This is a tourist facility,
Yes.
a tourist lodge that accommodates the tourists.
Because you might be seen very negatively. That man runs lodges.
Yeah, thank you very much for that clarification. These are the tourist facilities that accommodate our tourists when they are coming to track mountain gorillas. They share the boundary with Bwindi Impenetrable Forest National Park, the home to more than half of what is population of mountain gorillas, which contribute 60% of total GDP of Uganda. And Bwindi itself, yes, you gave us power, but it is not sustainable. 95% I run, and the rest of my colleagues run their lodges on generators. Even in Uganda, it is on record that the most expensive lodges, like Crowds, Mountain Gorilla Lodge, $750 per person, Gorilla Heights, $2,000. They are all struggling because of unsustainable power. We hear in Kisoro power never goes off. When it goes off, it also comes back shortly. So we are requesting if there are possibilities that we can be put on that grid. Secondly, if there would be another possibility of putting a backup on that power dam we are talking about, because 100% we need power. Clients need internet, they need communication, everything needs power. So I want you to really help us or tell us whether there is a possibility, or because again, the other problem we have is using generators, you are destroying environment, which environment is giving us a lot of income. So we want you to not only probably look at electricity, but other sustainable power sources like solar and any other thing that you may propose. Thank you.
All right, Samson. So the other question I remembered from him was about the setup of the park. Would it be an eco park?
Yes.
I remember that. Very
Then
clearly.
there was a question on TV.
Do I have time? Allow me get the answers. Munyemerere katuanze tuve badusubize. Then numbone badufite saha. Abantu barashonje. Mumbabari. Gusa turaza kuza. Okay, I spoke some very good French. I hope you noticed Samson.
Yes, I did.
Okay, Martin, you take the first answer. Martin had a question on registration.
There was a question on do you need to travel to Kampala to get an investment license or other licenses? And the answer is no, you don't have to. UIA is a one-stop center. It is a home for most of the government institutions which provide services to the investors, such as National Bureau of Standards, which is there, Uganda Revenue Authority, we have commercial banks resident there, we have Free Zone, we have UIA, which provides an investment license, we have NEMA. All these institutions have online services through our www.ebis, which is our portal. So you can incorporate a company online, you can get an investment license online, you can get a tax identification number online, you can be served by National Bureau of Standards online, so you don't need to travel. But as we establish the park here, we shall have even an office here, a one-stop center office. Thank you very much.
All right, you have the majority of the questions on that side. Before I get, I think, DG to delegate or chair to delegate someone on the Eco Park, whether it will have a feel, a natural feel about it. and not
who will answer that?
Affect our climate. But we will get some. Don't worry. Let's start with.
So let's find out here who has.
URA
had something to answer.
Transmission has a question.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And you know, the time here is just for highlights. But definitely the organizers, and as we work, we go along, so many sessions will be made so that we can make clarity to the detail, so that everyone can get the full details. We just spoke on the highlights of the exemptions which are available, but when you go deep and when we have enough time, and when the programs run on air, online, we give more details, and even brochures concerning these incentives are available, and we make them available every year. And when you go to the one-stop centers Martin was talking about, you find these booklets there that give you the incentives, tax exemptions that fall in your area. And on the aviation side specifically, on income tax exemption for aircraft operators, that is indefinite. If you are operating an aviation, you are in the aviation industry, income tax is exempt indefinitely. Reason being that running an aircraft is a very expensive venture. So if government went ahead and taxed it, then the players would not break even, yet government is interested in our people accessing that service. If it was cheaper than it is now, you'd find half of the people here. By now, even if we finish at 8, by 9 p.m. we would be in Kampala. But because of the cost, so government has exempted so that we bring the cost of that service down. On VAT in particular, there is a 0 rating of supply of leased aircraft engines, spares, spare parts, aircraft maintenance, equipment, and repair services. So you find that all those that I've highlighted are exempt. But briefly allow me in 30 seconds, when the person who talked about the power in the lodges where our people go for hospitality and bring in money through the tourism, government is not seated. Because we know we have alternative sources of power, government has put incentives to encourage alternative sources of power apart from hydro. And they have exempt raw materials and inputs for assembling of transformers that work in the industry, inputs for production of solar panels, so that we make alternative sources of power cheap, because it takes time to reach every corner of Uganda with the hydro, which is cheaper, but alternative sources of power have been made. People who access at least don't suffer the burden of taxation. So I want people who don't have power. There are so many things in that sector that government has exempted, so that you can bring them in and make sure that we have this very important resource for us to run the investments we are talking about this evening. Thank you very much, Samson.
Thank you. There was something from, yes? Transmission?
Okay. Thank you. Relating to the issue of reliability of supply, we really appreciate that for Uganda to take off, there is need for sufficient quality and reliable power. We are glad that interventions like this, which create a purpose for improving the quality of power supply, are coming up. So this industrial park gives us what we call an anchor load, a big consumer who we shall use to bring the transmission line closer and thereafter stabilize power in this region. What is the efforts that are ongoing is to bring the source of supply closer from Mbarara to Kabale. Right now, we have the national grid. Transmission grid is up to Mirama in Ntungamo. And right now, there is a project that we have commissioned and is ongoing to extend the transmission grid from Mirama to Kabale. And now with this new revelation, we are going to start accelerated planning to ensure that we move that grid from Kawale to Kisoro quickly, so that it is in time for the growth of this industrial park. So the issue of poor quality of supply is caused by, first of all, the terrain, and also the vegetation. Whenever it rains, you find that the branches tap onto the distribution grid and it goes off. But now we think that when the transmission line comes, it will be much better. I liked the emphasis raised by the Honorable MP. If we can take up the matter of the local generation plant so that we can have direct supply to this place, then the issue of poor reliability of supply will also be reduced as we wait for the transmission grid to come. So it is something we are taking up.
You've sent it to the generator? If
Thank you, colleague from transmission, and the colleague from URA for the proposals and the information that you brought to light, especially on the fact that there are incentives available to investors, both private and public, in boosting generation capacity. And Honorable Kamara, I take note of your question. And I would like to once again make mention that the project that you speak about, the Nyamabuye hydropower station, was a project with a private developer. And as UEGCL, I would say we have very limited contribution or input into that project. But today I'm very happy to have the regulator available in this room. And I would like to request that he comes and gives more clarification on exactly what happened with that project.
Okay.
Thank you.
So it's now with the regulator? I hope he doesn't send it to Parliament. It's moving.
No, it is stopping here.
Okay.
Thank you, Samson.
Kill it.
Thank you, Samson and members. The project you mentioned, Nyamabuye Hydro Project, is a 7 megawatts project. It was licensed and was ready to take off, but it has had challenges with the mobilization of financing. And because it's a private project, as a regulator or as players, we cannot, for example, take it away from the project developer until at such a time when it has demonstrated that it has absolutely failed. So for now, we are still counting on the developers themselves. They were supposed to have reported to the regulator, I think, before the end of this year on the status of their financial mobilization. And if they fail, it will be probably given to another developer to complete it.
Okay. Civil aviation?
Samson, before civil aviation, and I don't know if the ERA team or UGCL, which can be homework, the recent launch of the power pump, water pump system by the president at Nkanka. Is it Nkaka? That water has a capacity to generate. I don't know if there's any feasibility studies being done around that on the generation of power from that. Anybody? Okay. So district, please, can we write? Yes, it's an opportunity for investment. Yes. So district, I think it would be nice to have.
But Maurice, let the good gentleman know that yes, that for functions like these, there are many colors of shirts to choose.
Especially, no, remember this is their color. If I checked, this is ERA. You see, I can't fault you.
Then ERA needs to be advised how to choose colors.
Rebranding.
Yes.
I like that. I like that.
It's a rebranding. Civil aviation.
Thank you very much, Samson. Honorable Kamala, we work together on this project and progressed it. It was among those few projects for our regional airports that was captured in the public investment plan. And as you are aware, you managed to fast track the upgrade and expansion of Entebbe International Airport, which project is still ongoing. And of course, as the nature of our planning, this project exited PIP. And as I mentioned earlier, we reinitiated this project again, and we have progressed to the stage of feasibility study. So I hope that this time round we are going to have this project take off. Together with your support in Parliament, when we come around, please support this project so that we can have this Kisoro upgrade project going on. Right, as you've said, the country misses a lot. If we have tourists that have to go through Kigali, and they can view what they would view on our side in the other country. So we have to work quickly to make sure that the people can fly in directly. Just a little comment. When my colleague in the URA was mentioning about taxation, and he very quickly said that we have no excuse not to do because we have a lot of tax exemptions. But the clarification he offered is actually about aircrafts. For us, we provide infrastructure from which the aircrafts use. And I was about to go back when I get back to our headquarters to find out why we pay so huge taxes on things like fire trucks, which are actually search and rescue services, on things like spares for the radar, spares for the control tower, and so many others. I think we need to have an engagement on this because some of these services are actually public goods, and they are supposed to help us secure the safety of, first of all, those that are landing within the country, but also those overflying the country. We are under obligation to provide certain services to the global aviation community. But most of these things are actually not tax exempt. When we talk about aviation, an aircraft is just part of it. It is quite wide. So we need, I think, to be helped by Parliament to have some of these things reviewed. Okay. Because when you tax issues like search and rescue services, really, other countries don't do that. So I think we need to do something about that. Thank you.
Samson, the question on the locals. What is the park going to benefit the locals of Rukundo and Chibaya in particular? Why should they embrace it?
Martin, the man of the tie. That's as much as I would say.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies. How will the locals benefit? Job creation. And I think for the last 2 weeks we've been working with the locals, roads, food supply. That is already a benefit. But from inception at the construction level to the operational level, this park is going to employ the locals. That's the first benefit. Second benefit will be from the manufacturing entities. We had the opportunities, agriculture and agro-value addition. Most of the value addition products will come from the raw materials supplied by the locals. Infrastructure facilities. We talked about the roads, we talked about the power substation, we talked about the water. All these facilities will also be accessed by the locals. Joint venture partnerships. Foreigners, investors will also come. We shall attract them here to work and partner with the locals. Those are key benefits. Tax incentives will be accessed. There are tax incentives for locals, there are tax incentives for foreigners. Financing solutions. All the financial institutions have been here providing financial solutions. The locals will be able to access those financing solutions and packages.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Good. There was a question on television
Yes.
My answer is, whereas I look like the owner of NBS,
I actually have an answer for both because, as you're aware, UBC is the vehicle for the free-to-air channels,
Yes.
which NBS is
the
among.
national broadcast.
Yes. So, Mutware, I want to promise, and I know it's been discussed at cabinet level, the signal, TV signal, for especially the free-to-air channels like NBS and UBC and others, will come to Kisoro after we have launched. The narrow question, yes, will come to Kisoro after government has launched what they're calling direct to home. We're going to launch direct to home platform, where all you will need, just as you have seen others who have these dishes for the other products, all you need is you buy a dish and you have free TV for the rest of your life. That is coming. I think the turnaround time is about 12 months. So next year when I come for Christmas, we will have TV. So you will have TV in Kisoro and you will watch all the Ugandan channels for free. All you do is you buy the dish, a one-off and a free-to-air decoder. Yes. And anywhere you will be able to watch TV.
Additional question he had in mind is having a TV station, but I believe that TV station is a private investment. So to me, it's like saying let an investor to have a TV station in Kisoro where people from Kisoro can easily step in cheaply without first going to NBS Kampala. And that investment can definitely not be made by government. So he is proposing that we get investors who can make TV stations stationed or situated in Kisoro, where marketing will be direct, where my chairman will come from home, go in the station, and go back home on foot.
That's an easy one to solve. I will speak to the NRM party.
Yes.
They had an interest in a TV station.
Because we already have DRC and
the NRM party can actually put a TV here. Yes, I'll speak to them.
It's an opportunity.
I
I
will
actually
speak to
pick it as an investment opportunity.
Yes.
I'm very happy about it. Over to you, Mr. Kasumba. Wait, there was a question from Naro, and unfortunately the Naro gentleman left. I don't know if Afande you had the question. Do you want to speak to it?
Afande is OWC.
On the implements, the seed they are getting.
Yes.
You want to say something? The implement, this Nyarusiza team is, yes.
Honourable Minister, there was a question from Nyarusiza about Irish, particularly certain breed, which is Kinigi, the most wanted. I'm the OWC coordinator for this district and the reserve commander for Kigezi sub-region. The Kinigi seed has been a very big problem because Naro has been trying to have a trial seed. Honorable Minister Sarah talked about it. It is a very big demand, and I think Naro has to work around the clock to make sure that seed is produced to enable the farmers access the seed. Thank you.
All right. Maurice?
Before, Samson, I know I'm handing over to you.
Yes.
I know you recognize the Kasese tourism team.
Yes.
They are here, they're well represented. Clearly, they understand the business of tourism in the market, as the Kisoro tourism team is also well represented here. And I thought I needed to recognize the Kasese Tourism Investor Forum.
Okay.
Yes. All right.
Mr. Rao, you want to say something, my friend?
Yeah. My name is Mohan Rao. My name is Mohan Rao. I'm the chairman of Indian Association. I seen this a wonderful program. I thought I'm in a Munyono. I never thought I'm in a Kisoro. Thank you for UAA for these arrangements. I visited for this reason 3 times to Kisoro from Kampala. People are thinking about power. You have a very good waterfall which is from here 30-35 kilometers, where you can generate enough hydropower, which I visited. Then we can even construct solar here. People are ready to come and invest from our country.
Thank you. We are very proud to be of this summit. We are supporting the aim of promoting investment in Kigezi region for the domestic investors. I understand Kisoro is a gateway of Congo and Rwanda. Hence, I'm sure we establish ourselves more in Kigezi will be very good investing region, as Congo has also a lot of investors, and I believe Kigezi has a lot of potential. Uganda Investment Authority has been a very good supportive to all investors. We are proud to be of your hospitality, and Indian community and Indian business forums are contributing 65% economy in the country. We are also almost planning similar event in Muniono, 17th and 18th of November 2022. This summit is showcasing Uganda investment opportunities, celebrates 100 years of Indian Association, Uganda, and building business network linkages. The investment summit is positioned to attract existing investors in the country, as well as top 10 business people from 54 African countries. I had in this summit, Uganda Investment Authority Director or Chairman Morrison referring as a 3 Ps. But my 3 Ps are different: peaceful, pleasant, and profitable. We have very good security in this country. We never felt bad. All foreign investors enjoying peaceful in this country. And pleasant. No other country doesn't have 2 harvest seasons in the country without irrigation. And yet, as Uganda, we enjoy 2 crops in this country. Like neighbor country, if you take it Kenya, you will have only 1 crop. Then, profitable. As my colleague has said already, investment, whatever you make investment, when you earn profit, pay taxes and take to your country. There is no objection in this country. This is why I always says as a country as a 3 Ps. Lastly, but not least, I would like to thank everyone to grace this event, to take their time for this with us in today. For God and my country. Thank you.
I'd like to thank Lagan management for being with us all this time, and met some good friends here from today going forward. But also like to thank you, all of you, for attending and making time to be part of this. One of the things that touches my heart deeply is listening to persons speak very proudly about a country I call home. A few years ago, I was flown to Antalya to attend a wedding of Ugandans of Asian descent. The most amazing thing is that the reason I was there, I think one of 3 black Ugandans, is that they were passionate, so passionate about this country. They insisted the MC should be flown from Uganda and must not look like them. And they played the Uganda national anthem at the wedding. Fellow Ugandans, let me tell you this. We have no right being negative about our country when other people are so positive about it. If that's the case, then shame on us. How can somebody else beat us in being positive about a country that is ours and theirs second? Something must be awfully wrong. This is why I commit myself to being positive and incredibly positive and creatively positive about this nation, because I don't want anybody to beat me in being positive about this country, because that's who I am. But if there's anybody more positive, at least in how she is inspired and how she travels around tirelessly. These days, she even dresses just so people can know she comes from a beautiful place. It is the Minister, the Honorable Evelyn Anite. I think I can say my little sister. In our family, she's the richest. I am trying to catch up. The Honorable Anita, please come and close the function for us. Amashimesh, Murakoze.
Thank you very much for your kind words, my elder brother. I want to start by moving a vote of thanks to UBC and its managing director, Maurice, who was our MC. So wherever you are, let us put our hands together and clap for him. First of all, Maurice, I want to thank you very, very much because you have improved the quality of our television. The broadcast, the pictures are very good. People have been watching, they're just sending me back message that you are doing a good job. Instead of putting naked girls on TV the whole day, today you did a good job by putting Kigezi and doing nothing but talking money and investing and job creation in Kigezi, particularly in Kisoro. Let us clap for UBC. I also want to move the second vote of thanks to NBS. NBS, Kin Kalisa, you've done a good job with that TV. That's a Ugandan-owned television. I am very, very proud. That's a young Ugandan who is running that TV, and today they dedicated time to promote job creation and industrialization agenda the whole day on NBS. I want to thank NBS again for this wonderful brother of mine who says I'm emulating his smartness. Samson Kasumba, thank you very, very much for moderating very well. Didn't you do a good job? Samson and Morrison, they did a good job. Yes, he will sing to close. As I conclude this function, I just want to thank, first of all, everyone, clap for yourself for sitting just in this room the whole time. And we pray that our President's vision of establishing 25 industrial parks and Kisoro inclusive comes to pass. And the only way this can come to pass is if we hold our hands together. Now I speak to the leaders in Kisoro. Chairman 5, I thank you very much, your councillors, for staying here up to this time. You gave me a name. I accept the name. Now I have two names. Mama Chibaya, Anita Mana, Kajikimani. Kajikimani is my husband, huh? That is, so I can't leave him out and I start accepting other names. Anita, and really what is very exciting for me is the fact that we are going to attract investors, first of all, in Western Uganda, in Kigezi sub-region, but I pledge to you that together with His Excellency the President, we will go outside Africa and encourage foreign direct investment to come and take place here in the Kisoro Industrial Park. So Uganda Investment Authority, we have an uphill task. My chairman and your board members, you're right in front here. I pass the ball to you. Work closely with the management. I know we have an excellent manager. Our own brother, very dedicated with your team in Uganda Investment Authority, Robert Mukiza. The assignment begins now. Let's start allocating the land. I saw people who have said they want to invest here. Honorable Sarah Matete says, Anita, I want to tell you, I'm going to put a factory here myself. The minister has said, I need only 2 acres to start a factory here. So we have testimonies. And I know that we have the list of those who have applied. I'm going to ask Mukiza to take that microphone and tell me all the investors who have already applied. Okay, you have a microphone next to you. Just as we conclude and wrap up. Yes? Those who have
Hello?
applied.
Oh yeah,
Applying
the
here.
ones that I know from Kisoro is Honorable Sababuturo,
Very
definitely
good.
Kamara, Windy Mgahinga Industrial Park. It's a business, not an industrial park, very much. The former agriculture minister, he said it here, that he is producing tea, just selling it. He wants to go up the value chain of tea here. So he's one of them that wants to come here too.
Very good. You can hear. We have not sat in vain, isn't it? Why don't we clap for ourselves that we didn't sit in vain? In a very special way, I want to thank all the ministries, departments, and agencies that were here, that made presentation. I have never been proud of our agencies than I have been today, because you're very eloquent. You made the points very clear. Thank you very much. Clap for URA, UETCL, UEGCL, National Water, Export Promotion. Let's clap properly. I know we're hungry. But you did a good job. This is how we are supposed to build this country. If we move as a team and talk about the opportunities and what our government is doing, I can tell you President Museveni will be our leader and will continue being our good leader and will continue being our good leader. And just watch my mouth, huh? Continue being our good leader, continue being our good leader, continue being our good leader, continue being our good leader until my granddaughter, great-granddaughter, takes over. That was a joke. I know I'm on a national TV, but on a serious note, President Museveni is doing an excellent job. Let us clap for President General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni for the excellent job of leading and championing the cause of industrializing Uganda. I spoke earlier on, and I don't want to speak more than I have spoken. I just want to thank everyone who was here, those who watched us on TV from the beginning up to the end. We thank you so much. We pledge our total commitment to create jobs for our children and to industrialize our country such that we are able to reach middle income status. I say this for God and my country. As I close, the final point is that Uganda Investment Authority and Uganda Free Zones have been merged together, and I thank the President. That is why we will have a free zone and an industrial park here, and in all the 25 industrial parks, we are going to work together with Uganda Investment Authority and Uganda Free Zone, and I will be there. With that, I want to declare this conference, summit, officially closed. The only thing that will happen after that is food. We shall go and eat.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for the Honorable Evelyn Anite. All right, and as they stand just briefly, Honorable Evelyn, I still want my job. My MD is Winston Agaba, and he sent me here to delegate him. So I need to mention that Winston and the team have done a fantastic job in supporting Uganda Investment Authority. Honorable Minister, we have a huge delegation of about 15 people from UBC here working with UAA. They have been broadcasting this since morning, and I really want to thank the team. That includes some reporters who are here from the other media houses that came yesterday and have been sharing the information about the summit the entire day, including on social media. That said, Samson, I think we are done, finally.
Yeah, there's a small team from NBS of about 9 people.
Is that small? We think the
by
team.
NBS standards, that's small.
Go on.
Let's do the anthems in reverse order, beginning with the East African anthem.
Ulilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
I will serenade the persons here as I prepare yourselves for
lunch,
for dinner.
Up next on UBC, brought to you by
Keep the lights on. Use Airtel Money to pay for all your Yaka bills conveniently. Open the My Airtel app to buy Yaka